flying undercover. A nice suit and a family name. Says he'll make me a star if I just play the game. But that man doesn't know that I am bulletproof. Keep one foot on the sky and a foot on the roof. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood. 'Cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush of blood. That rush of blood. I'll use it for good. That rush of blood. I'll use it for good. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood. 'Cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush of blood.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We are on day 5's worth of action. I'm Tony Lightfoot calling the tricks and jump, and my compadre next to me will be commentating on the slalom event. That is Zane Nicholson. So, how you did yesterday?
Man, we had a long day, but it was an awesome day. We had a great event. Had a bunch of big scores. Had I had a national record get broken.
Yeah, Alexa Abelson, right?
Yes, crushed 35 off. So yesterday was a big day of slalom. I'm super excited today. We start with men's 4, but then we roll into the open women and open men. So it should be a big day of slalom. I'm super pumped to be here with everybody. So. Looking forward to it.
And I'm super pumped to be here for the tricks and the jump for the tricks and jumping event. We had several great trick scores, but more than that, during the jump event, even jumpers that came in with meager personal bests coming into the tournament came away jumping anywhere up to 10, 15 foot further. So all happy campers jumping here at Mystic Lakes in Maize in Kansas, which is just a little ways outside of Wichita, for those of you wondering where that is. All right, then, we are on day 5 of a competition. We got a whole slew of events. You just saw a brief look at the schedule of events. You can find out more by going to waterskinationals.com. Waterskinationals.com is the place to go to find out the schedule, and if you want to use the live results feed as well as watching this webcast, you go to waterskiresults.com. So Waterski Nationals, Waterski Results. We've got some great skiing to come in less than 10 minutes, and so why don't you take a break, get yourself your favorite chair, your favorite drink, and when we return, we will continue on and go on to day 5 of action here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships.
water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
It's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome once again to the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We are on day 5, and we'll have a boys 5 trick take to the water very, very soon, starting off with Jet Clayton. Then we'll go with John Maitland and Tucker Mayfield and a whole slew of others in boys 5 tricks. We've got 21 skiers in boys 5 tricks. And then we've got a whole slew of men's trickers as well in men's 5. So we look forward to seeing those as well. From skier number 22 to skier number 39, which is 17 skiers, if my math is correct. And just a quick mention that later on this evening, tonight, starting at 7 o'clock, is the America's Cup Pro competition. Be sure to tune in for that on a separate webcast player. And to be informed when that event goes live, why don't you subscribe? Yes, indeed. Hit that button at the top of the YouTube channel and you will be informed. You will be enlightened and you will be notified when the America's Cup goes live this evening. and you'll also be able to interact with us here with the live chat on the YouTube channel. So make sure you subscribe and also hit the bell icon as well. So, got a whole bunch of tricking today. We've got boys 5, men's 4, boys 4, as I just mentioned. Then girls 5, boys 5 jump, then open women jump, and then the final qualifier for the America's Cup is the open men's jump alongside the international men. So, got a lot of great skiing about to occur, and it all starts with Jet Clayton in the tricks event. There you see our schedule for today. Sun starts to rise over the facility here in Maize in Kansas. That not only held that is not only holding the national championships this time around, but it's also hosted to the Midwest regionals, which took place last week. So they're doing double duty a little bit here with that. So now Jet Clayton getting ready to go, and we have got action on the slalom lake with men's 4 slalom with Greg Tim there. Zane Nicholson has the call on that on the other webcast player. If you're tuned in to the tricks and the jump and want to see slalom, the other webcast player is the place to go. Or why not just have both of them running simultaneously? That would be the perfect setup, wouldn't it? Either do that with separate computers, or a screen, or a big screen and a computer, or use that same computer and just open up a couple of separate tabs. That'll be a good idea. All right. We thank all of you that have taken the time out to subscribe. Over 8,000 of you now are subscribers to the TWBC YouTube channel. We thank you very, very much indeed for making that happen for us. So we are deeply appreciative of your support going forward. Day 5 of action about to throw down on the tricking lake. Jet Clayton, boys 5 tricking. Already one of our good friends, Jeremy Scholl, has commented so far on day 5's action on Lake 2. He will ski later on in a men's 4 slalom. So, Jet Clayton, tell you where he's from in just a moment or so. Comes to us out of Montgomery in Texas. Tricking performance in tournament as high as 460 points in the South Central Regional Championship. That does represent his PB. Our trickers, at least for the first few minutes into the first couple of hours, will be silhouetted a little bit there. The sun is behind them, but that shouldn't deter Jet Clayton, at least for the good portion of that run, from getting the tricks that he wants to. So he takes a dive on pass number 1. You'll see the instant replay there. Yeah, just trying to keep an even kill there. Good wake front. And just rolling from one trick to the next, going with the surface moves. Getting a little bit unbalanced there as he tries to go in for another spin, which starts with the 180 to the back and goes with the 540. And as we wait for his second 20-second pass, we're going to take a brief pause. When we return, pass number 2 will be coming up next.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a
Okay, returning to the second and final 20-second pass. Is going to take a turn round that west island. We know it's the west because, well, that's the sun is in the opposite direction and it rises in the east. So there we go. Around the turn island, each of our skiers have 2 20-second passes to complete as many tricks as they can. Each skier has their choice of line length. They can have it as long or as short as they want. The binding setup and everything that is present on that trick ski, all custom made. And also the choice of boat is theirs as well. And the boats that we have on offer are the Nautique by Correct Craft, the Malibu, and also the Mastercraft Pro Star. So good to see Jeff Clayton there getting through as many of the tricks that he has lined up. Driver struggling for a little bit of vision there on pass number 2, but that doesn't deter him from keeping a straight path. And there you go. That is Jeff Clayton. He's gone through the attempts of his 2 20-second passes. We're going to have John Maitland coming up next. So stick around. We'll bring him into the course very, very soon. And taking the deep water start. Okay, so John Maitland out of Kalispell in Montana. All right, so best he scored in the competition is 660 points, and he's done that on at least 3 rounds of this season. Scored 480 at the Western Regionals to place in 4th. Trying to work his balance there. Ooh, trying to recover to the back and tries to go for the surface back to back and using the relatively calmer water outside the wakes to affect that spin. John Maitland will probably be the first to tell you that tricks isn't quite in his bag. Our 17-year-old from Kalispell in Montana, the big sky state. Yeah, just trying to maintain his balance the best that he can. Just leaning away a little bit too much there as he attempted that move. And we'll return with pass number 2 right after these. All right, pass number 2 for John Maitland. Keeping a good tight grasp on that handle. Going with the 180 weight back and weight front. Going for the back-to-back, and again coming up short on that particular move. But tried to fill up his performance with as many tricks as he was capable of producing. A skier out of the Western region, that is John Maitland. He'll probably score some 180s and some reverses of those tricks. But so far as the back-to-back is concerned, something he needs to work on a little bit more before the next tournament. So, that's John Maitland. Next competitor up, about to hit the course, it is Tucker Mayfield. Trying to get his previous scores as we see Tucker Mayfield. Coming to us out of Auburndale in Florida. This is Tucker Mayfield. Scored as high as 940 points. In the Southern Regionals, placed in 7th with 890. So he's got a bit of skill to work with. There's the reverse wake back. Oh, wake back to back. Does he go for the reverse wake back to back? Certainly does. Piling on the moves here. See if he can get over the 1,000 barrier if he's got something more substantial, like the backflip. Doubt whether that would have been in time anyway. But if he chooses to do that again, then he should have a little bit of confidence going forward. He was very, very close to making that. And the backflip itself is 500 points. So it would yield a heavy contribution to his final point score should he land it with the next attempt on his second pass. I doubt whether he has any more tricks to go in his bag aside from the ones that you see him do here. So essentially, pass number 2 will be a repeat. And just moving right along with these tricks. And aside from that attempt at the back roll or the backflip, that was pretty much a solid stand-up run. And the coach in the boat, the observer in the boat, encourage him to get out there and just give this one a good old college try. 8:17 from Auburndale in the water, and he'll be coming in on pass number 2. The boat has already picked him up, I would surmise, or about to, and we'll see him back in the course in just a few moments.
All right, here we go. Ryan Ripley on the water. Out of Illinois, it looks like 128 off. Got a best score this year of 232. What these guys coming in, looking pretty good there. Ryan Ripley out of Illinois.
All right, Tucker Mayfield it is.
Looking good there as he's making his way through his first pass.
Setting the boat speed up. This is Tucker Mayfield.
Okay, as we check out Ryan here, Ryan's one of these skiers here that's doing quite a bit for the sport. I know he started.
All right, coming back in. There's the wake front. Does he go for anything more? Well, he's definitely going to go for the backflip again. Does he go for this one? Oh, coming up short on the wake and taking the fall, and then opportunity for him to gain an additional 500 points from a successful landing of that trick goes by the wayside. But Tucker swims in. He's done as our third skier out in the boys 5. Just a good sprightly edge out, and then comes into the wake and gets the upper body rotation, but the lower half of the body needs to get more elevation to make that trick happen on a more consistent basis. So that's Tucker Mayfield. We got Ty Mika now as our next competitor. We'll try and get you some point scores from our previous trickers as we move along our merry way out of Farmer City in Illinois. In the Illinois State Championship, Ty Mika produced a 1,320 point effort to place in third in boys 5. And here he is at the National Championships in boys 5. Last year, he was 16th in boys 4. Head down a little bit there. That's the 540-degree spin from back to front. There he goes, spins 360 degrees in each direction. He's edging outside the wake. Does he do anything substantial with this? Not at this time. He's going to wait on pass number 2 before he can try something a little bit beefier. We're going to take a look at the instant replay on pass number 1 as he cruises over to the island. We'll probably take a little bit of a breather between the end of this pass and the start of the next. So a solid effort there. Looks to have practiced a little bit in the tricks event before making it here. Even though his head is down, at least it's consistently down. It's in pretty much in the same position, so he's not doing anything out of the ordinary there for the most part. All right, here we go. This is Ty Mika. Let's see what he's got. Ty Mika. No, that's the wake front. 720 degrees. Now he's going to go for some of his more substantial spins, and that 720 reverse, unfortunately, coming up a little bit short, got stalled in the middle and tried to throw the additional 3 to make it a 7. But at least the first tricks that he was able to perform at this point, at this juncture, were complete. As we continue to roll right along, we are on skier number 4 in the boys 5 trick. Next competitor up, number 5, is going to be Jarrett Zollner.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, Ty Meeker. We've just seen on the water. Now we're getting ready for Jarrett Zollner, who comes to us from Jacksonville in Illinois. Using the Mastercraft in this instance. And as I mentioned, each of our skiers has the choice of from 3 boats as to which one they would like to tow them, based upon their personal preference and wake shape and other aspects, or just simply because they have the opportunity to practice behind that boat more often than any of the others. All right, this is Jarrett Zollner. Here we go. While the men's 4 slalomers are slice and dice on Lake 1, on Lake number 2, we've got Jarrett Zollner here on the Tricks Lake, and we'll also have coverage of the jumping event later on as we get ready and set to qualify the competitors that will compete in the America's Cup later on tonight. Jarrett Zollner. So, Jarrett Zollner, part of a skiing family. His father, Troy Zollner, actually announced here this very desk last season, and actually announced for a little bit of the Junior World Championship. So kudos to him, and thanks once again for his contribution as Jarrett Zollner gets through pass number 1. Has tricked as high as 1,640 points, and in the Illinois State Championships, he placed 2nd in boys 5 with a score of 1,410 points. That's his record within the last 12 months. So as we take a look at the instant replay, or at least the tail end of it, we're going to take a quick pause, and then we'll return with Jarrett Zollner. All right, then we'll go quickly into pass number 2, being towed behind that Mastercraft. That is Jarrett Zollner. He's got tow tricks. I think this is the first time so far this morning that we've seen tow tricks been introduced into the mix. We've got 21 total skiers in boys 5. We are on skier number 5 at Jarrett Zollner, seeing if he can make an impact upon this field. Toe side, foot out the toe strap. There's the back, wake back to back. And not quite as sprightly with the reverse, but at least a halfway decent attempt was made to make that trick happen. That is Jarrett Zollner out of Jacksonville, Illinois. He's aged 17. So this is the last time we'll see him a trick in boys 5 in these nationals before he moves on up to men's 1. Trying his best to keep that toe foot as close to the standing leg as possible for maximum stability. And then we'll see him towards the end of this instant replay perform the wake back to back, which is right there, a little bit slidey. And then the reverse, just not quite as stable. So that was Jarrett Zollner. Next competitor up is Victor Moisian. Victor Moisian. Go. Okay, this is Victor right now, out of Leicester out of the eastern region, from Leicester in Massachusetts. And I am using the proper pronunciation of that town, at least the way that it's supposed to be pronounced. For the spelling of a town that is that has Leicester. So Victor Moisian tricking 1,630 points to place in fourth in the boys 5 tricking competition at the Eastern Regions. Last year's Goode Water Ski National Championships, he was in boys 4 and finished in 15th place with a total of 1,400 points. We're going to see him trick on his second pass next.
Coming in, making his way through this course. Doesn't get as down.
All right, we have got Victor Moisian from Leicester in Massachusetts. 540-degree spin, 300. Oh, look at that 720 on the surface. Oh, wake back to back from the full back position to the half wrap. Tries that again, making sure that that's counted. All right, he's looking pretty sprightly there on that trick ski. So he's scored 1,630 points in the past. That was done at the Pangaea Pond Labor Day tournament last year. Although within the 2022 ski season, which actually started after the conclusion of last year's nationals in Water's Edge, and the 2023 season will start upon the conclusion of these nationals. All right then, so we move from Victor Moisian to our next competitor. This is Connor Pauly, silver medalist in the boys 5 slalom competition that was held just yesterday. He was in a runoff situation for the win. There is Connor Pauly attempting the backflip. Coming up just a little bit short there, and now he's looking around for the nearest camera because he is part of our TWBC crew. For the most part, looking very, very good indeed from Lutz in Florida. Has had some trick scores, not very many of them, mind you, because he is primarily a jumping athlete. That's what he prides himself on. Scored 24-20 last season in the Goode Water Ski National Championships to place 9th in boys 5. And in his final season of competition in boys 5 in the nationals next year, he'll compete in men's 1 or in the open division in the jump, should he feel so inclined. In the Florida State Championship, he scored 1890. And in the regionals, only scored marginally less, but with 1860 for second and fifth position, respectively.
All right, Casey Cooler on the water, getting ready to come in. We're waiting for a start speed.
So, number 7 out on the water, 7th skier out,
Here with us right now.
Connor Pauly.
Men's four slalom. This is Casey Cooler. This is 22 off. Want to see?
I don't know who's in the boat there for him. I think it's probably Casey Mama or some random dude.
Crew members out on the water in this boys 5 trick event, but right now over here on the slalom leg.
But Connor Pauly
Casey Cooler
is when he found out that he was going to go to Europe within about the next few weeks as part of the TWBC broadcast team that will be bringing to you the European Championships in the first week of September. He was absolutely beside himself. So let's see what he can do to get towards the same echelon level of performance that he produced yesterday for a second place finish in slalom. Don't forget that he's still working on his... goes for the Waco. A little bit stiff with the landing. He'll pop a smile. Not known for his tricking prowess, but he at least gets a few toe tricks situated. Seems to be fine with that. Toe side, and then the wrap toe side, and working his way towards the end here. Then this is the trick where he fell. A little bit too much rise and not enough edge and stability. So that is Connor Pauly. And we'll probably end up seeing him jump a little bit later on. In fact, he's the second seed in the boys 5 jumping competition. Look forward to seeing him again on the tricks and jump lake, no doubt. Jacob Duffy coming up next. Good morning to those of you that have just joined us here at the Trick and Jump webcast for the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Presiding over matters on the slalom webcast is Zane Nicholson. Jacob Duffy is our next combatant. All right, so with a best score this season of 36-20. Here we go. This here is Jacob Duffy. He's definitely got a decent tricking ability. Look at him through some of these moves. He does the reverse backflip. Oh, nicely done. Smooth landing. Oh, with the 5 front, though, not quite as clean and crisp. Which is working his way through the opening moves. There you go. Keeping the handle down nice and low. And then goes in for the first of his flips. Took a little bit of time to recover off this one. Like that. And that brought him in towards the boat. He was able to arrest any further movement towards that. A better looking backflip landing there on his reverse. And then he tried a twist to the back for the 5 front, hucked that one. He's in the water, and we'll be picking him up and taking him back into the course next. All right, moving on to our second pass for our skier number 8 that's off the dock in boys 5 tricks. This is Jacob Duffy, who aside from that 540-degree spin from back to front had essentially made it all the way through pass number 1 without too much in the way of faults. Toe tricks now. Won't be able to see too much of what he is about to attempt because the sun is quite bright ahead of him. It will continue to rise and make life easier for the trick skiers or any of the athletes going forward. And then he'll get to a point where the sun starts to set and makes life difficult for skiers going in the opposite direction. But by that time, it'll have illuminated the jump for that event. And that was Jacob Duffy there trying the Toho wrap-in. Decent skiing there with his toe tricks. Good, solid knee bend. A little stiff with the ankles, though. That's the one modification I would seriously hope that he would make going forwards. The reverse toe back looked good. If he could just bend a little bit more of his ankles, then he would have an easier time holding that trick, and he wouldn't have to be nearly as off balance as he tries there with the reverse toe back to back. There you go. Yeah, and certainly the major cause of that fall on that particular trick was his lack of ankle bend. As we see our next competitor up, it is going to be Brendan Schultz. All right, let's see what he has. Brendan Schultz with some weight back-to-backs. Oh, here we go. Here's the heavy artillery here. There's the backflip, and unfortunately not getting enough lift and elevation. Skier number 9 out in the water from Dow in Illinois, and I believe this is his first excursion. Into this particular division.
All right, next up on the water, we got Ryan Leff. Digging that R sticker he's got at the top of his ski.
So age 16 out of Dow in Illinois. All right, so looking at his fall, and that represents the extent of that effort on 1, and we'll be back right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, so Brendan Schultz from Dow in Illinois, age 16. Last year's national championships, whereas in boys 4 he placed in 6th with a 3,200 point score. this season. He's bumped that up to 34.60 at the Illinois State Championships, where he placed first in boys 5. There's the step over. Wake line back. Here comes wake line front, a little bit struggling for balance, but managing to work his way through to start to finish, and a solid effort there for Brendan Schultz. Dropping the rope a little bit there with the toe 5 back, making that whole process more unstable than it truly needs to be. Toe foot getting close to that standing leg. Ooh. Struggling for balance there with the toe wake back. As we continue to bring in competitors at a rapid pace. And as we look at the tail end of this performance there from Brendan Schultz, into the course coming up is Robert Powell. Yeah, whoa, look at the 720 spin there. Absolutely spinning like the proverbial top. So out of Lawton in Virginia, that is Robert Powell, who I believe tricked yesterday, or at least one of his siblings did. Last year's Nationals, where he skied in boys 5, he placed on the podium in 5th place with a 37.30. Been tricking a fair amount this season. And they're resplendent in those USA shorts. There you go, fist bump at the end, and that is Robert Powell with the opening salvo. And we get ready for pass number 2. Tricked 27.10 at the Eastern Regional Championships. That placed him in 2nd spot in that region for boys 5 tricks. So just wait on him to make his merry way back into the course.
See right there, half 35, puts Ryan left in the lead.
So we anticipate some great skiing on day 5 as we continue to ramp up the pace. Oh, look at this. Good. Oh, nice flips there. Oh, he goes for the front. Oh, nice. Yeah, there you go. That's an 800-point trick right there. Yes. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Wow. 11th skier in out of 21 in the boys 5 tricking, and we've just seen someone unleash a front flip to the unsuspecting public. Wow. That's certainly going to throw a wrench in the works. Could end up being on that podium, maybe a little bit higher on the strength of these flips. Did 2 regular backflips, did the flip twist back to front. And then then did the front flip. Obviously been taking lessons from Neely Ross. There you go. Good effort. All right then. Skier on the water right here, right now, is Jenna Starbel. So Jenna Starbell out of Chico, California. Who's had her scores upwards of 4,000 points in the Western Regionals, scored a 33.50. He's been a consistent tricker, hasn't tricked any less than about 3,300 points. And certainly worthy of the ranking that he has coming out of the Western region, where he placed in second in boys 5 tricks. Last season, he placed in 4th in boys 4 tricks with 38.40. So this is his first national championship excursion into boys 5. Looking to put some heat on the remainder of the boys 5 tricking field. We don't have, well, maybe we do have some provisional scores, and we'll try and get them to you. In boys 5 tricking, these are only going to be provisional scores. Nothing firmly binding as yet. And yes, no scores available for the tricks event in boys 5. So I tried my best. We're 11 skiers in right now, actually 12 with Jenna Starbell. Looks like we were supposed to have a skier 12, but he scratched. So Jenna, let's see what he has in store for us with the second and final pass. There you go, keeping the toe foot close. Oh, nice toe 5 front. Now we're starting to see some of the heavy hitters. Look at this. Toe wake ho. Stomps that move. Toe wake back. Toe front. And he's done with that performance. He should be reasonably happy with that one. He gets all the way through. One of our taller skiers in boys 5 in the tricks event. So obviously doesn't have the closeness of center of gravity to his ski as someone who is considerably shorter than he is in terms of height. But I tell you what, he looks very well practiced and polished out there on the tricking lake, especially with toes. That is Jenna Starbell. We'll be eager to see that point score in just moments. Well, it'll take a little bit longer than that because we don't even have the point score for the first half dozen skiers, much less the 13th skier, who is Jenna Starbell. Next skier up is going to be Andrew Boskus out of Elkins in Arkansas. All right, here we go, Andrew Boskus now. Setting the bow speed up. Tricked 43.40 in the boys 5 competition at the Batman Jump Classic. Skied in the regionals and had a subpar outing on that one and tricked 1480 points. Despite the fact that he scored a first place finish in boys 5 tricks. Little flat there with the reverse toe wake back to back. But managing to get all the way through his toe tricks there. A little bit of a fist bump, which could indicate an improvement upon recent form with that particular run. We look at the toe 5 back. Keeping the toe foot there. Scored a 6th place finish last season in boys 5 with 36.50. and showing every intention of getting towards the 4,000 point mark in excess of.
We got James Valley out of Alabama. Pulling out wide on that gate. This is 32 off. A little slow out of one. It's a pretty good turn there, 3. Getting down course a little. Over 5. There you go. Be your second steer.
So, Andrew Boscus, pass number 1 under his belt. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Zane Nicholson. Zane has slalom. I have tricks and jump.
Got a good-looking pass there for James Valley. He's excited, throwing the fist. We take a look at the replay.
All right, just waiting on Andrew Boscus to make a reappearance into the tricking course.
As we get through, a little down course, take it down course. Really down course there at 5. It gets a really good pull here at 6. So, good job to manage that for James. Bring him in 35 off and see if he can get more than 1 and take the lead.
Let's see what Andrew Boscus has by way of a handle pass.
James Valley coming in. This is 35 off.
All right, here we go. Let's see what we got for Andrew Boscus
There you go. He's going to be your leader.
out of Elkins in Arkansas, skiing out of the
3, come on. See if he can get to 4.
Cedar Creek Water Ski Club.
As he does, so that'll be your new leader there out of Alabama.
Beautiful facility that has hosted the South Central Regional Championships on a number of occasions. Let's have a look and see. Out of Elkins, which isn't too far outside Fayetteville in northwest Arkansas. Oh, and going down on one of those flips there and just really battling hard to try and make things happen, and unfortunately forcing the issue a little bit too much with that effort towards the end. So, looking at Andrew Boscus once again with the backflip, and here he is with the same trick, the first and the reverse. And now I think he tried the twist away, comes up the wake, gets the elevation, but not quite the landing. All right then, that is Andrew Boscus, our 13th skier off the dock. Ty Kosick is now approaching the course. Out of Buffalo in Minnesota. All right, so a skier who has tricked upwards of 4,200 points in a previous tournament. This is Ty Kosick, slowing down off the flips, and now working his way through the handle tricks, wake back to back. There's the wake back, stabilized himself for the wake front. Has got a couple of tricks on the outside, side slides and backs and fronts. So getting through the opening salvo and looking towards his second pass for more points. He tricked 31.90 last season in boys 4 for a 7th place finish. So we're seeing him in the national championships in boys 5 for the first time. Age 16 from Buffalo, Minnesota. This is Ty Kosick. A little bit lent in on one or two of those flips, which isn't always the best way to learn, but once you get confident enough to where you can do them in your sleep, then a little bit of bespoke positioning, a little bit of custom positioning can be utilized in order for you to feel comfortable about what you're doing off the top of the wake. So Ty Kosick, and there you go, a pass number 1. And we'll see him again with pass number 2 momentarily behind that Mastercraft. All right, Ty Kosick, obviously the memo is been put out to our officials. We got to try and get through these events today quicker than we normally do in order to leave sufficient time for the America's Cup towards the end of the day. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Look at him go. Oh, toe O wrap in, toe O out. Tries the toe wake back to back, but unfortunately unable to hold that reverse toe back with any degree of certainty. So he's through with both passes. He seems to have conjured up a little bit of magic here for this event.
Here, 32 off. That's definitely the best one we've seen ran of the day. So great skiing there out of Jason. He's got a daughter that will be seeing ski a little bit later today in the Open Women event. So she's one of those up and coming.
All right. So as we see this effort, this commendable effort from Ty Kosick, we'll be looking for our next competitor out of Sacramento, California. It'll be Paul Wesley Corey, coming to us from the state capital of the Golden State. He's tricked 44.70 in the past, and I don't think he's going to get close to that with this effort. Placed in 4th in Boys 5 last season at the Goode Water Ski National Championships. And any hope or aspiration of him replicating that have just been dealt a severe blow as a result of that fall. We'll be back with his second pass right after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right, then, continuing right along. We've got Paul Wesley Corey, who fell about his third or fourth for tricking there, and we see over here Zane Nicholson modeling one of the latest fashions from from TWBC. You can find that at waterskibroadcasting.com/shop, or if you're on site and watching this coverage, then you can check out Splash Threads. And it goes for the toe wake line back to back on the opening move there. Sporting the a bib from the older Bud Light Waterski Tour days. Tries to get the ski over that KD ski, and unfortunately unable to get that going. We'll be back in a moment.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right then, so moving on, Carter Reese is next. We are 4 skiers away from concluding the Boys 5 tricking competition. And here's our number 4 seed in the nation. It is Carter Reese. We've got a whole bunch of scores available for Boys 5 tricks, and I'll mention them to you in just a moment in the transition from Carter Reese's pass number 1 to pass number 2. In the meantime, though, look at him go. That's a front flip, flip number 4. Let's see what he has for the remaining tricks. There's the wake back-to-back. Not too steady with these, but there's the wake 5 front, and a good, solid stand-up effort there with some surface moves once. Again, great skiing there from Carter Reese. He's going to get ready for the toe pass coming right up. Let me, as we go through the instant replay, as you can plainly see, let me mention a few trick scores. Jacob Duffy in the lead with 3,020 points, 2660 for Brendan Schultz. Connor Pauly with 1690 in third right now. Victor Moisin with 1480. Jarrett Zollner with 1210. Ty Mika with 1190. Tucker Mayfield 750. Jet Clayton 660, and John Maitland 360 points. Those are the scores that we have available at this time. All of them unofficial, of course, and seeing the tail end of Carter Reese's effort with that pass, and we'll transition to his second and final pass, which I surmise will be toe tricks next. Okay, rejoining the action, and we see Carter Reese, who's performed upwards of 4,400 points in recent times in the Southern Regionals. He tricked just a skosh over 4,000 to place 4th in Boys 5 tricks. That's his recent form in the tricks event. He's more known for being a high-class, high-echelon slalomer. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, he actually competed in the elimination round of the Central Visit Lake County, Florida IWWF World Championships past season. Obviously didn't make it through to the finals, but the experience for him, something he will always remember. There he goes, toe wake back to back. Does he go for the reverse? Not quite, toe wake front. There's the side, there's the side reverse. Up and over with these toe tricks. Reverse toe wake back. Toe out, and did the harder version of that trick going in and fell on the one going out. So that is Carter Reese.
In our live chat below, all day during this event, we'll be interacting with you guys.
Just keeping that toe foot next to his standing leg, and seems to have a pretty darn good handle on this. Didn't edge very aggressively with the toe wake back to back.
Albritton rolling in there. He's the man behind Lake 38, so glad to see Keith.
Did okay.
Shout out to Keith. I haven't seen him around
For the
Lake
most
38
part.
here in town, but he's a great guy for the sport, and look forward to skiing with you soon.
All right, so that was Carter Reese. We'll go on to Will Blair for our next competitor.
With our next skier, this is going to be Kevin Withrow.
All right, let's have a look at Will Blair, shall we? We'll check in with him for his pass, for his opening pass.
At the regionals there, on that South Central region. So,
Will Blair, who competed last season in national championships, and certainly provided us with one of the spills of the competition, which I found out after I arrived on site here for this season's nationals, that that wasn't all on him, and I'll explain that to you in just a moment. As we look at Will Blair going through on his opening pass, a skier out of Mooresville in North Carolina, much like Carter Reese. Will Blair certainly had a nightmare of a jumping event last season at the Water Ski National Championships. But the reason for that fall and that spill, and you can go back and check because it was day 5 of action from last season, was they used a broken jump switch which had been broken a few sets before, and someone actually took that jump switch and reinstalled it in the boat, not knowing that it was broken, of course. And that caused the situation to where the zero off responded adversely and pushed him onto the jump in a way that he was unable to control, and causing the crash that you could plainly see if you look at the archive. Anyway, Will Blair getting ready for his second and final pass of tricks, and that will occur next.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season, so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
All right, then, continuing right along. Thanks a lot for staying with us on the Tricks Lake.
wide at the gate. Make sure he's getting all the way turned before he loads up the road.
We've got Will Blair making his way into the course behind that Nautique towboat for pass number 2. Out of Mooresville in North Carolina in boys 5. Last time that we'll see him in boys 5. In the NC State Championships, tricked 65-20. We'll see if he comes up with anything close to that with the effort that you see here on pass number 2. Fell about 3/4 of the way into pass number 1 with the toe tricks. There you go. There's the backflip. 500 points apiece, so 1,000 points for those 2 tricks alone. Skiing across the wake. There we go. Flip twist back. Decent effort. So good skiing there from Will Blair towards the end. We look forward to seeing him jump later on in the boys 5 competition. We're now down to our final 3 skiers in boys 5 tricks, including Will Blair. We'll have Eric Macias and Connor Walsh take to the water. Okay, so from what I understand, Connor Walsh is a scratch, which has just upgraded the placements of all of our skiers that have appeared up to this point. This is Eric Macias. From Winter Garden in Florida. Age 16, this is his first appearance in boys 5. Oh, look at that, toe wake line back to back, good elevation. Toe wake line 5 back, was falling away on that one, and not a bad performance there. So Eric Macias doing his best with pass number 1. He's the number one ranked tricker in this competition. Skis almost exclusively in the tricks event. And going through these toe tricks and working his way towards the end. Scored a 10,180 at the Florida State Championships. Probably won't get quite that close as a result of that fall. And we'll come back with his second and final pass of toe tricks next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Anything you want.
right then, so working his way around the island for his second and final 20-second pass. As I mentioned, he tricked over 10,000 points in the boys 5 competition to win that division at the Florida State. In the Southern Regionals, he also won that division, but with a score of 9,120 points out of Winter Haven, Florida, and his first season in the National Championships in boys 5. This is Eric Macias. Mo back, and it's reverse. Setting up well for the back flip and the flip twist back, reverse. What does he have? Nice, flip twist back to the front, 6 flips out of the way. There's the ski line O. Almost goes down on the ski line back, ski line 5 back. Ski line back-to-backs towards the end. Good solid effort, although I think a lot of his focus went by the wayside as a result of that fall towards the end. Always looking for a high echelon point score, and when that no longer seems to be possible as a result of the fall towards the end, then the focus tends to shift, and not in a good way. So Eric Macias, looking at him, just keeping that handle down and keeping everything working forwards and fluidly. So he is our last boys 5 tricker. We'll try and get the rest of the results for boys 5, but as this event has been scored retroactively, it might take a while. So men's 5 tricks are working their way towards us right now. The skier on the water is Doug Stuckey. From Fremont in Indiana, age 56. Has tricked as high as 410 points, and you can definitely see why, utilizing the 2 ski tricks and doing a fine job with these. All right. Good effort there with the back-to-back spins, and we'll see what he can do with pass number 2. We'll have a look at the instant replay, and we'll see if we can score this together, shall we? Let's go on to the column that has 2 skis. There's the side slide, that's 20 points. There's the second side slide, that's another 20 points, with 40 points so far. Let's go for the 180 to the back. Yes, indeed, that's 30 points. So what is that, 80 points so far? And there's 110 with the addition of another 30 points there for the backs and for the back and the front. And add another 60 on top of that for 170. There's the 360, which is another 40 points. And certainly piling the points on with the 2 skis. He'll pile on more with 1 ski naturally, because those tend to yield more points than 2 skis. But I tell you what, getting enough pull and enough spin, clearly sees the inside of the towboat as he is silhouetted out from their perspective, but in the opposite direction they are as clear as day. Going through some of the multiple revolution spins. Oh, and looks like he's going to come back in with 2 skis again. So look forward to some back-to-backs and maybe a 540-degree spin here and there. So the 540 spins are 50 points apiece. The 720 spins are 60 points apiece, just to give you a reference there. There's the 540 front to back. Now sets up the 540 reverse. That's another 50 points, and goes down while he attempts to do the 720. So using those Kidder 1980 vintage red line trick skis. looking in very, very solid order. Seems to be very, very stable on those skis. Certainly knows how to pull for the 5 back. The surface 5 back, which is 50 points. There we go. The combination of those two tricks yielding 100 points. So I think at this time he's already exceeded what he's done so far this season. But losing that left ski whilst trying to do another 540-degree spin. I mean, you can do them from front to back and back to front. And we'll go on with our next competitor. We've got Greg DeTrey. Greg DeTrey, who comes to us from South Florida. All right then, so Greg DeTrey is getting ready to go in, and he's one of the folks that's the driving force behind Pantalago. So if you're looking to relocate in South Florida, why don't you hit him up and find out more information at pantalago.com. All right then, we have got Greg DeTrey on the water right here and now. So from Palm City in Florida, which is exactly where Pantalago just happens to be. Going through his opening tricks. Tricked 770 points at the June Okehila free event record. Tricked 760 at the Florida States. But probably won't get that far, at least with pass number 1, and will be dependent upon the tricks that he has earmarked on pass number 2. In the Southern Regionals, he tricked 390 points to place in 6th in men's 5 tricks. And he scored 240 points in men's 5 to end up 14th nationally. Probably fair to say that with Greg DeTrey, tricking isn't quite his bag. He's more of a slalomer. Pulling up and back a little bit. That certainly won't help him recover. But going for the 360 spins. Working hard to stay stable. We'll get to his second and final 20-second pass in a moment, but you're looking at him trying to perform the surface back-to-back, and we'll return in just a moment.
And what happens is you tend to want to let go of the rope a little early than you normally would to slow down. Cut through. Yeah, you're good. Sorry.
All right, getting ready. Pass number 2. Okay, it looks like he's put a second ski on, so he decided to go with 1 ski on the opening pass and 2 skis on the second one. So he actually might have a few more tricks to work into the mix. All right, here we go. This is Greg DeTrey coming in on pass number 2. Let's see what he's got. He's got the second ski on, which means that he'll perform some simpler tricks. Probably just more of them. Here he goes. He's got 180s to the back and to the front. Oi, oi, oi. There you go. Stay stable. Keep going. Greg DeTrey out of Palm City in South Florida. about 8 miles away from the nearest beach, which is always nice. And getting as far as the 360s, but nothing more beyond that. So that's Greg Detrey. We'll have a look at the instant replay and see how things are shaped up for him. So take a look at our secondary camera. So. Okay, so our skier on the water is Hutch Haynes from Avon in Connecticut, falling on his two-ski opening trick pass. Apologies for the little technical hiccup, but we've got that situated, and we've got Hutch Haynes getting ready on pass number 2.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
It's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5.
All right then, returning with Hutch Haynes from Avon in Connecticut. He's only tricked once this season, and that yielded 910 points from the Eastern Regional Championships. Looking okay for the first couple of tricks, and there's trick number 3, the wake front. Handling himself pretty well. He fell about halfway through his opening pass of 2 skis. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Oh, and handle coming up a little bit high and contributing to his fall there. But a decent effort there, especially with the Waco to get things up and running. That is Hutch Haynes. Doing okay though, but that was Hutch Haynes with the concluding action in this set of two 20-second passes. We are in men's 5 tricks. Currently on the slalom lake, they are currently on men's 4 slalom. They're down to their final 6 competitors in that division. If you want to check out the slalom, there is a separate webcast for that. But you are watching the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships, the trick and the jump coverage with me, Tony Lightfoot. And here we go, a men's 5 trick. We got Rick Todd. Out of Sacramento in California, this is Rick Todd. His tricked as high as 1,370 points. All right. Slow roll there into that wake back-to-back and the reverse. Yes, throws the fist. He's happy with that. He tricked a 22.20 in the Western Regional Championships, placing himself in 3rd in men's 5. Seems to have an ease about his tricking at this point in the proceedings. So. So it's a skier on the water, Rick Todd, one of our certainly one of our largest skiers in this event. Although having said that, he has a change of diet there in recent times. I actually spoke to him yesterday outside the Conley tent, and recent dietary changes have meant that in the last few months he's been able to shed anywhere up to about 40 pounds of weight just by cutting down on the sugars and the carbs and all that kind of stuff, you know. And that was certainly an eye-opener, and I'm sure that a lot of other people have tried that method in reducing weight, and it works for some, doesn't quite work as well for others. But certainly commend him for his effort and the results he was able to get using that change. Here comes Rick Todd, nicely done with the surface 5 back. There we go with back-to-backs. Keeping the handle tight to the small of his back. Nice surface tricks there. Keeping it going with the surface moves. All right, now fell towards the end with about 3 seconds remaining. So Rick Todd again, and not really pulling so hard to get the ski round, but still managing to use his strength and his positioning to do exactly that. As we continue to roll our way through, Rick Todd out of Sacramento, California, and placed 10th last season in men's 5 with a score of 1,030 points, and we'll see what he conjured up with this performance in all due time. Bear in mind, of course, that these trick scores are being scored retroactively, which means it will take a little bit of time for us to actually get the complete scores. All right, Keith Lindemolder. He'll be skiing in men's 5, and he'll be coming up to us next.
That was 35 off, and he got to 5. Let's see here what he does with this second.
All right, just enough time to tell you about our boat sponsors. We'll see Keith Lindemolder go behind that Mastercraft towboat. And we thank them, alongside Malibu and Nautique, for providing us with the boats necessary to pull in events such as the National Championships, and also for their continued and extended support of tournament water skiing throughout these great United States of America, providing us with the boats in the regional championships, and by extension for many tournaments across the nation, starting with the first competition of the 2022 season, which occurred after the end of the last Nationals at around about this time last year. So Keith Lindenmoulder now. Keith Lindenmoulder, who is the, I believe, the chairman of the board so far as the American Water Ski Association is concerned. Let's see what he has. See what he has. A little bit stiff with his knees to start off with, but managing to get a little bit more knee bend. Coming to us out of Charlotte in North Carolina. Goes there with his knees and executes the line back, but unfortunately not able to recover. Keeping things on a very even keel. Nicely done. Ooh, keeping the handle down for the majority of the tricks that he is producing right now. Tries to go for the wake line back. He goes for the surface line back and line front, not quite as sprightly there. So a skier who has produced upwards of 1,400 points in tricks, and we'll get to see him with his second 20-second pass next. All right, here we go. Charlotte, North Carolina native. This is a Keith Lindenmoulder. Keith Lindenmoulder, who has been instrumental in the effort of having this live broadcast here at the Nationals, not only for this season, but for the past two. Whoa, and going down and out the back. And Keith Lindenmoulder will swim into shore. Just try to recover well off that move, off that, I believe it was the toe wake front. Handle coming up a little bit high. There's the reverse toe back. And then getting the snapper line. And then there is the initial toe side, and down he goes. Unfortunately, there that is Keith Lindenmoulder. We'll go on to our next competitor, who should be Dave Ireland. He'll be skiing next, and there he is, Dave Ireland. coming to us out of Princeton in Texas. Scoring upwards of 1,500 points. It is Dave Ireland. All right, here we go. This is Dave Ireland. Looking okay. There we go. Side slides at the end. A solid looking opening pass there for Dave Ireland. Out of Princeton in Texas. Competed in last season's Good Water Ski National Championships in men's 5, where he placed 7th with his score of 1,040 points. But he'll readily tell you that Tricks isn't his best event out of the 3. Scored 940 points of the regionals and placed 4th. The South Central regionals, which Texas is very much a part of. Good spins. Keeping a good flow, even though his eyes were looking down for the most part, he kept his head up there. And good skiing there for Dave Ireland. And we'll see him on his second pass next. All right, here we go. Here is Dave Ireland. Working his way through these tricks. In a few months, he's going to gain a daughter-in-law in the form of Elizabeth Montavon. His son is Stephen Ireland, and that's going to be in the happy event's going to be in a few weeks. But so far as his performance in the tricks event right here and now, he's definitely had better days. This is Dave Ireland. Just letting the handle get out from his center of body mass. Up weighting with that move, and that kind of set the whole thing crashing down a little bit there as he gets situated in, handle up a little bit high. Okay, there we see Dave Ireland not getting fully stable with that particular move on that trick ski. Here comes Dennis Dones. He is the tournament director for the national championships here, and we certainly thank him and his team for doing a splendid job with these national championships here in Maize in Kansas, the home of the Mystic Lakes Water Ski Club. Line back, going down very, very hard indeed. That is Dennis Dones out of Maize in Kansas. So Dennis Downs just trying to keep everything going. He's set the boat speed up a little higher than the most of the competitors that we've seen so far in this event. tricked 1,710 points. In the Kansas State Championships, he tricked 1,620 to place in 5th in the state championships. In the Midwest Regionals, he placed 2nd in men's 5 with 990. And in last year's Good Water Ski National Championships, he placed 11th, tricking 1,010 points for that distinction. So we're about 8 competitors more from rounding off this second tricks event that we've had so far today.
All right, Jason Staub out of Kansas. He's out of Hayes, Kansas, so I bet you he's pretty familiar, at least with this side.
So here we are. Let's have a look and see, shall we? We've got Dennis Downs.
It looks like he's going to start at 32 off here.
Setting up the boat speed. There's the back. There's the front in tow hold. Reverse tow back. Ooh. Not quite pulling in very, very fluidly, and that results in him falling as he tries to resolve that trick. Just setting himself up there, then he tries to pull, and he ends up pulling the handle up, and he leans away as a result. So falling on that one, that is Dennis Downs, our tournament director here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Now, next competitor up, it is going to be Randy Sturber. Randy Sturber. Randy Sturber out of San Diego, California. He's aged 59, which I believe makes this his last appearance in the men's 5 competition before he goes into men's 6. The Western Regional Championships, he placed 2nd. Silver medal spot with 1,620 points. He's tricked as high as 1,970, and from the looks of things, he probably isn't going to get anywhere close to that this time around, unless a minor miracle occurs. Foot goes out the strap, just a little bit of happy feet there, and unfortunately taking the fall. Will return to his second and final 20-second pass next.
It's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Athlete. Today we'll be talking about one of my favorite tricks, the front flip. Keep in mind I'm doing this for right foot forward skier heel side front flip, but it's the same for left foot forward, just the opposite side. Our first step for a good front flip is all in the load. You want to start with having a lot of load all in your shoulders, and you want to think about the tail of the ski going straight to the bottom of the lake and the tip of the ski pointing straight to the sky. So you load straight back like this. Our second step is off the top of the wake. You want to pull with both your hands, let go with your right hand, bring this one close beside you like a dinosaur and tuck. Our last step will be the landing. As you're coming around, you want to bring your right hand back onto the handle, strong core, soft legs so you can absorb the landing, and look straight ahead so you can spot.
All right then, here we go. This is Randy Sturber. Back and front, trying to redeem himself a little bit. Oh, and going down on that second move. And wow, I want to take a look at that and see how close he was to that buoy. Well, he certainly didn't hit it, although I would probably venture to say he was a little distracted by it, but down he goes. We get ready for our next competitor. That'll be Greg Webb, and he'll be taken to the water next. So Greg Webb. From Loudon in Tennessee.
For everybody at home, I'm Zane Nicholson. I am your announcer here on the Slalom Lake. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. If you want to check out Trick and Jump, I'm on over Lake 2 with Tony Lightfoot. He's got the call over there, but we're down here into the meet.
All right, so Greg Webb is getting ready to rock it. He's tricked upwards of 20 points. In the Tennessee State Championships, he placed second in men's 5 with that score. Looking at last year's scores, at least within the last year in the calendar, scored 1,370 points and to place 5th in men's 5 in last year's Good Water Ski National Championships. All right, so Greg Webb now. Let's see if he can get a little bit higher. He's coming in from about the 7th seed, so he's really going to have to punch above his weight here to get on the podium, unless things that may not be totally in his hands go his way. There we go. He tries to go for either the wake back-to-back or the wake 5 front. That is Greg Webb. So we're about 7 skiers away from concluding the men's 5 tricking competition. Then we'll go headlong into boys 4. So Greg Webb, looking at him once again, he's got good knee bend for the most part, but cased the top of the wake, and that sent him careening into the water. And we'll pick him up and send him in on pass number 2, and we'll see that next. All right, back on. We have got Greg Webb making his way just around that island. Trust me, that boat is on its way back, and there it is, the Mastercraft Pro Star. Right, Greg Webb.
The replay there. That's the opening pass. It's 28
setting
off.
things up.
That is Matt Hines.
All right, let's see what he has. There's the back and the front in toe hold. There's the side. Does he go for the toe wake back? Yes, he does. Probably will expend his toe tricks right there. Foot in the back binding. Does he have anything more? Oh, goes for the wake back to back, and much like the first attempt, hitting the wake way too early, and that's just tripping him up and sending him into the water. So looking at him once again, getting through the toe tricks, then foot in the back. Shouldn't be too difficult for him to do that. Then just jump in the wake a little bit, edge in and then jump in, not always the best thing to do. And that represents his effort in the tricks event. Coming to us out of Roswell in Georgia, this is Patrick Hill. And in the water just a little bit sooner than he anticipated. This is Patrick Hill from Roswell in Georgia. Good start there with the Waco, a good high tempo start. Then he went into the wake back-to-back and got caught up with the wake. And tried to recover there with a surface back, and then the wake back-to-back going from in to out. And that, unfortunately, there represented the reason for his fall, and we will return to him for pass number 2 right after these.
Since 19...
All right, so got Patrick Hill now, whose best trick score of the season is 2,400 points. He tricked 2,030 points to place 3rd in men's 5 in the Southern Regional Championships. There's the back and there's the front in toe hold, the reverse toe back and reverse toe front. Trying to make up for lost points. Fell about 3rd or 4th point trick in with pass number 1. Trying to maintain good compression, good knee bend to the back, wake 5 front and missing the top of the wake, and unfortunately sending him into that fall for pass number 2. Nice skiing up to this point, especially with the toe portion of the run. There, the toe portion out, almost. He gets ready to compress in with the toe back to back and the reverse not quite there, but then he tried to set up, then hit the wake just a little bit too early and unable to grab the handle. That is our previous skier. That is Patrick Hill. All right, here comes a skier who is a legend out of Tennessee. This is Tommy Newman. Out of McDonald in Tennessee. All right. In the Lake Pryor ski party, he scored 25.70 and looking for something of a similar range again. So good skiing. So far, so good. Pass number 1 under his belt. That's Tommy Newman in the Tennessee State Championships. He scored a 4,220 points. So very consistent in the 2,000 point range. Southern Regionals placed second in men's 5 with a 2170 point total, which was just slightly higher than what he produced in the same category last year in the National Championships, where he placed 4th with 2130. So you have a fairly good idea of how consistent he is from one locale and one comp to another. Just keeping consistent with what he's always relied with. Tommy Newman. Don't see too much wrong with that. And there you go. Fist throw, and he's got one more pass to come. So it's halfway done. So, he's now coming back into the course, rubbing his hands there with toe tricks about to start. Waiting to go past that red buoy. There's the start there. Keeping everything going. Wake line back, wake line front. Foot in the back binding, and that's about it. Okay. All right, and I'm looking at his point scores, and he's been very consistent around the 2,400 point range, upwards of 2570. So not much variance there between 2490 and 2570. 80 points difference, as a matter of fact. And you can see how and why he's been consistent in that range, and nothing too spectacular here. Just sensible tricking and making sure that he just doesn't overcook it or under rotate or do it, because basically everything that you've seen him do was pretty much on autopilot. That's Tommy Newman. He'll be back to the dock momentarily. In the meantime, we have got Scott Henderson. All right, the skier on the water is Scott Henderson. Keeping everything flowing forwards. Nicely done. Excellent stuff there for Scott Henderson on pass number 1. A good consistent run, good elevation, keeping the handle very low out of Gardner in Illinois, and skiing in his last men's 5 competition. He would go on to men's at 6 with next year's nationals. And speaking of national championships, last season he tied in 15th spot. That was in a different event, in the tricks event. However, Scott Henderson has tricked upwards of 2440 points to give him a second place finish in the men's 5 competition last season. So looking to try and reclaim that, if not go a little higher. So in the Midwest Regionals, 19-20 points to achieve a first position there, the numero uno spot. Here comes Scott Henderson over the rope and back, foot in the back binding. Now he goes through, and goes through a high degree surface spin. We know not of what he did there with that spin, whether it's going to be a 360 or 540 or even a 720, but we will never know. Taking the fall there. All right, so that is Scott Henderson. We're down to 1, 2, 3 competitors left. Let's see if I can conjure up some scores in men's 5 tricking. We've got some scores for boys 5 tricking in the meantime. And provisionally, Eric Macias is your national champion in boys 5 with 87.80. Carter Reese with 48.60. And Robert Powell in 3rd place with 43.80. Ty Kosick with 43.50, marginally behind. And Jenna Stabel with 4,000 points. So congratulations to those guys with those provisional scores up there on the leaderboard in boys 5. Now we're going to look at men's 5 scores, if I can conjure up those. So men's 5 tricks continuing right along. We've got Jeff Lindsay now. Working his way from one trick to the next. So Jeff Lindsay, originally out of Missouri, but a resident of Texas these days. Yep, Jeff Lindsay out of Martindale in Texas. Martindale is the home of St. Marcos River Ranch that has hosted the national championships on at least one occasion in the last few years. And they've done collegiate nationals, and they'll host collegiate nationals this year. And Jeff Lindsay, I'm sure, will be an integral part of the successful organization of that competition. So, Jeff Lindsay out of Martindale, Texas. He's traveled around a little bit to compete. He's competed in the Nationals last year, where he placed 6th with an 1,160 point total. That's the lowest extent of his scoring because he's tricked upwards of 2,890 at the Holy Cow Cup. That was this season. And so far as the South Central Regional Championships was concerned, he is the men's 5 regional champion, and he scored 1890 for that distinction. That is Jeff Lindsay. We're down to 3 competitors to go, including Jeff, to determine the destiny of the men's 5 tricking title. And we'll check on him in just a moment as he makes his way around the island.
Coming in, this is pass 1, 28 off. Got a really good looking style here.
So far as tricking points are concerned, we'll get some of those out, but currently in the lead is Rick Todd with 1480, 1420 for Keith Lindemulder, David Island with 1360, Dennis Downs with 1,200, and Hutch Haynes with 1120. Those are the top 5 scores as we see them at this time. Still got a whole bunch of others to come. Here we go. Let's see what Jeff Lindsay's got. wake line back, line front, and line back, the opening step sequence for pass number 2. Absolutely fantastic skiing. There's a wake 5 front, a little bit short on the top, but managing to get the job done on pass number 2. That is Jeff Lindsay. Resident these days in Martinville in Texas. Looking in great shape there with pass number 2. We'll look at the instant replay one more time.
Stood him up, but having to take a double pull out there, it's going to make this pass look a little shaky. Maybe we can get the replay to rewind far enough back to the pull out that we can break down kind of what Paul did, because he really messed up the gate.
All right, so as Jeff Lindsay, we're looking at his instant replay with that 5 front, not looking bad at all. We've got Marty Gray now for the wake line 5 front, which he does. Good switch from one side to the next. Wake 5 front. Here's your wake 5 front, reverse it into the wrap, wake 5 back. As he comes back, we'll have a look at the instant replay.
Happened there on his gate, but we're going to give style points. I'm nitpicking. So he made it through 32 off. We will shorten the rope up, bring it back 35
So
off, see if he gets a better gate.
the skier on the water now, Marty Gray. Good setup to this point. Look at that 5 front, then out with the 5 back. Maintaining good line control. Goes for the ski line back, and unfortunately coming up a little short. And there we go, that's Marty Gray from Fort Worth in Texas. And we will rejoin him momentarily.
Look at the gate, much better than the time before. You saw him pulling away from the boat when he turned in at 32. And having the tailwind push him a little bit.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Here comes Marty Gray on his return pass. See what he has. Looks like it's a toe 7 front, it's looking like. Keeping the handle close to his standing leg. Toe 5 front. Oh, and getting out of sorts there with the toe 5 front, losing his balance. Some good toe turns to start off, including the toe 7 front. Although a little skittish there. I think he had a consistent rotation from front to front, so 450 points at the very least will go his way as a result of the opening trick. And then getting in all sorts, and then out the back, and that leaves the way clear for our next competitor. It will be Mark Bedso, our very last competitor out in men's 5 tricking. And we'll check up with him in just a moment.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, here we are. On to our last competitor in the tricks event in men's 5. And he has been a top seed in this division and for quite a while now. Whether it be men's 4, men's 5, he's always been amongst the top echelon trickers.
Okay, so weird.
Mark Bedso from Orlando in Florida. So he's not tricking or competing himself. He's managing the Rollins College water ski team over there in Winter Park. And doing a smashing job there and on top of the water as well. So in great shape there on the opening tricks there, keeping the handle firmly pinned down. The 5 front. And then the 5 front reverse, and he will spin out after he re-establishes his original position.
Out of Oklahoma, he's another one of
And then
boys here.
then does the inverted wake ho, then does the backflip and just about manages to slap that ski down, and then the reverse as well. So there we go, that's Mark Bedso. We'll see him in the tricking course in just a moment after he's transitioned to toe tricks.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
All right, so the remaining schedule of events. We're on men's 5 tricks. We'll have boys 4 tricks coming up next. And then we'll go on to girls 5 tricks before we go into the jump event for boys 5. And open women, open men, and international men. Mark Bedso. Had the pleasure of training with him and Corey Picos in the latter part of the 1980s, early part of the 1990s, and when they were still training partners over there at Eagle Lake, a little ways outside of Winter Haven. Scored 62.30 in the fluid, a full record in 2021. I doubt whether he will score as much this time around, although he does get quite deep into his toe pass. Grabs onto the handle for the toe wako, and just not hitting the wake late enough to get the spin and the elevation. All right, we'll get his score in a moment. Or in a few moments beyond that. Britton Barrage now. Boys 4 tricks. So out of San Antonio in Texas, Britton Berridge. Oh, getting quite deep on that pass, but not enough to fully take advantage of it. 540 points was his score. His best score of the season at the LCQ for the Nationals at San Marcos River Ranch. So pretty recent with that. And South Central Regional Championships, he placed 6th in boys 4 with a 440 point total. And we'll rejoin him right after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, making the turn around the island. It's Britton Berridge.
Looks like he's going to start at 28 off, so not going to take
So setting the boat speed.
that our last skier did. I thought maybe looks like he got 2.5 and maybe get these guys to start at a
Right, let's see what he's got for the second and final 22nd pass. He fell pretty early on the first one. We'll see if he can redeem himself a little bit with this attempt at pass number 2. A little bit of up weight there with the 540-degree surface spin. And staying up on top of the water and not electing to trick much more than that. All right. Keeping, and he just says to the boat, no more tricking. So we'll cut away from that and go on to our next skier, who should be Anthony Sheldon. All right, and we'll continue right along with our competitive tricking in boys 4. Anthony Sheldon is slated to ski next. Glad to have you on board with the tricks event. I'm Tony Lightfoot. And we certainly have had some great competitive action in this event and also in the jump, which have been okay. So looks like we've got a scratch so far as Anthony Shelton is concerned. It's going to be Sawyer Hutto is our next competitor. From Snowmass Village in Colorado. In the Western Regional Championships, he placed 5th with 1,180 points to his credit. Here comes Sawyer Hutto. Oh, and falling on the very first trick there, Sawyer Hutto. Good elevation, but just not a hard enough grip on the handle. And we'll see him on the second and final 22nd pass next.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right then, continuing to work our way along. Sawyer Hutto going down on the first trick on the first pass. So anything he does now, so far as a point total goes, will mean that all his points will come from pass number 2. We will see what we shall see with Sawyer Hutto.
Get into the open women. Just had Mr. T Whisper, Terry Winter out walking around the lake. I'm looking forward to seeing him ski. He's got one of the coolest styles that you will see on the slalom ski.
All right, let's see. Checking in with Sawyer Hutto.
Killer slalom. We've got open women's slalom next and open men's slalom. But right now, we are in to our last 2 skiers here at men's 4 slalom.
All right, foot out of toe into the back binding, and now all tries to go for the wrap. All goes for the line back instead. Manages to miraculously survive those. And there you go. That is Sawyer Hutto out of Snowmass. All right, so from Snowmass Village, he tricked 1,180 points. We'll have a look at his second and final pass in just a moment. Here it is. All right, so looking at Sawyer Hutto again as we work our way in towards the 1/4 mark of competitors slated to go in the boys for tricking discipline. Boys for tricks will be going on, and then we've got girls 5. And then that will represent the the entirety of the tricks events that we'll have today before we go into the jump. There we go, there's the Surface 5 back. Our skier on the water is Reed Treadway. All right, seems to be pretty satisfied with that effort. That is Reed Treadway. So from Lake St. Louis, who has tricked 1,290 points as his best score of the season. The Midwest Regionals ended up in 3rd place, having scored 780 points. And he is the boys 4 Missouri State water ski champion in tricks with 790 points. All right, looking out at the lake, we see Reed Treadway. So, Reed Treadway with pass number 2, toe tricks, and unfortunately going down rather early there on pass number 2. We'll take a look at this instant replay. We'll see where his weight distribution was on that ski. He got to the back and to the front. He got the points for those 2 tricks, no doubt. Got the reverse toe side slide. Oh, and just pulled himself towards the back, and he wasn't going to get back from that one. So, next skier on this list is going to be Connor Pesic. We'll see him next. All right, Connor Pesic now, out of the South Central region.
Oh, no, and he is going to go down around 2:38. So.
Out of Buda in Texas, specifically. All right, so getting all the way through on pass number 1, that's Connor Pesic. 5th place, 5th ranked skier out of the South Central region in boys 4. Tricked 1,140 points, which appears to be more or less his average score. He scored as high as 1430 in the Capital Area Slalom Series kickoff around the Austin, Texas area. So very, very sound skiing there from Connor Pesic. He's got one more pass in which to try and bump up some score above that.
Pressure's on. He knows what he has to run. This is your last skier. Got a couple other people in the chat. Somebody in here rooting for CC. So you've got somebody rooting for your next skier. He is your top seed. From California, so
here is Connor Pesic. Jump, pass number 2. There we go, going for his back-to-backs. He got through pass number 1 with a fair amount of success. Here's Connor there with the 5 front, throwing in every trick that he knows to do. A little bit disjointed that run, but effective nonetheless. That is Connor Pesek skiing all the way to the dock for his effort there out on the trick course. That is Connor Pesek out of Buda in Texas, which isn't too far outside the Texas state capital of Austin. Buda is quite closer to the Aquaplex, which is situated towards the south of Austin. All right, with Connor Pesek done there with his 2 22nd runs, we've got Ryan Wentz. Ryan Wentz is next.
This is 32 off. It's a little more, it's a little more popular here in this men's 4 division. I hadn't seen it much in the past few days, but CC Brown making his way through that pass.
All right, there's our next competitor out of Magnolia in Texas. So we still got that Lone Star feel about this tricks event at this stage. It is Ryan Wentz, and we'll come back to him in just a moment. All right, so we've got Ryan Wentz now getting set in out of Magnolia in Texas, age 14. South Central Regional Championship, placed 4th with 1,360 points. Placed 3rd in the Texas State Championship with 1,220 points. And there's tricked no less, well, there's only one instance where he's tricked under 1,000 points, and that was in the Texas State Championship in one of the rounds. The first round where he tricked 980 points, and everything else has been a grand or higher. Right, here we go. This here is on the water Ryan Wentz. Ooh, and leaving himself exposed there with the wake back-to-back. And taking the fall there with about the 3rd or 4th trick in on pass number 1. We'll have a look at this. Backs and fronts and reverse back and reverse front. Then went with the surface back-to-back. Wake back-to-back, the original one, and then here comes the reverse. And then just landed and just stopped completely. We will see the rest of his performance coming up next.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
All right, then welcome back, folks. Ryan Wentz is out in the water right now. He's getting ready for pass number 2, having fallen about 5 tricks in to pass number 1.
Here we go. Got a good looking 1. What can you do with it at 2? He's a little deep out of 2, and that's going to be all she wrote.
All right, looking at the dock side, we should see the likes of Fletcher Hutto and Cole Welfringer, along with Colton. Ooh, and he actually fell on his way towards pass number 2. So I believe that was an out of course fall. The officials are discussing this at the moment, but we'll return with more information in just a moment.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
All right then, so it looks like Ryan Wentz is done with his performance, so we're going to go on to Fletcher Hutto. All right, here is Fletcher Hutto with pass number 1 coming up.
Cold in the tailwind. Let's see what they got. Bringing the handle a little bit high here, but looking pretty good as he's making his way down the course. Late at 4, can he get outside of 5? Got around 5, but
Okay, watching him. This is Fletcher Hutto, who scored a 1,450 points out of the Western Regional Championship. Oh, and a little bit aggressive there with that line back about halfway through the run. So looking at Fletcher Hutto with pass number 1, just doing well to pass the handle on the small of his back for a good few of those rotations, and then he tried the line back straight-legged on his standing leg and on his stepping leg, and we'll return to him in just a few.
underneath the soles of my brand new parachute. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a
All right, returning to action there with the tricks event as Fletcher Hutto started with his toe tricks. We'll see the opening tricks on the instant replay for that pass, and just as well because he fell about 4 or 5 tricks into that run. We'll take a look at the instant replay. There's the back and the front. Goes with the toe side. We'll have a look and see what he did with the toe wake back. And then he turned to the front, then all out of sorts, and then in the drink there. So that is Fletcher Hutto, and we'll be back momentarily. All right then, Cole Winfringer getting ready. Boys 4 tricks. Let's see what he's got. Coming to us out of Wamego in Kansas. And going through his surface turns, not looking bad for the most part. Oh, and tries the 7 front to front, and coming up a little bit short. His best score, one of his best scores of the season, is 1,700 points, and produced that at the Mocan pick and choose team competition. And in the state championship, he scored 1,430 points, a little off the boil with the Midwest Regionals, where he placed in 4th in a boys 4 with a score of 690. But we'll see if he's got some measure of redemption with pass number 2 as we see him go through the furthest extent on pass number 1. There we go with the surface spins coming up short on this one. Tries the 7 and drops the handle. We'll be back with him shortly. All right, moving on, we've got on the water Cole Winfringer out of Wamego in Kansas, aged 15. So I believe in his 2nd season of competing in boys 4 competition. Look at him go. Good wrap there, and good rotation. A little bit stunted there. There's the surface 7 and the reverse surface 7. Now, does he have a flip of some sort? Well, he does, but unfortunately will not ride that one out. So that is Cole Winfringer with his attempt at the backflip. Certainly worth a try if you don't have much in your arsenal so far as tricks are concerned. 500 points out there for the backflip should you land it. Just look in once again at Cole Winfringer. Just going from one trick to the next. Then tries the back flip. Good edge. Gets the rotation, just not enough up the wake to give him the sufficient height necessary to go through that move. Okay, Colton Buka. Colton Buka, who, if my memory serves me right, comes to us out of Milford in Indiana. And tricked as high as a 1640 this season. Last year's Nationals in Boys 3, he placed in 15th with a score of 1,420 points. And consistently tricking as high as about the 1,500 point mark in the season so far. So not looking too bad. In the Ohio State Championship, he scored 1,310 points for a silver medal spot. A little off the boil in the Midwest Regionals last week. A fifth place score with fifth place placement with 550 points. Just working his way through this one, and not doing too badly for the most part there with the wake back to back. So just looking to keep everything dialed in. There's the wake front, and we'll see him in a moment. This is Colton Buka. Here comes Colton Buka. Back and front, side slide. There's the reverse. I don't think he has too many toe tricks in his bag, but here comes the last of them, I believe. There's the toe strap, comes up. There we go. Line back and over rotate with the back leg, the stepping leg, and down he goes. So the first part of the run, or at least the opening part of this run, didn't look so bad. Getting through the opening tricks of toes, not too badly. Just worked his way steadily from one trick to the next in toes, and then when it came down to the line tricks, not too much. All right then, that is Colton Buka, skier in the boys 4 division. right, on the water right now, coming to us out of Lillington in North Carolina. This here is Landis Ella. Tricking pretty neatly so far. All right, working his way and doing a fine job there in boys 5 tricks. This is boys 4 tricks, I beg your pardon. That is Landis Ella, who's tricked upwards of 1,820 points. He scored 1,690 points in his North Carolina State Championship effort for a second place finish there. In the Eastern Regional Championships, which he elected to go to instead of the Southern Regionals. He tricked 1,080 points for a non-placement, and in last year's National Water Ski Championships, the 79th Goode Water Ski Nationals, he placed in 14th in boys 4 with a 1,410 point mark. And we'll return to him right after this. All right, here we go. Landis Ella. Our 10th seeded skier coming into this event in boys 4. There's 9 more skiers to come after Landis. Surface spin. 720. Does he go for more than that? There's the 540 spin. Back. He doesn't go for the reverse. And I think he's out of time anyway. So Landis Ella. Commendable effort there from him. Out of Lillington in North Carolina. Age 15. And a great effort there with toe tricks at the beginning. And then filled up the remainder of his pass using some hand surface spins. But there you go, that is Landis Ella. Looking at him on the end of the pass. Okay, going through the spins towards the end. And that represents the balance of the run as we get ready for our next competitor, who should be Corbin Pierce. Out of McDonald in Tennessee. See if he can get up with a decent point scoring tricks. And Corbin Pierce, who in the Tennessee State Championships this year scored 1870, which was exactly the same score that gave him a 13th place finish in boys 3 last season at the 79th Goode Water Ski National Championships, 1870 there. He was in boys 3 then. He's in boys 4 now. And he's hasn't been tricking all that much this season, granted. In the Southern region, he placed 4th with 1,610 points. But probably won't be approaching that point score because of this full And with that, we'll step aside and we'll return to him momentarily. Okay. All right, rocking away. We've got Corbin Pierce. We're less than 10 skiers away from rounding off the boys 4 tricks. And then we've got girls 5 tricks before we go on to our jump events in boys 5, open women jump, open men's jump. And then we'll end off with international men's jump with a couple of jumpers from Australia. bplayfuel.com. Vote now for your matches that are present here and now. bplayfuel.com. All right, let's have a look and see, shall we? We've got on the water Corbin Pierce setting the boat speed up right. Boys 4 tricks. 20-second starts on his first motion, which has happened. We're almost halfway done with 10-second, and falling almost at that point on a surface back-to-back, and just wasn't really feeling it there with the hand tricks, I surmise. It's Adam McDonald in Tennessee, and aged 14, his first appearance in the Nationals in boys 4. This is Corbin Pierce. I'm sure that this isn't the last that we'll hear of him. And going down and in a mush. And then we will continue on with our next competitor. Now, our next competitor didn't compete in the jump event yesterday. I think he was a scratch. All right, skier on the water now is RJ Tedder. RJ Tedder out of Homewood in Alabama. Keeping the handle close there with the surface turns, 540-degree spins, some 360 spins, and just like that, it's a 20-second run and getting everything that he needed there. RJ Tedder out of Homewood in Alabama. He skied in boys 3 last season as well, much like Corbin Pierce. 21.60 in the Southern Regionals this time around for a 3rd place finish. Last year he tricked 2040 to place 11th in boys 3 last season. Doesn't trick very much. But when he does, it's about he averages about 1,500 points. Looking at some of the tournaments that he's completed in this season. And there we see RJ Tedder getting through pass number 1. Now looking forward to seeing what he does on pass number 2.
anybody's wanting to look at school, you definitely know who you can reach out to. But Allie Drake, new Florida Southern College moccasin. As we see them getting the rope tied.
All right, watching and waiting on RJ Tedder coming into the course on boys 4. Let's have a look and continue to monitor the situation with RJ Tedder. Nice step in motion. Just keeping very, very stable. Hitting the weight. So, getting through that second and final 20-second pass. Very, very stable with these tricks, especially the surface turns. So many pitfalls that could rear their ugly heads with those surface turns, but by the same measure, the step turns could also provide a few trapdoors, but he seems to have avoided all of those. RJ Tedder with these moves, just going slowly from one trick to the next, without too much wasted energy. And RJ Tedder, don't see too much wrong with that. His first foray at national championship level into boys 4, and just getting through it, no worries there. Byron Withrow is next. And he is our 7th seeded competitor.
Get yourself some. I'm not sure if they're on to lunch yet or if they're still on breakfast.
Does your hair ever get messed up, dude? Huh? Does your hair ever get messed up? Not often. Dude, I was looking at you, I'm like...
All right, so...
Wet. Yeah. That's the hope. Yeah. That's my hope and jump.
So now we've got Byron Withrow. We get into the nitty-gritty towards the higher echelon trickers. Byron Withrow comes to us out of Scott in Arkansas, is our next competitor, and we'll return right after these. All right, here we go. We've got Byron Withrow. Setting the speed with toe tricks to start things off. Wind a little bit behind him, so wise to go with toe tricks to alleviate the need of pulling, over pulling on that line to do these spins. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Good effort there. Toe back and toe front. Oh, and going down there, that is Byron Withrow. About 2/3 the way into his run there on pass number 1. Nice tricking up to that point. Just very, very cagily going from one trick to the next. That's Byron Withrow. Scored 1,720 points for a 3rd place finish in Boys 4 in the South Central Regional Championships. Scored 2180 to finish 9th in Boys 3. This competition is this season, is first one in boys 4. And we'll see how he recovers after this fall that we'll see around about now with that reverse toe back-to-back in just a few moments.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, rocking away here at the 80th Goode Water Skiing National Championships, and sending this webcast to all corners of the world. So whether you are watching us in either Adelaide or Amsterdam, Darwin or Denver, Lagos or Las Vegas, Santiago or Seoul, yes, you're watching this live, the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Great to have the pleasure of your company. I'm Tony Lightfoot with the Tricks and the Jumping events. And right here and now is Byron Withrow with his second and final 20-second pass.
So as we wait to bring Sage Pockbecker back in as we 32 off, I did just find out, I believe that our first skier, Elizabeth Hall, had an injury of a dislocated finger. So yeah, so she did that and was skiing with it. I don't know if she got hurt in junior or what, but I'm finding out she dislocated finger.
Oh, and Byron Withrow sending it there with the back flip, and unable to continue tricking. But he certainly threw it out there, no worries there. Just having trouble keeping up with him a little bit, and Byron Withrow started up with a little bit of a warm-up with the wake jump, and then wake back, and then just holding it all together with the handle run. There was the wake front, nice little bunny hop there, and then just absolutely just sent this one. Handle up high on the landing, but that wasn't too much for him to handle. The reverse surface 3, however, a little bit suspect there. All right, we'll return and turn the page to our next competitor. It should be Jaden Eade next. All right, Jaden Eade is our next competitor to take to the water right now, coming to us from Claremont in Florida. So Jaden Eade from Claremont, Florida. As I just mentioned, we're just getting some scores here. His record so far this season has seen him get as high as 3,930 points. He's backed it up with scores of around the same ilk with the Polk City Open on his home side at Lake Grew. Surface O, and a good looking effort there. We'll look at the instant replay. We'll pop that up onto your screen right here and now. He opened up with what I believe to be a wake 5 back, just managing to get that ski all the way around. Handle to his hips and goes from side to side with no stall or delay in motion. There's the 5 front, and here is the reverse of that particular move. We'll see what else he has. There is the Waco, a little edge out, just that should precipitate the next move for him, which is the backflip. Managing to hold that ski far enough underneath him to get round a surface 3, and 20 seconds should expire at that point, and we will return right after this.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a friend.
Hey, why'd you do that? Hey, you absolutely crushed one ball, and you look good. I'm saying, you look good.
All right then, so here we go. We've got Jaden Eade. Here we go, Jaden Eade, a second pass, standing up on pass number 1. We'll see what he can do on pass number 2. Oh. Look at that. Good, solid effort with the toe tricks. A little bit cagey from one to the other, but making it about 2/3, 3/4 of the way through that pass anyhow.
Watch the reach here. She reaches, the handle gets it out level to the same level as the shoulders, and it allows the hips to swing up under the line. And yeah, good strong.
So looking at Jaden Eade on his second and final 20-second pass, and looking in very, very good shape up to a certain point, and going down on the toe wake trick towards the end, which will represent the extent of his effort. We'll cut live to Wesley Blair. Looks like we got a scratch on Vito Bloyer, so Wesley Blair is on the water now. So Vito not able to ski after the events of yesterday. Oh, and just getting in all kinds of trouble there. So looking at these tricks there from Wesley Blair, who is our third from last competitor out. I believe we saw his brother a little bit earlier on in the competition in the boys four tricks, or I did at least see a Blair on this list in boys 5, as a matter of fact. But the Blair family certainly very, very impactful from North Carolina. And we will check in with Wesley Blair in just a moment. All right, then, back on with a continuing action. We've got Wesley Blair coming up on pass number 2. And Wesley Blair, who has tricked upwards of over 4,000 points in the regionals that preceded this competition. In the Southern Regionals, Wesley Blair was able to conjure up a performance of 37.90 in the boys 4 division. Here comes Wesley Blair right now. Ooh, a little bit shoulder heavy with that one. Old back roll there, the back flip. There's the reverse of it. Side slide or 2 right there, although that was more of a hop to the side rather than the side itself. All right, so that's Wesley Blair coming through with the goods there with that particular run. I actually did have some scores for you as we look at Wesley Blair go through with this particular run. So the top 5, as it looks like right now, with the provisional scores that we have, show that Byron Withrow has totaled 21.90, RJ Tedder with 18.40, Cole Wilfringer with 15.80, Landis Ella with 15.60, only marginally behind, and Connor Pesic with 13.70. Represent your top 5 competitors. And you can find all of these results at waterskiresults.com, waterskiresults.com. All right, we're down to our final 2 or so competitors in the boys 4 trick. We've got Jaden Stable on the water now. Here's Jaden here. Comes to us out of Chico in the northern part of the Golden State of California. Yeah, and going down at about the 20-second mark, so I don't think he would have lost an awful lot as a result of that hit there. So looking at a few of these moves, Jaden Stable. Right, and looking towards the end, and we will return with more skiing courtesy of Jaden Stable right after these.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, Jaden Stable now. Let's see what he has on pass number 2. Oh, quickly spun out with the toe 5 back. Almost wasn't able to get the last third of that trick completed because he was so quick out. Tricking into a slight wind, which will keep the line tighter than what he's typically accustomed to. However, he's still there. Oh, he's pitted out. Oh, and tries to recover there from that toe into wrap. Tried to grab the line to go for the toe Waco. And going down as a result, that is Jaden Stable, and he'll lose a whole bunch of points compared to what he would ordinarily expect to go should he have gone through that run. And out of Chico, California, and age 14, that is Jaden Stable in his first full season in Boys 4. Last season, he tricked 42.10 for a second place. And in the Western Regional Championships, he scored a 4,290-point total prior to these nationals. So there, he went for the rope, didn't go high enough. Then he got pitted outside the wake, and down he went. So that was Jaden Stable. We got 2 competitors to go. We got Jake Abelson, but before him, Gage Kaprovic. And Gage right now is approaching the course right here and now. Gage Kaprovic. All right, so here comes Gage, and his best this season was 51.70 at the South Central Regional Championships. Boys 4 trick, it's age 15, which means that next season he'll be in Boys 5, and he wants to try and end off his campaign in Boys 4 with a flurry. Look at him go. Toe wake back, toe front. Yeah, getting through those toe tricks, looking very strong as a matter of fact. And keeping a good pace out there. Competed in the Junior US Open where he got a 4th place finish with a 3,510-point mark. Competed in the Can-Am Team Challenge for Team USA, where he placed 1st in his trick division with 26.60 in this current season. The current season that runs from just beyond the end of the national championships to where we are currently with the nationals. So Gage Kaprovic. So working his way through pass number 1 and getting ready for pass number 2, and we'll see that next. All right, so as we work our way through, just in case you guys are wondering, so far as national records are concerned, in this newly established division that is Boys 4 for skiers aged 14 and 15 years of age inclusive, there are 2 records that are benchmarked. So basically back in 2020 where these new categories were created, the decision was made to benchmark the records Two of them still are benchmark because their performances haven't been exceeded since the time that this division was created. The one that isn't benchmarked is the 11,450 point mark that Jake Abelson currently holds from back in September of last year. And guess who is skiing last out?
All right, back on the water, we got Erica Lang.
Let's see what Gage Gaprovic can do by way of establishing a target right here. Look at him go. Here comes Gage Gaprovic. There's the backflip. There's the reverse. Does he have anything more? Twists away. Flip twist to the front. Oh, and goes down hard with the 360 spin on the outside of the wake. Ooh. Yeah, that would leave a mark for most people. But for Gage Gaprovic, it's just water off a duck's back. So Gage Gaprovic from San Antonio, Texas, age 15. So probably the last time that we'll see him in Boys 4. But certainly getting a good rotation off the wake there with that backflip. Handle coming up a little bit high. He's certainly showing us some good balance. Getting pitted forward there with the flip twist back to front. Oh, and just tripping over his own ski with that final move. All right, we're on to skier number 1. This is Jake Abelson. Coming to us out of Holderness. From Holderness in New Hampshire. This is Jake Abelson, the current and only national record holder in Boys 4. Look at this, keeping everything. Look at that toe wake line O. Toe wake line back to the front. Toe wake, he bulks out on the toe wake line 5 back. He goes for the toe wake back to back, toe wake line back to backs. A good effort there towards the end. And that might have just put paid to his chances of scoring over the 11,000 point total that he would have needed to have reset the national record. But once again, just look at these tricks. Just absolutely splendidly executed. His current national record in Boys 4 is 11,450. There you go. Just how casually he goes through these tricks. Just one after the other. Shorts and a t-shirt on. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? Toe wake line back to back. He bulked out on doing the toe wake line 5 back after he performed the toe wake line O. And there is Jake Abelson, and we'll see his return pass in just a moment. All right, then, continuing to go right along with Jake Abelson. We've got Boys 4 tricks coming up to a final conclusion. And Jake Abelson, I'm sure he'd want to try and conjure up a pass of hand tricks that will fully display and highlight the effectiveness of that new trick ski that he currently has on his foot right now, the new Goode Avalon trick ski that was developed with him in mind, along with the likes of Richard Abelson, his father, and Jimmy Seamers. and Martin Coleman as well. So all of those are luminaries in the field of tricking behind that new design. And actually, rather significantly, that ski does actually has some asymmetrical grooves that are put into the bottom for stability. So for those of you that want to check that out, there's actually a video on goodskis.com that will tell you all about that ski. And remarkably, Jimmy Seamer's a member of the NCWSA Hall of Fame, and a former world champion from back in the day, took a venture out on a 41.5-inch model of those, and was still able to perform at a very high level with the flips that he was able to do. So this is Jay Cableson. Here he comes. Opening trick. Flip twist back. Here he comes. There's the front flip. Boom, hits that one. Front flip again. Does he go for more? Flip twist back. There we go. Half jack to the front. Does he slow up for the ski line 5 back? Yes. Ski line back to back to the front. Ski line O to the back. Ski line 5 front. Oh, brilliant skiing there from Jay Cableson from start to finish. Is it going to be enough to exceed 11,450? We'll find out. But it's certainly going to be very, very close to being in excess of 10,000 points with that effort. The bronze medalist from the World Championship from the Visit Lake County, Florida IWWF World Water Ski Championship from 2021. And just look at how flexible he is on that ski. From one trick to the next, just bam. Just the front flips themselves would be enough to crunch you into a pretzel. And he just sticks them right there and just continues moving along. Lands his front flips like most trick skiers land a 5 front on a simple hand-to-hand trick. Look at him go. Ski line 5 front, a little bit of a bulk towards the end there, but nicely done. That is Jay Cableson. That is a true performer. Girls 5 tricks, Natalie Pfister. What can she do to follow that? Going through the initial surface tricks, Natalie Pfister. A good effort there. Not too many tricks in her arsenal, but she tricked 1,120 points to place 5th in Girls 5 in the Southern Regionals. And whilst we wait for her pass of a second pass of tricks, let me see if I can update some scores for you in the boys floor competition with 4 scores outstanding. We've got updated scores. Jaden Eade with 42.40. These are provisional scores, by the way. Jaden Stable with 35.90. Wesley Blair with 35.60. Byron Withrow with 21.90. RJ Teeter with 18.40. Cole Wilfringer with 15.80. Alice Landis Ella with 15.60. Connor Pesic 13.70. Colton Buka 13.50. Corbin Pierce 1,300. Fletcher Hutto 1,060. Reed Treadway 1,020. And the remaining 3 scores feature Sawyer Hutto with 710, Britton Berridge with 650, and Ryan Wentz with 570. Back on the water with Girls 5, this is Natalie Pfister. Coming to us out of South Carolina, specifically Lexington. And going down on that one Looking a little bit disappointed with the effort there on the surface. Just rolling her head round and just losing a little bit of her equilibrium out there on the water. And a little stiff with the knees, and I believe as she tried to do the surface 360 or the surface 5, getting a little bit pitted and allowed the rope to get away from her body just a little bit too much on that 5 back, resulted in the fall. Alexis Mishler is our next competitor. All right, and we'll return right after this. Okay, here we go. Our next competitor up is Alexis Mishler, whose best score this season has been 15:30. Out of the Midwest region from Milford, Indiana, where she tricked 940 for a 4th place finish in Girls 5 in those championships. Midwest Regionals actually took place here last week, as a matter of fact. Nice skiing. Decent skiing there from Alexis Mishler going forward. So keeping the handle nice and tight into her body, going through these tricks one after the other, and just being very deliberate with them.
Had a ton of fun watching her 2 boys ski this weekend, Dash and Ridge. It's been quite fun watching the kiddos get out there and rip. Now we're going to get to see Mom go out there.
All right, so we're looking for her to come back into the course with a 20-second and final 20-second pass. Alexis Mishler, age 16, out of Milford in Indiana.
Mom and Dad, and it's another family that's got Mom and Dad skiing with the kids. So let's see that we got Karen Truelove coming in. She'd be 28 off. Oh, she got some slack there at the gate. See that wind catching those skiers there on this gate shot.
All right, Alexis Mishler, pass number 2. Trying to redeem herself a little bit with the tricks that she missed, like that 5 back. Wake back to back. And it's reverse. Still there, and taking a big hard fall there with that effort there. That is Alexis Mishler. Our next skier is going to be Emma Wakefield. We're going to see her in just a moment or so.
shout out for Karen. Karen is an alumni of ULM. She is a Warhawk, so it's good to finally see a couple of ours. Oh, and I'm finding out, this is something that I'm learning from my water ski encyclopedia next to Joey Lightfoot. They established the red shirt rule for water skiing. So it does, it allows you to kind of get going.
All right then, so we got Emma Wakefield now coming in on pass number 1. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep with the toe tricks on the opening pass. That's Emma Wakefield, who tricked 1,510 points and got a second place finish in the Midwest Regional Championships, which took place right here last week. Up and over the wake, and I think she fell here on the toe wake front, getting a little bit pitted out. And with that, we will return to her right after this.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right, rejoining us with trick action, we've got Emma Wakefield in the girls' 5 tricks. A total of 10 competitors. We are on competitor number 3 at this time. Emma Wakefield from Center City in Minnesota, age 16. Has tricked consistently into the 4 figures. Her best score is 15-10. Travels across the wake pretty aggressively with that attempt on the wake back-to-back. There we go with wake backs and wake fronts. Steady as she goes, and nicely done. That is Emma Wakefield. So looking once again at Emma Wakefield through this run. Just keeping her elbows closer to her body and making sure that the handle is pretty close there as well.
She can get no worse than a second place medal, depending on what our top seeded skier. She is your world record holder. Penny, national time champion, but Regina Jaquist.
So skier on the water right here, right now, Emma Goldstein. I don't know what happened there, but I think her glove actually caught onto her vest there and prevented her from going into the next trick. This is Emma Goldstein working her way through the wake line back and falling in towards the end there. So Emma Goldstein looking pretty good so far as the opening pass is concerned.
She's another one of these skiers.
And see where she got caught a little bit with the hat. Oh yeah, a glove, the Velcro and a glove just caught onto her vest.
Really cool to see our alumni still here.
Certainly the last thing that you need going on.
Which Regina is year in and year out.
And so not looking too bad, but the line back was a little bit skittish, as was the line front. And then she attempted the wake line back, a little bit short of the edge, and goes down as a result. And we'll rejoin her in just a moment.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right, this is Emma Goldstein coming in on the second pass in just a moment or so. Emma Goldstein coming to us out of Tuscaloosa in Alabama. Working her way through the toe tricks. Best performance of the season with a 16:30 in the JR Memorial Spring Splash record. Oh, and getting hung up a little bit with the wake line back, trying to redeem herself on pass number 2. She tricked 1,380 points to place in 4th in the girls 5 category at the regionals. The Southern Regionals, that is.
Now she's going to move on to running this 39 off here and try to set to break this record. 3 at 41 was set in 2019 West Palm Beach, Florida. So skiing behind the Malibu boat. I know she's sponsored by Malibu, so that is it's also another thing to watch. So we
and then getting a little bit bogged down with that attempt at the wake line back. She tried that on pass number 1 and was unsuccessful here as well. Sierra Klinchich coming in. See her proceed there with the wake back to back. Oh, look at this. Nice. Solid spins, keeping the handle tight, not losing too much in the way of axis. Wake back and wake front. Does she go for the reverse wake back? Yes, and she could have used some of that momentum to do that trick, and nicely done. So Sierra from Caldwell. Klinchuk from Caldwell in Idaho. So in the Idaho State Open, she came through with a total of 1,830 points. In the Western region in girls 5, she placed 4th with her score of 1,050 points this season at the Western Regional Championship. Being from Caldwell in Idaho, as she is from, would frequent the Broadside Harbor facility just outside of Boise.
So Regina Jake was taken first, second place Karen Truelove, third place to Allie Garcia, Anna Gabe getting fourth, and round out the top 5 will be Erica Lang. So we'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back here with our open men's slalom event right after this.
Working our way through these tricks with Sierra Klinchuk. Getting through pass number 1 okay. And we'll see what she can do on pass number 2. Certainly would do her effort in the tricks event to get a somewhat reasonable score, no harm whatsoever, as she can make it all the way through. Little bit out of sorts there with the toe back. Ooh, with the line, getting snagged with the line back. But we'll have a look at her. She got into all kinds of trouble there with the toe 180 to the back. As we work our way to the last 6 competitors in girls 5, we'll definitely see some top-level performers towards the end due to our seeding. We'll have a look. Yeah, and she just went foot heavy on that one. And slaps in the water, and that represents the end of her effort in the girls 5 tricks event. All right, Julia Zollner is next. All right, you good folks out there watching in on the tricks and the jumping competition here on this webcast. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Glad to, as always, to have you watching no matter where you happen to be in the world, near or far, on site or online. This is the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. All right, so we have got Julia Zollner coming up very, very soon. We got a little bit of a delay before we bring her in for some reason. And we will see her first of 2 20-second passes next. Okie dokie, folks. We've got Julia Zollner, our number 6 seed in girls 5 tricks. Julia Zollner, who tricked last season in girls 4, so this is her first season in girls 5. tricked 26.50 in last year's national championships. Has tricked as high as 27.40 this season. All right, Julie, let's wind her up. Come on. Toe wake back. Toe wake front. Reverse toe back to back, reverse toe back to back, reverse. A little partition spin there, but as long as the ski moves, it'll be just fine. All right, Julia Zona on fire there with pass number 1. She fell out, of course. Now, I think the boat will still pick her up and take her in on pass number 2, but we'll see about that. Julia Zona out of Jacksonville in Florida, age 16. So she has this year and next to make an impact on girls 5 before she goes on to women's 1.
Honestly though, with my trick run, as long as everything is in time, I'm not short that many tricks. No, I thought you did great.
Doing an outstanding job there all the way throughout the 20 seconds that she has at her had at her disposal. There you go. All right.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Athlete. Today we'll be talking about one of my favorite tricks, the front flip. Keep in mind I'm doing this for right foot forward skier heel side front flip, but it's the same for left foot forward, just the opposite side. Our first step for a good front flip is all in the load. You want to start with having a lot of load all in your shoulders, and you want to think about the tail of the ski going straight to the bottom of the lake and the tip of the ski pointing straight to the sky. So you load straight back like this. Our second step is off the top of the wake. You want to pull with both your hands, let go with your right hand, bring this one close beside you like a dinosaur and tuck. Our last step will be the landing. As you're coming around, you want to bring your right hand back onto the handle, strong core, soft legs so you can absorb the landing, and look straight ahead so you can spot.
All right then, back with the second and final 20-second pass, wrapped in for something like a Waco, which indeed it is, and looking to continue her pace with the second and final pass of toe tricks, keeping everything on a consistent even keel. Wake line back. Here's the wake line front. Backs, back to back. And in good shape and tries the backflip. Oh, and you know, and the way that she initiates that backflip certainly needs to be looked at again as we work our way up to that point. That is Julie Zona. Good elevation there for the hand pass of wake tricks there from one wake to the other. So, plenty of effort there and plenty of poise with that wake line back and the wake line front, looking very, very stable. Certainly has the baseline balance in order for her to succeed going forwards. And as we look at the tail end of that run, we'll see what Nora Bally can do. Nora Bally. From Axis in Alabama. Working her way through her steps. Step sequence looking in good shape there. Foot in the back binding, now continues on with the balance of her pass. A skier who has scored upwards of 28 to 60, has actually done that 3 times this season. make it a 4th time. I'm just looking at the list of stats here. So she's been very consistent in the Southern Regional Championships, tricked 2,700 points. Now we'll be pulling out towards the right-hand side of the towboat to switch out a couple of things and get ready for our tow tricks. So impressive looking technique, impressive looking stance there on the trick ski. Nora Bally, except for the handle going up high, but then again, I think a lot of that was down to the fact that she may have preempted taking the foot out of the ski a little bit too soon, and she was at least aware and stable enough at that point to avoid any kind of slippage and fall on that particular instance. Aside that was the only error from what I could see. All right then, so we've got Nora Bally on pass number 2, tow tricks. Will be imminent there for her. Here is Nora. Nora Bally from Axis in Alabama. Just a little ways north of Mobile. Okay, reverse tow back, reverse tow front, reverse tow back for the tow back to back, and a little bit skittish there. There we go with the tow wrap in, just a throwaway trick. There you go. That is Nora Bally with a very, very successful effort there. Got through the opening pass of handle tricks and then essentially stood up all the way through on the second one, which is definitely going to be a good shot in the arm so far as her score is concerned. Speaking of scores, let's update you so far as the score is concerned with the final 3 competitors that we had in boys 4 tricks. So Jake Abelson is currently your provisional national champion in boys 4 with 10,510 points. Gage Gaprovic with 5,240. Jaden Eade with 4,240. Jaden Starbo with 3,590. And the end of your top 5, 5th place provisionally for Wesley Blair with 3,560. So now we have got Claire Stern. Claire Stern now. Coming to us out of Groveland in Florida and trains extensively over at ITS, which is just a little ways away, a few miles away from downtown Groveland, and was the site last year of the Visit Lake County IWWF World Water Ski Championships. That is Claire Stern going through pass number 1. And we'll now transition to the second pass of tow tricks. To give you an idea of where she is point-wise, Claire has tricked over 3,000 points in the past. And in the regionals, she has tricked 2,800 points to be the number 1 seed in Girls 5. Is age 17, which means this is her last season of Girls 5 competition before she goes to either Women's 1 or the Open competition.
Got a good looking technique. just moved up from the that boys 5 division into
So Claire Stern, pass number 1 under her belt. And we'll see what she can do on pass number 2 next.
gonna have to run more than 2:38 off if he wants to take the lead here.
Yeah, she is. There's Claire Stern with second and final pass. Toe tricks right here. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Side slide and reverse. Toe into, ooh, and just gets the ski round, but her reaction to that wasn't particularly conducive to her riding that trick out. Claire Stern. So the effort was certainly there for Claire Stern, the execution. She's skiing into the wind, which means she had to pull that much more, that much harder to keep everything working for her going forwards. Claire Stern even had to up weight on a couple of occasions. The line going tight on her with that Toho wrap in, and that was probably a contributing factor to that fall. All right, now, next competitor to take to the water, I believe, is Kendra Nathan. All right then, so scrub that. We've got Elizabeth Hall coming into the course. Out of Newman in Georgia. Oh, look at that. Good solid effort there all the way throughout. No worries there with that little performance. Has tricked over 3,700 points in the past in this season. 3,760 she recorded at the Sunset Lakes Cup, the Masters Last Chance Qualifier, which took place in May. She's backed it up with scores of 36.80 and 31.40 at the Ski Fluid Classic and the Holy Cow Cup, respectively. And there, Elizabeth Hall looks like her nursing a little bit of an injury to her left hand, which is why there was a suggestion that she might not be in shape to compete in the tricks event, but she's decided to give it a good try. And there we go with the toe tricks towards the end. That is Elizabeth Hall out of Newman in Georgia. So in our first season of competitive action in Girls 5, that is Elizabeth Hall. In last year's Nationals in Girls 4, she finished 4th in the tricks event with a score of 2,700 points.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Athlete. Today we'll be talking about one of my favorite tricks, the front flip. Keep in mind I'm doing this for right foot forward skier heel side front flip, but it's the same for left foot forward, just the opposite side. Our first step for a good front flip is all in the load. You want to start with having a lot of load all in your shoulders, and you want to think about the tail of the ski going straight to the bottom of the lake and the tip of the ski pointing straight to the sky, so you load straight back like this. Our second step is off the top of the wake. You want to pull with both your hands, let go with your right hand, bring this one close beside you like a dinosaur and tuck. Our last step will be the landing. As you're coming around, you want to bring your right hand back onto the handle, strong core, Soft legs so you can absorb the landing and look straight ahead so you can spot.
All right there, here comes Elizabeth Hall on the second and final 20-second pass. She's gone through her toe tricks. Let's see what she can do with hands. As a matter of fact, she actually just put a glove on her left hand. We'll see what this is all about with the second and final pass, going through the motions with a lot of the tricks. At the beginning, here's Elizabeth Hall with the second flip. Yes, nails that one. Not too much elevation. Spin on the outside and just unable to get a grip on the competition there. I believe she actually broke a finger in her hand within the last few hours. So that's why we were wondering whether she was going to go out there on the water. It prevented her from slaloming in the open women's competition, but didn't do anything to deter her from tricking in the girls' 5 event. Elizabeth Hall from Newman in Georgia. Her first full year of competition in girls 5. In the U17 Worlds, finished in 31st place with 2,440 points. Looking for an increased point total in the tricks event, and just couldn't really get it to go. All right then, so we now go on to our penultimate skier in the tricks event. This is Kendra Nathan. Out of Canyon Lake in California, this is Kendra Nathan. The latest addition to the Raging Cajun water ski team of Louisiana Lafayette. Kendra Nathan, who took some college credit classes actually, and is already at least will actually enter college as an academic sophomore coming up this season. Kendra Nathan, age 17, from Canyon Lake. The last time we'll see her as a junior skier in these national championships. After this, it will be women's one skiing, if not open women's competition. Coming to us out of Southern California, her personal best is around the 4,500 point area, maybe slightly less. In the Western Regionals, she scored 42.30 for the win in the Western Regionals. We'll see what she can do with pass number 2. She's gotten pass number 1 under her belt very consistently. And with that in mind, we'll step aside and get ready for pass number 2 for Kendra Nathan. All right, back on. We've got the last 2 competitors in girls 5 tricks in the mix. Kendra Nathan, halfway through her performance, she's gotten through pass number 1 very effectively indeed, and pass number 2 will be on the way very, very soon. Then after her, we have Elena Jones coming to us from Lafayette in Louisiana, and already a winner of some major events this season, including her first excursion abroad in San Gervasio. That's for Elena Jones. This is Kendra Nathan, who's competed for country before. There you go. Look at this. Kendra Nathan, toe 5, toe 0, toe wake back to the front. Reverse toe wake back. Solid as you like. I mean, nothing to really really bag on her a little bit there with the tricks. Nothing too much to criticize her for, because I tell you what, she was absolutely on fire from one trick to the next. Kendra Nathan, good solid effort. Is it going to be enough for the title? Well, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we?
Like reaching the hand all the way out at 135, and we'll see what he can do here at 39. Definitely gonna need to.
So as we continue to roll right along here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships here in 2022, where this year we celebrate the 100th anniversary of the sport we all call water skiing. That intrepid man, Ralph Samuelson, 100 years ago this year, decided to take a couple of planks, curve the tips up, find a powerful enough device. Certainly wasn't a boat back then in 1922. It had to have been a seaplane, and just held on to a sash cord and then was pulled up on top of the water, and the rest, as they say, is history. Right, girls 5 tricks coming up to a crescendo now. I'll try and get you some point scores from some of our earlier competitors. This is Elena Jones, the tall, lanky figure, coming to us out of Lafayette in Louisiana. Ooh. Well balanced on that ski. She had to be to get out of that soup. There we go. Toe wake back to back. Toe sides, toe sides. Whew, a palpable sense of relief there from Elena Jones.
Next skier, which should be Landon Gills.
Taking a look at this once again with our instant replay. Elena Jones, more specifically from the little village of Church Point, just outside of Lafayette, Louisiana.
I coach ULM now, so really cool to see our college skiers making it up here into the
Just getting into a little bit of difficulty towards the middle portion of the run, starting here. Oh, those shoulders were almost destined to go backwards, and competing with a bib that a mom used to compete with back in the day. Her mom being Linda Davidson Jones, and she competed on the Cafe de Colombia water ski tour, and Elena Jones, a little bit of throwback action there towards the end of the tricking event. And we'll see what transpires with the second and final pass. It's going to consist of hand tricks.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season, so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
All right then, so continuing right along, native of Church Point in South Louisiana, just a little ways north of the hub city of Lafayette. This is Elena Jones. She scored 4,490 points last season in Girls 4 in the National Championships over at the water's edge just outside Wilmington in Illinois. Took her time to get the foot in the back binding, but is still there on top of the water. Good spins, good rotation. Wake 5 front. Here's the reverse. Wake 5 front into wrap. Wake 5 back. What? No, she bulks on that and does the Waco. Some backs and fronts. A little surface turn action. Is that going to be enough to see her ascend the top rung of the ladder this year? We'll find out. So that is Elena Jones, who scored 42.90 in the South Central Regional Championships to win that division in that region, and has had scores consistently into 4,000 point range, and good skiing there from Elena Jones, who also on top of the many titles that she has achieved this season, actually skied in the San Gervasio Pro-Am Junior Challenge, which she came through and won that event against some very stiff competition in her first ever foray outside of the United States to ski in a pro event. Getting blown over the tip of the ski a little bit towards the end, but there you go. Certainly enjoyed her time in Italy, visited a number of historical locations, and among those was Venice and Milan and a whole bunch of others. And certainly, if you ever fancied going outside the United States to compete in a tournament, I would certainly recommend being a part of the amateur events at San Gervasio, and including some of the other events that TWBC broadcast that have an amateur component to them, such as Caiaphas. So check those out as you get ready and prepared for next season's action, if you are making early plans to re-establish your international travel plans going forward. My name is Tony Lightfoot. I'm announcing for the tricks and next the jump event, and we're getting ready to transition from girls 5 to boys 5 jump, and that will take place in the next few minutes. Do not go away. More action in the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships continues.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers, such as myself, are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
It's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Athlete. Today we'll be talking about one of my favorite tricks, the front flip. Keep in mind I'm doing this for right foot forward skier heel side front flip, but it's the same for left foot forward, just the opposite side. Our first step for a good front flip is all in the load. You want to start with having a lot of load all in your shoulders, and you want to think about the tail of the ski going straight to the bottom of the lake and the tip of the ski pointing straight to the sky. So you load straight back like this. Our second step is off the top of the wake. You want to pull with both your hands, let go with your right hand, bring this one close beside you like a dinosaur and tuck. Our last step will be the landing. As you're coming around, you want to bring your right hand back onto the handle, strong core, soft legs so you can absorb the landing, and look straight ahead so you can spot.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get down to business, tell everyone nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome. This is the jumping event for boys 5. We're about to send out our first skiers in that event in this 16 skier field. In just a moment, there you see a snapshot of the schedule. Boys 5 jump. 16 competitors there. Then we go into open women's jump where there are 8 competitors there. And then in the open men's jump, we have quite a slew of competitors there. About 14 jumpers in open men's, and then 2 for the international men's jump competition. So that should give you a fair idea of where we are so far as the competition goes. We've done with tricks for today. We've gone through boys 5, men's 5, and then boys 4 tricks, all in that order. And yeah, we're in a pretty good shape right now. So far as our schedule is concerned, we're about to launch into the jump event at around about noon time, which is about 5 minutes away, so we might actually be hitting that rather early.
Almost saw a 35 off, so not going to be enough to take the lead there from Dan Warner. Dan Warner, your third skier out on the water today in this open men's event, is still sitting there in the lead.
All right, so Good to have you on board, no matter where you happen to be from. And looks like we have our first skier about to take to the water. It is Victor Maize. Each competitor gets 3 attempts at the ramp. The best distance is the one that carries, and the skier with the best distance is deemed the winner.
We're going to go right along with Dave Wingeter. He is the head at
31-7. Echo, RTV on.
I know. I feel like you got to tell them that, though. We'll get on the red. I've worked for HO for years, so I've had the opportunity to work with Dave throughout the years. Great guy. Really knows his stuff about the water ski. Is always looking to make it better.
All right, so the jump event, getting ready to go off with our first competitor, Victor Maize.
Out there in Washington State. Right now, we got him on the water. We're in Kansas. This is 28 off for Dave Wingeter. Looking pretty good out there on that HO ski.
All right, we're just waiting on our first competitor to be given the green light to go. We've got some open men jumpers towards the end of our list here, which also provides the qualifier for the nighttime portion of this event, which is the America's Cup. Victor Maize on the water as we speak. Victor coming to us out of Leicester in Massachusetts.
One of our skiers that's going to be able to challenge this lead. Last few weren't quite able to get there, so we'll see if Dave gets these passes.
All right, let's have a look at some of the jump scores that he's come through with in the past. My trusty tablet providing me with that information. As he works his way into the jump course, his best this season is a 48-footer or 14.6 meters. And yes, we will be giving you these jump measurements both in metric and in feet, where appropriate. Here comes Victor Maize. Up and lands, and shouldn't have any problems scoring a distance on jump number 1. So a little bit of a crush on jump number 1, but managing to ride out that jump and do well with that. Victor Maize. Boys 5 jump is underway. 16 competitors in this jump event to determine the national champion in Boys 5. There's a view from our camera on the adjacent to the jump in Boys 5. We just wait for the boat and everything to situate itself, as he will make the attempt on jump number 2, Victor Maize.
All right, here we go, 35 off, Dave Wingeter. See what he's got here. Making his way down this tailwind 35. Oh, and losing the handle, and that's going to leave Dan Warner on the top of the leaderboard with 8 skiers left.
Okay, looks like we got 1 or 2 technical issues with the boat, and we'll be back right after this.
water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
It's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right. Okay. We've now that we've sorted out the one piece of fan mail that I have, let's continue on with the event. We've got the boys 5 jumping event. Now Victor Moisen jumped and landed an attempt, but there were some timing issues with that. Now I don't know whether he's going to keep his score, whatever that happens to be, or we're going to start from scratch. But we'll find out about that in just a few moments. And apparently there was a situation with the water on the ramp as well. That's why we actually stayed on that shot for a while. There it is. There's the water on the jump. Well done, Vince. And we have a number of shots on the ramp. There's the surface one, then there's one that goes out towards the landing zone, and then one that goes out from underneath the ramp as well. There you see. And those shots on the ramp have provided us with some spectacular footage over the last few days of that, we tell no lie. Now a towboat making its way around the island, having made a pass up and down. We'll see if any of the issues that came up have been resolved. So apparently there is going to be a rewrite on jump number 1 because no time was recorded. So whatever that distance was, which I think was 47 feet, is not going to go into the record books officially for Victor Maize. But he should feel fairly frisky out there. 47 feet would actually have been his second best jump of the season had it have been officially recorded. All right, so back to the drawing board and back to the very first jump for our very first competitor, Victor Maize, and we'll be able to catch up with him and bring you his official first jump next.
All set. All right, Garrett making his way through this 30-12 half, throwing some huge spray out there, taking a nice early line through 32.
So up on top of the water. His best jump of the season has been a 48-footer that helped him clinch a 3rd place in the boys 5 jumping competition at the Eastern Region Championships. Here we go. All right, officially the first jump for Victor Maize. Out of Leicester in Massachusetts, well inside the eastern region of the United States. Here we go, Victor Maize. Up. That one, I believe, could be a little bit further. Elected to go with 51K or 32 miles an hour for that jump. So there we go on jump number 1 again. Good solid dig, good aggressive edge. Got a little bit of a lower body crush. Lands and rides it out. We'll get the distance momentarily. Distance coming through, 49 feet. 49 feet. That's his best jump of the season. 49 feet or 14.9 meters, actually 0.3 of a meter more than he jumped previously in his entire existence jumping. So first jump landed, new PB, best jump of the season. All right, let's see if he can rock this a little bit more. Here he comes, Victor Maize. Oh, almost. Oh, ow. Got a bit of a whiplash there on the landing there, and landing almost rode it out. Got pulled over the tips of his skis like that. Then tried to take out the slack with just his right hand, but he realized too late that he needed to have his left hand on the handle as well. So no score on a jump number 2, and we'll return to him just in time for jump number 3.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a
Here we go. We've got one last jump for Victor Moisian. There you go, keeping his tips up a little bit more on that last jump. Could it be anywhere close to 50 feet? That's the distance he's searching for, getting over that barrier. Good skiing there all the way throughout, except for that second jump, which was weird in a number of ways. Distance should be revealed to us any moment now. So the jump distance is a 51-footer. It's a new personal best for Victor Moisian. There we go. 51 feet, a brand new personal best, stripping out his previous distance by 3 feet. So now we'll go on to our next competitor. It should be Jenna Stabel, and we will join him just in time for jump number 1 next. So, Jenna Stabel. Try and give you a little bit of information on him. Jenna Stabel comes to us from Chico in California. Has jumped 73 feet in the past. His best jump ever, 22.1 meters off the 5-foot ramp. It's the equivalent of 73 feet. Did that at Broadside Harbor, just outside of Boise in Idaho. And doing that off the 5-foot high ramp. The 5-foot high ramp, or 1 meter 50 ramp, has a slope percentage of 23.5%. Here we go. Turns in. Oh, late on jump number 1, saw more white than red coming off the second wake, and decided he didn't want to have any part of what could have occurred next. Keeping the line tight, then got in the position. Just didn't like the look of that one, so he's going to have to back it up a little bit and see if he can't turn his skis and hit the surface of the jump next.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half-century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
All right, Jenna Starball on pass on jump number 1. We will continue to rock our way forwards with pass number 2, jump number 2. Here we are. We got Jenna Starball. Jump number 2. Let's see if he can set up a little bit earlier on this one. Here comes Jenna. This is a better setup, having to push to actually make it onto the jump. However, could have gone a little earlier than that to give himself a little bit of room, but was very close to hugging the bottom right-hand corner of the jump. Taking a look at this. Oh yeah, gotten broken forwards there. He was that close to the to eating it on jump number 2, but it is a distance. It will score. He did ride it out. Pushing out the distance is a 76-footer, which means he takes the lead. 76 feet and the new lead distance. Making the turn around the island and getting ready for the jump, the last jump. Passed up on 1, got 76 on the second. Jenna Starball has already got a 3-foot personal best with that, with with that in leap. So should already be happy with his performance so far. Let's see if he can try and push it closer to 80 feet. And really bring these next jumpers into a frenzy. There you go. Whoa, and a fall on jump number 3 means that any ambition that he had to get above 80 feet has just been dealt a huge blow. 76 feet on jump number 2, though. It is enough to give him a personal best, so well done to him. Up off the jump. The distance looks good, but he just released with the handle and just didn't keep hold of it with 2 hands, or at least attempt to get that second hand on. All right. With that in mind, we've got our next competitor to take to water. He's from Monroe, Louisiana. He's Wilson Spence, and he's jumping next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
All right, then, back on with our next jumper, who isn't Wilson Spence. It's going to be Ty Mika. Now, what we know is that our second jumper out wasn't Jenna Starbel. It was actually Wilson Spence, who's a distance of 70 feet, is there up on the leaderboard after 2 competitors. Wilson Spence was 76 feet, and Victor Moisen with 51 feet. Now, in terms of Wilson Spence, I'll try and give you some information on him. We got Ty Mika on the water at this time. This is Ty Mika, jump number 1. Oh, getting a good launch on that jump. All right, and whilst we get the distance for Ty Mika, let me just tie off some loose ends in regards to Wilson Spence. His personal best, a jump of 86 feet from the South Central region, so his jump of 70 feet, not quite close enough to making it there. However, his 70-foot jump is enough for the lead. Now, so far as Ty Mika is concerned, Ty Mika out of Farmer City in Illinois. All right, okay, 84 feet on the opener, 84 feet on the opener. Ty Mika's personal best is 91, which he performed at the Midwest Regionals on his way to gaining the 5th place finish in boys 5.
Now, we're going to short that rope up to 38 off. This is the first time that the rope doesn't reach the buoy.
So Ty Mika, let's see if he can launch himself into the ramp on this this particular attempt. He's about 7 feet shy of his personal best. He is in the lead with an 84-footer, but he wants to try and extend it out as much as he can to try and fend off any potential challenges to come immediately. Good edge. Great lift and effort there. That is Ty Mika on jump number 2. Good float on there on the landing. That could well be a little closer to 90.
No, and Sean Hunter not going to run 38 off, so that means that Dan Warner still is your only skier to make it through 30 not off.
Distance coming through 84 feet, but that second jump is actually less than the distance on the opener because of the metric system. The second jump was 0.2 of a meter less than the first. So now we have Ty Mika on the last jump. As I say, already in the lead with the first jump. Can he take this opportunity on his last jump to blast his way through the 90-foot range? He's been close. Well, actually, he's been over 90 feet to the tune of 91. So let's see if he can replicate that feat. If not, exceed it. 91 feet Ty Mika has got as a PB. He has 84 feet here on the first attempt. I think that one might actually have enough float on it there with Ty Mika. Now, Ty Mika, his last attempt, had a pair of 84-foot jumps. Those 84-foot jumps in the 25-meter range. Pushing out the distance, and it's an 83-footer, so losing some distance there to the tune of 25.2 meters. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. That'll present to you the distances in feet and inches and in metric. The oh-so-early leaderboard with Ty Mika in the lead with 84 feet. Wilson Spence with 76 feet, and Victor Moisian with 51 feet. Next competitor up on this list is going to be Robert Powell. We'll see him next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, back on. We got Robert Powell on the water now. Try and dig up a little bit of information on Robert Powell in boys 5 jumping out of Lawton in Virginia. All right, setting the boat speed up for about 51K or 32 miles an hour. Oh, he's going to take a good stab at this one. Trying to set himself up. Here he comes, picking up the good spot right there. Not too early, not too late. Oh, and that Lesky dragging behind him on the landing. Unable to ride that jump out. His personal best jump is a 99-footer, which is 30.2 meters. So he's used to jumping the kind of distance that he needs to take the lead. That lead being an 84-footer on jump number 1 for Ty Mika. And just leaning back on the landing and just sinking in. And almost getting the handle, but the left ski compounding matters. And we'll be returning to Robert Powell with his remaining jumps next.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, Robert Powell falling on jump number 1. We've got 2 more jumps remaining for his disposal. From Lawton in Virginia, age 17. Which makes this the last time that he will compete in competition in boys 5, because he becomes men's 1 after the end of this tournament, or at least a short time afterwards. Here we go. This is Robert Powell. Turning in. Looks like this is going to be considerably later. There you go. Whoa. Oh, and he goes down on jump number 2. Just having real problems with the landing there. Most unfortunate there for Robert Powell. Got the cut, got the timing needed, but just didn't have the edge away from the jump. Got twisted in the air. And then the boat caught him. Then it was curtains for him. And we'll return with his third and last jump next. right, it's crunch time now. Robert Powell coming in. Third and last jump. There we go, off the jump now. This is a lot better with the landing. He rides that one out. Good effort there from Robert Powell. Still had a fairly good distance to carry with it as well. So Robert Powell, whose best distance is a 99-footer from the eastern regions, and jumped 97 feet in for 15th place last season in the national championships. That's Robert Powell. All right, let's see what he has in terms of distance, whether he backed it down and so that he could land it out and get a score, or whether he still had oh, look at this, folks. Look at this. From near disaster to elation, because he has improved his personal best to the tune of 5 feet with a jump distance of 105 feet. 104 feet, I beg your pardon. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboard and see how it impacts the results going forward. 31.8 meters, new personal best for Robert Powell. Ty Mika with an 84-foot jump in second place. Wilson Spence with 76 feet in third. And that is our leaderboard in the top 3. And we'll return with Jet Clayton right after this. All right then, next jumper is Jet Clayton. What a name for a jumper, eh? Jet Clayton. Coming to us out of Montgomery in Texas, and very early on jump number 1. No way was he going to hit the jumper with that kind of timing. It would have been absolutely dangerous for him to attempt to edge back onto the jump even as early as the first wake. So there is Jet Clayton on a pass on jump number 1, and we'll come back to him just in time for jump number 2 next. All right, so Jet Clayton, jump number 1, a pass. And so far as his record is concerned, comes to us out of Montgomery, Texas. He's age 16. In the Texas State Championship, he had 110 feet to place in first in that tournament. South Central Regional Championship. First place there in boys 5 jump with a 105, and has a smattering of distances ranging from 94 feet all the way up to 110. So that gives you an idea of where he's been throwing distances down. So Jet Clayton coming in on the second attempt. Now let's see if the timing's a little better. Turns in, up. Oh, beautifully executed jump. Didn't turn the skis completely away from the boat, and that's lost a lot of its speed, but he got the lift because his shoulders and everything else above the waist was stable. And as soon as he decided to press on his legs to go upwards, he was off to the races.
I know yesterday we talked a lot about that, but he's got some of the best fundamentals, I'd say, in the business.
Distance coming up very, very soon. That's the important element that we're looking for.
32-30.
Jet Clayton, 100 feet or 30.4 meters, 100 feet.
That's what he's looking for. Actually, he's not rocking 41 tails. He's got them clinchers with Connect, HO Connect, yeah. My bad. To me too. Yeah, they're his signature.
All right, so we're down to jump number 3.
The wind actually is quite a bit died down.
100 feet for Jet Clayton is good enough for second place on the leaderboard. 104 feet is still the distance that carries for Robert Powell, who left it all the way to the last to come through with that distance because he had passed up, he'd fallen or passed up on the 2 jumps before.
Yeah, looks like 35.
All right, let's have a look. Jet Clayton,
I don't think he was too
16 jumper field. Let's see where we're going.
pretty well.
Ah, nice position. Lands and rides it out. If his timing would have been a little bit better, he would have flown. I think that one is going to be a little further than the 100. Now, whether it's going to be better than 104, that's the more appropriate question. So yeah, so Jet Clayton.
Yesterday, when he finishes the turn, he's in perfect alignment almost
We
every
await
time,
on the
especially 35
we
off.
await the distance coming through for Jet
Finish,
Clayton.
Alignment, acceleration without a bunch of load.
Split, 3/4, aggregate 0.
All right, oh yes, looks like we got a distance 104. Let's have a look at the leaderboard because we have tight distances in feet and inches. And it is that close, folks. Robert Powell is in the lead by 10 centimeters with 31.8. Jet Clayton in second place with 31.7. Same feet distance. Ty Mika currently in third place right now with 84 feet. All right, then. Jacob Duffy is our next competitor to go in the boys 5 jump event, and he'll be coming your way next.
The importance of recovering quick.
All right, here we go. Jacob Duffy,
Quickly. That's one of the things he does really, really well. You
who
see
has a
time and
PB
time again, he'll make a
in the
mistake,
jump
he gets-
event of 116 feet.
gets back on line.
Last year in the Water Ski Nationals in boys 5, he finished in 10th spot with a distance of 107. We were looking for something a little bit more. Oh, and getting pulled towards. Oh, how!
I think he's going to get through this.
Kind of got a little bit squirrely and out of control, and the boat, almost as soon as the boat got him.
Oh, no.
He loaded up on the line way too soon before the turn, and then when the boat reacted, it wasn't in a particularly great fashion. Just got on that right ski on its inside edge and then got blown over. So the boat's going to take him, and we're going to take a break. We'll be back just in time for jump number 2 right after this.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers, such as myself, are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers.
All right, then, here we are. We've got Jacob Duffy on jump number 2.
Part of it was due to either pulling too long or too hard.
Jump number 2 for Jacob Duffy, up and over. Better looking jump there. The preparation was a lot better on jump number 2, and it should yield a distance there for him, Jacob Duffy. 116 feet he has by way of a personal best. Coming to us out of Center City in Minnesota, age 17, so he's at the extreme high level in terms of age so far as the boys 5 is concerned.
What do you think he's going to do? Is he going to take a 39 head or tail?
Here we go. Jacob Duffy. What is the distance coming through? It is a 115-foot jump. That puts him in the lead. And only 1 foot shy of his personal best. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard, shall we? It's 115 feet, and how does that translate? Jacob Duffy with 34.9 meters. And his personal best actually is a 35.5 meter jump, 35.5. So he's got about 0.6 of a meter to make up towards getting the personal best in 116 feet. But he is well and truly in the lead. The question is, how long will he keep that lead for? We've got 16 competitors in this jump event. There might be a surprise or two. Getting pulled towards the bottom right-hand corner, but managing to keep his direction and get an efficient pull and lift off the top of the jump. So great effort there from Jacob Duffy. Getting pulled towards the bottom right, but he had enough room to work with. Comes off the jump, lands, and rides out that distance. So that was Jacob Duffy on last jump. It should be, I would say, around about the same distance, if not a little bit further. Well, around about the same distance, about 2 feet shy. As a matter of fact, it's 113 feet. Let's have a look at that leaderboard, shall we, before we go on to our next competitor. Should show itself up very, very soon, and it will show that on 150 feet, Jacob Duffy is your leader. Connor Walsh is our next skier to take to the water, and we'll see him take the first of his 3 jumps next. Okay there, folks. Our skier on the water now is Carter Reese.
Tight line.
So Carter Reese out of Mooresville in North Carolina. Getting ready for jump number 1. His best jump of the season is 121 feet. Oh, getting pulled in towards the bottom right and experiencing the power of that towboat. The Nautique with the 6.2 liter PCM engine. These instant replay shots brought to you by Good Carbon Technologies. Lands, rides it out. We will see what he's got on jump number 1. The distance should be in excess of 100 feet. That much I know, but how far over that barrier is that first jump going to reveal itself as? Okay, so the distance is coming up very, very soon for Carter Reese.
I would say, my opinion on Nate is overall he has
So the jump distance,
highest average speed through the course because he skis.
so the jump distance we believe to be 106 feet. So that puts him in currently in second place right now with that distance.
Most efficient, more efficient than almost.
So he's got something to work from. He's definitely opened up with a good jump. It's the best first jump out of all of our competitors, though, thus far with the 106.
And that's important.
Actually, most of our competitors up to this point have either fallen or taken a pass on jump number 1. Oh, very close to the bottom right-hand corner again. He is flirting with danger here. So our 17-year-old from Mooresville in North Carolina. So getting pulled into towards the bottom, seeing more white than red coming into the base of the jump.
Used to be a thing. You didn't used to see 41 almost every time somebody skis. That's a big deal.
Now we're waiting on that distance there for our jump competitor, Carter Reese. 106 feet on jump number 1.
I mean, that's not a great 3, but he stays calm, flips the ski out, kills
So
the speed right there.
distance is 116 feet. 116 feet.
He's got some experience there.
Okay, so 116 feet has been confirmed as the distance on jump number 2. That puts him in the lead by 1 foot.
Yep. He's got some stuff figured out.
Yeah, he's got it really figured out. So, really enjoyed skiing with him. I know my sister does. But this is 43 off. Good challenge.
Oh,
he was way
did you
fast
see
there.
that gate turn?
He was way too fast.
I've never seen him turn a one-handed gate turn with two hands on the handle.
Yeah. See, but hey.
All right, here we go. This now is Carter Reese, 116
He
feet.
kind of got tripped. The water grabbed his front leg for a sec. Still got the one.
Up and over, and will land and ride that jump out.
Yep. And that's all about timing. Oh, that's a national record for open men. National tournament record.
Okay, so
it was 4:41 previously.
Oh wow, so he broke that record. That's awesome.
1 at 43 off. New national tournament record for Nate Smith, open men.
So that means no one's ever seen 43
No
off
one-
the national. So
Nobody.
All right, we're waiting on the distance for Carter Reese on his third and last jump. He's in the lead. He's got a good lead of about a foot. We await the distance to reveal itself as we get ready for Tucker Mayfield to hit the jump on his 3 attempts.
Yeah. No. And he's probably going to be less happy. He's going to have to start at 35 off in his runoff. Normally runoffs are starting at least at 38.
Thank you.
All right. Tucker Mayfield has just left the dock and getting ready for his 3 jumps.
I got a question. Does anybody use double boots anymore? Is there advantage to having your back foot free? And that's a great question because you see a lot of, you see.
All right then, so
JT, and then you see a lot of the juniors now coming out toe loop. And what I would say to that, the quick and dirty answer is, there's more advantages to a single boot and a toe loop than there is to double boots. So I think you're seeing an evolution back towards the rear kicker.
And I tried. I took a year. I had a really big hip surgery. Tried to go back to a toe kicker.
It's hard.
And I got comfortable with it. I just never got to where I really. I've gone back.
okay. All right then, so Tucker Mayfield, incidentally, that last jump there for Carter Reese is 109 feet, 109 feet on jump number 3, which is 33.3 meters. Here comes Tucker Mayfield. First jump.
I was toe loop as a
There we
kid
go. That's a decent looking opening jump and just
my back foot came out.
good
Pass. I said, Dad, I need a boot back. And that was
good measure of how late he
What
can
I'll say
go
about
with the
double
remaining
boots
2
is
jumps. That is
more
Tucker
secure feeling.
Mayfield.
It's more confidence inspiring when you're starting out. The problem is you can't move your body around on the ski as much. And I think the best skiers in the world, the better you are as a skier at any level, the more you're able to move your body around on the ski at the right time. But if you have a back boot, that heel restricts.
Distances for Tucker Mayfield in the past. Well, let's focus in a little bit on the future for Tucker Mayfield. 122 feet on jump number 1, 122 on jump number 1,
And some of the top juniors skiing with rear kickers.
which is 37.3 meters. Now, how does that stack up against his previous distances? Well, actually quite favorably, as a matter of fact. It's 122 feet. His best jump distance ever is a 126. Tucker Mayfield is in the lead ahead of Carter Reese. And then we've got Jacob Duffy, Robert Powell, and Jet Clayton in the top 5. And the advantage that Tucker Mayfield has is the fact that he has 2 jumps remaining.
I saw him on the shore before I came over here. He's pissed. He's mad. No, hey, what I'll say too about the kicker. I'm not
Here we
saying,
are,
people
Tucker
should change
Mayfield
to a rear
on
toe
jump
if they
number
aren't
2.
currently on a double boot.
Has the
Because that's a
potential
hard
to go
transition,
further,
like you
getting
said.
pulled in
I've tried to
towards
make
the bottom right, and just has enough resistance away from that boat, which is doing about 32 miles an hour or 51k.
But if you have kids, if you're starting your juniors out, I would recommend trying to keep them on the rear kicker instead of letting them drift to a double boot setup for the reason we talked about earlier.
All right, just looking at this from Tucker Mayfield. Good, solid effort.
Yeah. Longer. It's like a one size fits all. It's actually going to work. Yep. 39 tail.
This is a runoff.
Oh, man.
All right then, so Tucker Mayfield, jump number 2. We'll get the distance for him in just a moment or so.
I don't think that's going to be the redemption he was looking for, Zane, unfortunately.
You gotta go run 35.
So, looks like the second jump is going to be revealed as 118 feet. It is now the new lead at 33 meters, at 36 meters exactly. That is Tucker Mayfield. Actually jumped more than that on jump number 1, I beg your pardon, with a 1-2-2, but I suspect that third and last jump is going to be around the same area, I beg your pardon. So Tucker Mayfield's best jump is a 1-2-2 with 37.3 meters on the opening salvo. Now, just look at this. Edging all the way through to the top left, getting good extension, good power off the boat. Into the landing.
He's a great 3-eventer.
Yeah, good effort there from Tucker Mayfield.
You know,
I remember coaching
2
him
feet
at
tall.
I remember coaching him at Bell Aqua when he was about.
Knee-high to grasshopper. Do you have that one?
All right, so let's wait on the distance as we take a look over the deck of the ramp, and the distance should be revealed to us in a moment or two's time.
Yeah,
It's
he's flying planes. Yeah.
okay. It's going to be 123 feet, 123 or 37.5 meters. Let's have a look and see how that stacks up on the leaderboard. It should be enough to keep Tucker Mayfield in the lead. He'd already had the lead with a 1-2-2.
He's really dynamic on the ski. We talked about, 3-eventer trick skiers.
And whilst all that happens, we've got Paul Wesley Corey on the water, and we will get to him in time for his first jump next.
Old school.
All right, Paul Wesley Corey on the water at this time.
Dude, that was clean.
Paul Wesley Corey out of Sacramento in California is our next competitor. He's jumped 134 feet in the past. And looking at some of his recent form way back all the way to last year, he jumped 118 feet to place in 8th in the boys 5 competition. Let's see if he can unleash the beast with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal.
20 degrees.
Anything more than 1, 2, 3 will give him the lead. Anything significantly more than that, and that could really seal the difference between him and the remaining competitors.
Hands on the handle to center line, because if you do, you end up dropping back.
Good, smooth-looking jump, and it all started here with the turn and around the 600-foot cut buoy.
But Blaze is, he's really good at riding skis in general. Jumpers, tricks, ski slalom. So 38
Working his way, keeping the line tight, and now driving off that turn all the way through the ramp.
Almost too big. Nice two. He's looking, oh, dude, he can recover. Nope. Damn.
Not quite have enough experience with that pass to
Got
pick
pulled
a
out
bubble.
of
But
three.
watch this big one ball.
A lot of.
All right then, so the distance will be revealed to us soon on our lower third.
Wow. I still thought he had it here. He just tried the backside four instead of taking it just a little further down course.
So we're waiting on the distance to be revealed to us. It is a 124-foot jump. 1, 2, 4. 124 feet or 37.7 meters. It is enough for the lead. A new lead distance with 124 feet, and these lead distances are coming thick and fast. To go to the live scoring, you can go to waterskiresults.com. Waterskiresults.com will give you access to the live scoring and more details about these national championships. The 80th Goode Waterski National Championships can be found at waterskinationals.com. Here we go, folks. This is Paul Wesley Corey out of Sacramento. Oh, huge turn coming into the jump. Brilliant turn right off the get-go on jump number 2. Good speed. And the distance should reflect that. He's already at 124 feet. His best jump ever is 134 feet. He took a really, really quick turn here. Barely making it on the jump. A little bit of slippage there, but he got most of the height that he wanted to on jump number 2. Paul Wesley Corey. So, 126 feet, 126 or 38.5 meters, already in the lead and pushing it out even further beyond the competitors that have registered jumps already. So, 126 before for Paul Wesley Corey out of the capital city of California, Sacramento, and aged 17. Let's see what he has. Can he absolutely blow this competition away with a distance in excess of 126 feet? He's got one final jump to do it. Let's see what he has. Paul Wesley Corey on 126. Does he have anything left? What does he have? Does he empty the tank here on jump number 3? And I suspect it's going to be there and thereabouts there for Paul Wesley Corey. He got more height, but the speed wasn't quite there. And I think that he was frustrated with that one. It certainly appeared to be the case. We'll get the jump distance to you in just a moment or so. Paul Wesley Corey. Looking at the instant replay here. His best jump, 126. And the number 7th ranked competitor in this. All right then, so the distance on jump number 3 is a 1:27, marginally further with a 38.6 meter jump. The leaderboard should reveal that Paul Wesley Corey is very much in the lead with a 1:27, ahead of Tucker Mayfield with a 1:23, ahead of Carter Reese with a 1:16, Jacob Duffy with a 1:15, and your top 5 at this time with a 1:04 is Robert Powell. Next competitor up is Brendan Schultz, and we will see the first of his 3 jumps next.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
All right then, so continuing on with the competition here, we have got Brendan Schultz. Jump number 1. The target is there, 1:27. Let's see if he can get somewhere close to it. Here comes Brendan Schultz. The first attempt, here he comes. This is late, a little bit on the back of the skis, but still managing to utilize the pull from the boat and pull him into the landing. Brendan Schultz from Dow in Illinois, bringing on the noise. Going to get the jump distance in a moment, but just look at this. Coming off the timing buoys that all the jumpers have at their disposal. It's the one measurement, the one gauge that they have to determine whether they take a cut early or late with the setup. 136 feet is his best jump of the season. Actually extending all the way to last year with 136 in boys 4 to snag 3rd place in that event. So the distance. Whoa.
Get the showboat reverse hand drag there at 6 ball. Terrible way to end a ski ride on around 6 ball.
Okay, there we go. 39.7 meters on jump number 1, the equivalent of 130 feet. Here comes Brendan Schultz. 2 more jumps. He is in the lead, though. With 130 feet, he has a 3-foot advantage as we speak.
All right, here we go. Ethan McKinnon, this is 32 off.
Jumped 131 feet at the Illinois State Championship. And jumped 126 feet at the regionals just about a week or so ago. Here he comes. Oh, look at that! The height, the float, the distance was all part of that package. Just absolutely unloaded on jump number 2. In the Midwest Regionals, he jumped 126 feet. That was right here at Mystic Lakes. And achieved the 3rd place in boys 5 for his troubles. We await the distance. I suspect it's going to be well in excess of 130 feet. I hear some hoops and hollering.
she's capable of running into that 35 off loop. We did it a ton this summer. We'll have to see what she can do here. It is a little bit windy, but see what Nick. Up here.
All right, then, the distance is going to be revealed, and it is a 138, 138 feet, 138. That is his personal best, 138 feet on jump number 2. So now he has an 11-foot brace between himself and Paul Wesley Corey, between first and second right now. 138 feet. Now, does he throw all caution to the wind and conjure up something that will be close to 140 feet? Here he comes, Brendan Schultz, jump number 3. He's already in the lead. And how, with 138 feet, what has he got on jump number 3? And the setup wasn't quite up to snuff, but he is your lead jumper with a 138-footer. That is Brendan Schultz with 5 jumpers to go. He has set the stall. Anyone that aspires to be in the top 5 on the podium places in the boys 5 jump championship of the United States, they have got to jump more than 138 feet to achieve that distinction. Next jumper to come as we look at the tail end of this setup, this abortive setup by Brendan Schultz. The next jumper is Jarrett Zollner, and he will take to the water. Next.
As this wind picks up here, it's going to be a pretty good headwind. All right,
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right then, Jared Zollner is on the water, and we got Zane Nicholson here presiding over the slalom coverage on the other webcast. I've got tricks from earlier on this webcast, but more importantly, the boys' 5 jump is going towards its climax right here. 5 competitors remaining. The first of them is going to be Jared Zollner. Here we go. Jared Zollner, jump number 1. Has to be careful here. Turns away, turns in towards the jump. Oh, did not like that setup. Whenever he looked up and off the second wake, there was white in front of him. And none of that red surface that he needs to get to. The setup didn't look too bad. Was eager to try and keep as much of his water speed as possible to aid in acceleration. Gone are the days where jumpers can turn themselves into a hole and stop and go and then expect to achieve the speed needed to get the distance. And there we go. That is Jared Zollner, a pass from jump number 1, and we will return just in time for him to take the second of 3 jumps next.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a
And we're back on with continuing coverage of these 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and I'm glad to have the privilege of presenting this event, which is the Boys 5 Jump-In Championship of the United States. Pass on jump number 1 for Jarrett Zollner. The current lead is held by Brendan Schultz with a 1:38. So he's got to dig deep here.
It's quite windy out there, so that's not a very easy headwind to ski in. But
so here we go. We got Jarrett Zollner with 2 jumps remaining, this being the first of them. Now, keeping the line tight, going into the turning zone. The setup, he brought it back a little bit earlier. Now, turns away, has a little less water speed to deal with this time around. Up and over, and will land and ride that one out. Was a little out the back, didn't fully utilize the pull from the boat across his left arm. So, jump number 2, probably not as far as he truly wanted it to be in the Illinois State Championship. He jumped 144 feet for the win. That's the equivalent of 43.8 meters. He's jumped a good few times over 140 feet, but first of all, he just needs to get over that 138 for starters. In the Midwest Regionals, he was placed in second in Boys 5 with his jump distance of 141 feet. It's a 118. He's really going to have to dig deep here to conjure up 20 feet at least to take the lead away from Brendan Schultz.
he's been ripping it. I know
His destiny has been among the top 5 jumpers in the United States, hangs in the balance. Never mind him taking the lead, and keeping it there. He's just got to get over 138 feet first, and then see where the chips may fall, because there are 4 competitors remaining after Jarrett Zollner. Let's have a look. Jarrett Zollner. One final jump in Boys 5. Let's see if he can connect. The timing's a little bit better, as I suspect. Oh, wow! And getting so much pull off the top of the jump that left arm had to come away from the handle. Otherwise, that could have been disaster. However, the residual effect of that speed and that height and the risk that he took to take that jump have all combined to provide us with a distance that's definitely more than 118 feet. The question is, by how much? Got over his skis, was blown towards the bottom right-hand corner, really worked hard. Got over his skis off the top and almost lost his right ski. Just about kept everything going with that one, but is it going to be enough? He's not too sure. It certainly was some excitement for the crowd right there. The distance coming through any moment now for Jarrett Zollner. And it is a 135. 135, that means that Brendan Schultz has put himself in a top 5 position, will finish no worse than 5th. The leaderboard is up on the screen right now. Brendan Schultz with a 138. only marginally further than Jarrett Zollner with a 135. Paul Wesley Corey with 127. Tucker Mayfield with 123. And Carter Reese with a 116. We're down to our final 4. Will Blair is next, and we will catch him for the first of 3 jumps in just moments' time.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a
All right then, thanks a lot for rejoining us here. Boys 5 jump, continuing to roll on to the climax, the conclusion. All right, here we go. Will Blair bulking out and taking the full double cut on jump number 1. Just wants to feel this out. Probably very, very wise. He wants to check out the wind conditions from up high to make sure that he has an idea of how much he can push over his skis coming off the top without endangering himself. Up and over. From Morrisville in North Carolina. Get the jump distance for him very, very soon. It shouldn't be anything substantial. He's jumped 145 feet in the past. Will Blair. Here he is in boys 5, trying to get set up for the remaining jumps.
You'll see he does a little bit better with his rope control as his brother, but his brother has a little bit better pull behind the boat. So you can take both of them, put them together.
Okay, so we're just trying to still ascertain the distance. All right, it's a 98 footer, which isn't bad. 98 feet for a single cut. Now let's see what he can do right here, right now. He's got 2 jumps remaining. This is the first of them. Turning away, setting himself up for jump number 2. Oh, when he passes on jump number 2. Jump number 3, therefore, becomes extremely critical for his chances of getting on top of the top 5 in this competition, boys 5 jump. Passing up on jump number 2. And when we return, we will have his 3rd and last jump next. All right, so Will Blair on the water. 98 feet on the first, pass on the second. It all comes down to this last jump. Coming to us out of Mooresville in North Carolina. He's jumped in excess of 137 feet in the past. That was as recently as the Southern Regional Championships. Was good enough for second place in boys 5. So continuing to rock and roll, and check out bplayfuel.com to vote your matches today. bplayfuel.com. Vote now. This now, it's crunch time for Will Blair. Many of you who watched the National Championship webcast last season will remember that horror crash that he took going up the side curtain. Let's see if things transpire to be different 12 months since. And there you go. Decent looking jump, but is it going to be in excess of 138 feet? Brendan Schultz, lead distance, has already fended off one particular challenge from Jarrett Zollner. Could it defend itself against another in Will Blair? Good lift, good speed, but is it going to be enough? We'll wait to find out. And here's the distance. It's a 128, 128 feet. 128 feet. That moves Jarrett Zollner into the top 5 at the very least, with 3 competitors remaining. There is Will Blair in 3rd, Paul Wesley Corey in 4th, Tucker Mayfield in 5th. And when we return, we will have the first jump for Andrew Boskus next. Welcome back. Next competitor on the water. He's already out there getting ready for jump number 1. It's Andrew Boskus out of Elkins in Arkansas. His best jump this season at the Cedar Creek July record was 148 feet. In terms of the South Central Regional competition, didn't have a particularly good event there. Finished in 2nd place with a 100-foot distance. Would need something substantially larger to put himself in contention here in the National Championships. Let's have a look and see. Here comes Andrew Boskus. Jump number 1. There you go. Good elevation, good speed. A good setup jump. Now he knows exactly what he needs to do, or at least have an approximation of what he needs to do with the remaining 2 jumps at his disposal. In the U17 World Championships, he finished in 24th spot with a 141-foot jump. This was last year. Jumped 5 foot less in the U21 World Championships and still ended up in 24th spot. Let's see what he's achieved here with the opening distance. Good turn, good resistance, and just really just rotating those skis away against the wind to try and catch more distance as a result. The distance is a 133. 133 feet. That is, that's good enough to put him in about 3rd place at this time. And he's still got a little bit to work with here. The distance that he's chasing down is a 138, courtesy of Brendan Schultz. He finds himself in a pretty darn good position if that challenge of if that distance of 138 goes unchallenged within this jump set of Andrew Boscus. He has 2 attempts remaining. Here he goes. Come on in. This is Andrew Boscus from Elkins in Arkansas, which isn't too far away from Fayetteville, the home of the Arkansas Razorbacks. He sinks into the water a little bit miffed about that setup. Certainly you don't get an awful lot of opportunities to set up well. Once you commit yourself to turning at a certain place at around the 6, 7, and 500, you need to have a plan as to how to deal with the cards that you dealt. All right, that is Andrew Boscus, a pass on jump number 2. We will return just in time for his 3rd and last attempt next. Okay, back on. We've got Andrew Boscus coming into this competition as the number 3 seeded boys 5 jumper. But looking to lose all the advantage that seeding holds unless he conjures up something in the range of 138 feet. 138 feet for those of you that are wondering in terms of the metric jump distance. I tell you, it is an absolutely sensational jump in boys 5 in this competition. Brendan Schultz, it's 42.1 meters, the equivalent to 138 feet. Here he comes. This is Andrew Boscus, currently in 3rd place with 40.6 meters or 133 feet. And here he comes on his 3rd and last attempt. Oh, almost lost the right ski coming off the jump. And he had to bail out of that one in a hurry. Otherwise, the results could have been quite catastrophic. So, got out nice and wide and kept his water speed up for a good portion of that turn. So the distance will be revealed very, very soon, but oh, just look at that. Took a big old shunt over the left ski, and that manifested itself with less control over the right. And the distance is being revealed. It is a 133, exactly the same distance as the jump that he had before, 40.6. That therefore means that the jump of 138 feet from Brendan Schultz is good enough for a top 3 spot at the very least. However, he has the lead with 42.1 meters. Jarrett Zollner with 41.2. And you see the rest of the leaderboard, which you can see at waterskiresults.com. 2 more jumpers to come. We're gonna see Ty Kosek in a few minutes. But before him, it's Connor Pauly next. Poli, who comes into this event as the number 2 seed from Lutz in Florida. His personal best is around 157 feet with the ramp configured the way that it is with the boat speed at 51k. He's jumped as far as 155 feet at World Championship competition last year in the U17 World Championships. Last season in the Water Ski Nationals in Boys 5, he placed in 5th with a jump distance of 153 feet. Now, here's the rub. 138 feet is the target, and he has jumped that. He's exceeded that distance in every single tournament so far in the last 12 months, save but one. The recent regional championships where he ended up with a 137, but still in first place. Let's see what he can do better than that. There you go. Good speed. The speed was good. The setup and the timing left a little bit to be desired. We're going to take a look at this from the rearward angle. Connor Poli certainly has plenty of followers on the shore side and online as well. They'll be looking in on this effort. Age 17, who was the silver medalist in the slalom event in Boys 5. So, building up to a crescendo here. We've got 5 remaining jumps to determine the Boys 5 jump title. The 3 from Ty Kosick and the 2 from Connor Poli. And the first of those 2 jumps from Connor Poli will come to you next. Then continuing to roll along. Final 2 competitors, Connor Poli and Ty Kosick. Connor Poli on his 2nd jump right now. He's passed up on the first effort. Let's see what he can do with the remaining 2 attempts. Jumped 157 feet at the Sunset Lake Cups, the Masters last chance qualification, which took place this past May. Turns in. Oh, look at that. Good looking jump there. Nice, tidy looking effort. Is it enough? Is it going to outstrip the distance of Brendan Schultz? So, 130 feet is the lead distance from Brendan Schultz. So jumping on the 2nd attempt. Setup looked good. Not too much in the way of wind at the moment. It was certainly gusting a little bit earlier on. And Connor Poli has to know that. So the distance coming up, I believe, is going to be quite substantial. From the signals that I've been hearing along the shore side, this should be enough for Connor Poli to assume the lead. The distance is going to be revealed. It is a 148-foot jump, 148. He has the lead, and he has a position that will be no worse than 2nd. But he is tied with 2nd place. He experienced 2nd place in the slalom event via a runoff. Let's see if he can hold on to this. But in order for him to hold on to it, he's got to jump a little bit further realistically, because Ty Kosick is the number 1 seeded jumper and can jump well in excess of 148 feet with the 3 attempts that he has at his disposal. Here comes Connor Pauly. Setting himself up nice and wide, extends away from the boat, turns in, drives in off the second wake. Ah, that's a better looking jump from Connor Pauly off the jump. So Connor Pauly registering a fine jump on the 3rd and last attempt, passing up on jump number 1. Registering a 1:48 on the 2nd to take a 10-foot brace against Brendan Schultz. So just looking at this again, the position was good, the angle was good coming off the second wake, getting a little twisted off the second wake. That's where he lost the distance. We suspect that this jump distance, though it's pretty long and would have taken the lead had it been necessary for that jump to establish that lead, it still wouldn't be enough. There we go. That's a 1:45. So now the lead distance is a 1:48. That's the target for the championship. Connor Pauly currently in the lead with a 1:48. Brendan Schultz, second place, 1:38. Jared Zollner, 1:35. Andrew Boscus, 1:33. And Will Blair hanging on to a top 5 spot with a 1:28. The final 3 jumps of the boys 5 jumping competition. The national championship will be decided one way or the other with the 3 jumps that Ty Kosick has at his disposal. So getting the results in the last 12 months for Ty Kosick, and they are impressive to say the least. In the Midwest Regional Championships, he's jumped 159 feet, but that doesn't tell the full story. At the Center City record, he jumped 172. Same boat speed, mind you, same ramp height, but he jumped 172 feet. Matter of fact, if I'm reading this correctly, the ramp height was actually on the 5-foot ramp height where he jumped 172. So I find that extremely hard to fathom and believe that he jumped 172 feet off a 5-foot jump with 51K. All right, so needing to go over 148 feet for the title. Here comes Ty Kosick coming in. And I think he's done it on jump number 1. Good speed, good lift, and the control was there to spare. Out of the city of Buffalo, Minnesota. And aged 16. So he still has one more year of competing in boys 5. Can you believe that? Look at this, up and over, getting a good pull towards the apex of the flight. The distance should be enough for the win. We're going to get confirmation one way or the other as to whether that jump is enough for the win. Winner, 159 feet. 159 feet, he has taken the title. Let's focus on the national male jump record for boys 5. I'm going to try and research that and give you the distance, because in boys 5, the jump record is a 193, 58.8 meters, with the boat speed at 31 mile an hour and the ramp at 5.5 feet, which is exactly how we have it configured. So, if he feels frisky enough to try for the record, get after it. 193 feet, that's the barrier that you've got to jump over. Let's see what he's got on jump number 2. Doesn't fancy jumping, taking that leap on jump number 2, but 159 is enough for the win. He's here to satisfy his own personal desire in terms of distance. So let's have a look at this again. The setup didn't look too bad, although he was edging away quite considerably. And every time you do that, you rob yourself of water speed and the potential of gaining more top speed off the turn, because you're already on a rolling start compared to a standing stop. So, all right, it's a 159. He is your winner. We'll take a brief look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. There is your leaderboard coming up. Ty Kosick with a 159. If nothing else changes with jump number 3, he is still the national champion. Connor Pauly in second place. That is confirmed, as is Brendan Schultz. Third place for him, 138. Jared Zollner in fourth place, we're 135. And Andrew Boskus in the top 5 with a 133-foot leap. So, all of the names are in order. All but one of the distances is locked in. The one outstanding distance is the distance that Ty Kosick currently has for the lead, and it could change should it be exceeded with this leap on the one and final jump.
Fuel cells are a different technology.
So here we go. This is Ty Kosick.
There's power loss there.
159 on the first for the win. A pass on the second. Let's see what he's got. He fancies putting himself into the elite bracket. He's got to go over 193 feet to do it. Oh, look at that! Beautiful pull off the top of the jump. Yes, it's going to be there and thereabouts for him. May not be anywhere close to 190 feet, but it might be fairly closer to a regional boys 5 jump record. I don't have the regional records for boys 5 in front of me, but I'll tell you this. That's one of the best jumps ever seen in this region for this age category of competition. Just getting pulled towards the bottom right. Just look at the extension. Just getting a brilliant pull off the top of the jump. All right, we're pushing the distance. It's a 161. He wins with that distance. It's the equivalent of 49.1 meters. And Ty Kosick, at age 16, still has one more year of this in boys 5. He wins the boys 5 men's jump title with a 161. Connor Pauly second place, Brendan Schultz third, Jared Zollner fourth, and Andrew Boskus in fifth. Well done to those top 5. Now, open women's jump will take place next as we continue on the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships next.
Try Match Play at bplayfuel.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships, and just in time for the Open Women's Jump competition, which will feature 8 competitors. Now, before we actually get into the jumping proper, as we see the towboat going up and down with the simulated pass. A few minutes ago, we actually sent a crew over to the jump to actually wax it down a little bit and make it a little bit slipperier. But actually so slippy that one of the good folks over there, Cole Colbrenner, slipped in, and this is what happened. He tried to get up, and right about now, and whoops, and in the water right there, and that is an indication of how seriously they take jumping here. They want to make sure that ramp is in fine working order and is good enough for our open women and open men to excel. So we've got essentially two jumping events in the open women, open men, and then international jump, where we have 2 jumpers from Australia to round off the jumps for the regular competition today. The America's Cup is going to be on a separate webcast player. That will be on tonight, starting at 7 o'clock Central Daylight Time. And if you want to be informed as to when that coverage starts, all you have to do is to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. When you subscribe, you'll be in a position to chat along with us on the live chat on the right-hand side of the webcast player on the YouTube channel. And by hitting the bell icon, you will be informed as to when the next broadcast becomes live. So, we've got the open women's jump. We're going to start off with Mariah Field. She's on dockside, and we'll see what she can conjure up with the free jumps. There we go. Inside the production studio there, we've got Vincent Stadelbauer. I believe John Waldron is back there in the background, and Trey Melton. They're rounding off our crew inside the TWBC trailer. And our TWBC crew are spread all across the site. We've got our ramp cams. We got 3 of them on there. We got one that faces the jump. We got one that faces the landing zone. We got one that is under the jump, and we've got a camera that is on the dock side, which you see right now, and switching to the camera that's along the opposite shore side, and picking up the competitor who is on the water right now. And yes, this is Mariah Fields, who comes to us out of the Lone Star State of Texas. Coming to us originally from McQueeney in Texas, age 24. This is Mariah Fields. Best jump this season within the last 12 months, about 125 feet. In the regional championships, where she competed in Women's 1, won that event with 115 feet. But has been known to jump a little bit further, I would surmise. Take a look at some of her jumps in recent times, in more recent times, I would say. So the ramp is 5.5 feet high. It's 1.65 meters ramp height. Has jumped towards 140 feet as far back as 2019. Let's see what she can do with the first attempt. Here comes Mariah Fields, very late and almost in the bottom right-hand corner. Wow, she has scared herself a little bit with that jump. We'll find out what the jump distance is going to be. So Mariah Fields going back as far as 2018. Oh, look how close she was on the bottom right-hand corner. Going back as far as 2018, has jumped a distance of 141 feet. So that is her personal best. It's a 141, and I very much doubt whether that opening jump distance for her is going to be anywhere close. It's a 121, 121 feet. 121. So, decent effort, jump number 1 for Mariah Fields. And a further reminder for you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel and be one of the over 8,000 subscribers who are there with us every step of the way at TWBC on our YouTube presence. Here we go. This here now is Mariah Fields. Getting set, getting locked in with a sling. Let's see what she does with the 3/4 cut on jump number 2. Perfect jumping conditions, a little slight breeze coming into the jump and providing the headwind. Oh, wow, getting close to the bottom right-hand corner again. I don't know what kind of changes to the setup have to occur for Mariah Fields. One might be tempted to bring the boat in and just a little bit narrower, so to give her a little bit of a fighting chance to hit the jump with relative safety. Coming off the jump there to the right of center, off the top lip of the ramp. And definitely flirting with disaster there with the second jump. I suspect that one could be a little bit further. We'll find out momentarily. But that is Mariah Fields out of McQueeney in Texas. Best jumper this season within the last 12 months, 125 feet. Has jumped as far as 141 feet in past seasons, as far back as 2019. We'll get the jump distance for Mariah Fields momentarily. So they're working on the distance, and they'll get that jump distance to us very, very soon. In the meantime, Mariah Fields getting ready for jump number 2. It's a 1:25. It's her best jump distance of the season. Let's see what she's got for jump number 3. So, with the equivalent of 38.1 meters under her belt, here comes Mariah Fields. That is much better. The setup was better. Wasn't pulled onto the bottom right-hand corner nearly as much. And certainly a lot more in tune with the setup. Not quite as late, but gave herself plenty of room to give herself a little bit more upward thrust off the top without worrying about hitting the bottom right-hand corner. Whether that's going to yield a longer distance or not is yet to be determined. We will see. Mariah Fields. It's definitely a safer last jump there from Mariah. And the distance is a 1:26. Yes, it's a 126-foot leap for Mariah Fields, which I believe is a distance of 36.4 meters, 38.4 meters, I beg your pardon, for 1:26. So she is in the lead after one jumper. Our next competitor to take to the water is Sage Potbecker, and we'll see her 3 jumps next.
Easier said than done. We can talk about it all we want. The Sage
So,
Potbecker.
off the dock, the member of the Raging Cajuns of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. And Sage Potbecker has certainly had an event for 12 months. Not only with her results in water ski competitions, but also within the past few months. She was part of a really, really scary situation in downtown Lafayette where an incident took place outside of a downtown establishment involving firearms, and one of those shots ricocheted off a wall and actually injured Sage Potbecker, one of Sage Potbecker's feet. So still recovering a little bit from that. I'm sure she feels a little soreness even right now. But let's see what she can do on jump number 1. Sage Potbecker. All right, Sage Potbecker now, originally out of Morris in Connecticut, but trains in Lafayette, Louisiana, and also in Central Florida. Sage Potbecker setting up on jump number 1, a little narrow off the turn, getting a little bit early, and having to refuse around the bottom left-hand corner. We'll return to her in time for jump number 2 right after this. All right, so passing on up on the first jump. Sage Popbecker from Morrison, Connecticut. Her best jump in the last 12 months has been 124 feet. Has skied extensively over the last season, namely the U17, U21 World Championships, which she's jumped 124 and 123 feet respectively. The South Central Collegiate Regional Championships jumped 115 feet not too long ago. And here she comes, jump number 2. There you go, a better setup there, a good pull into the base of the jump. And looked all right. She jumped to 122 to place first in women's 1 in the Eastern Regional Championship. So distance being revealed to us any moment now. It's not going to be anywhere close to Mariah Fields' best distance of 126. From that we're able to determine, and we'll have that to score for you momentarily. Here it comes, it's a 114, 114. And it's 12 feet shy of Mariah Fields. That's the differential, or the equivalent of 1.7 meters. All right then, so if you fancy relocating down towards South Florida, specifically Palm Bay, then check out Pantalago by going to pantalago.com and get in contact with Greg Dutrey, who I'm sure will tell you all about it. All right then, this is Sage Popbecker. All right, here we go. Working against 126 feet. It's already registered 114. Now, in terms of her best jump, 124 is her best. Electing to go with the 5-foot ramp height, or 23.5% incline. Here she comes. Oh, nice. Good looking jump, better speed, and should yield a better distance, she hopes. So good strike into the jump. Here we are in the open women's competition. Nice effort there from Sage. So 114 on jump number 2 and a 115 on jump number 3. So the leaderboard, the oh so early leaderboard, will show that Mariah Fields is in the lead to the tune of 126 feet, and Sage Popbecker in second with a 115. So Mariah in the lead. And we will return right after this, just in time for Elizabeth Hall. So moving on from Sage Popbecker, we have Elizabeth Hall. Elizabeth Hall, who injured her hand a little bit A little bit in the last few hours that prevented her from slaloming, but she seems to have recovered enough to trick earlier on today and jump right now. Here she comes, Elizabeth Hall in the open women's jump. A little bit out of sorts coming across the wake into the jump, so the setup needs some improvement. So Elizabeth Hall from Newman in Georgia, from the Peach State. Who's jumped 129 feet in the past. More recently at the Junior US Open Water Ski Championships over in California. And in the Southern Regional Championships jumped 126 feet. And hasn't registered a distance yet. She'll hopefully do that with the first of 2 remaining jumps in just a moment. All right, returning to competitive action, we've got Elizabeth Hall with 3 jumps. She's passed up on one of them. We'll see what she can do with the remaining 2 behind that Nautique towboat. Big ups to our towboat manufacturers for the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championship. That is Mastercraft, that's Malibu and Nautique right here and now. Pushing our open women jumpers into this ramp. Good effort there, good speed. And the jump looked pretty impressive all the way through from start to finish. The setup looked very good indeed. Raising the ski and reducing the drag coming into the turn. Up and over, and we'll land and ride that jump out. So, jump there on jump number 2. It is 116 feet, 116. That puts her ahead of Sage Pop Becker, but still behind Mariah Fields' jump of a 126 footer. So, Elizabeth Hall then with 1 jump remaining to ascend the top of the podium if she could possibly manage it. The remaining jumpers on this list consist of Alyssa Drake, Anna Gay, Erin Kalkbrenner, Regina Jaquist, and indeed Laura Morgan. Although, to be fair, we haven't really seen too much of Regina Jaquist on the jump ramp this season. Haven't seen her in competitive action on the jump ramp since the week or so before Masters last season. Here we go. This is Elizabeth Hall, jump number 3. Good, solid strike towards the jump, but not too much height there for her. That is Elizabeth Hall. So the glide looks pretty solid. Just waiting on the opportunity, waiting on the instant to make that turn. Getting a little bit bogged down here and having to work and rework a position off the turn in order to keep enough speed to go into the jump and ascend to higher distance. And we'll see how much of that distance she keeps. with 118 feet, so it is 118, 118 feet. It's good enough to consolidate upon her second place standing right now. Skier about to take to the water will be Alyssa Drake. There you see the top 3 jumpers, and we will return just in time for Alyssa Drake's first attempt next. All right, welcome back. Alyssa Drake on the water right now, a native of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. In the U.S. Junior Open that took place not too long ago in California. She placed first in the junior women's jump competition with 130 feet. Last year's Good Water Ski National Championship for her yielded a distance of 129 feet in girls 5. She's in the open women's competition now. We'll see how she plays this out. In the Midwest Regionals, she jumped 122 feet as of last week. Here she comes. Oh, nice. Good edge, good lift. A very nice jump overall. So working on her timing right now. Trying to maintain a poise and position. And edging away, and will make her approach towards the jump. A little slow off the turn and losing angle all the time and getting pushed into the bottom right-hand corner. So the distance should be coming through and should be made public right about now for Alyssa Drake. 124 feet, 124. That's 2 foot shy of Mariah Field. So. She's set a good distance down and something that she could easily work from. 124 feet, that puts her fairly and squarely in second spot right now. Open women's jump. This is Alyssa Drake. So, coming to us from America's Dairyland, state of Wisconsin, this is Alyssa Drake. Maintains a little bit more water speed coming into this turn. Launches in with more speed, but the ramp work could have done with some work, so to speak. So, just edging away a little bit just to maintain tension on that line. And then just turns and maintains her body position. Getting a little bit pulled over the left ski. We're going to get the distance fed to us in just a moment. And this should be a larger jump distance there for Mariah Fields. It is a 125, 125 feet or 36 meters. That puts her within a striking distance of a 126, and So Alyssa Drake, 1 feet shy of the lead distance, currently held by Mariah Fields. In order for Alyssa Drake to end up in at least the top 5 in the open women's jump competition, she has got to take the lead. Otherwise, Mariah Fields will end up with a confirmed position in the top 5 at the very least. Turns in. Oh, look at that, more speed. And hopefully she'll keep a lot of that distance there, because she started to get pulled out of position off the second wake into the jump, and things started to take a sinister turn for the worst. So, third and last jump, barreling in with the left shoulder, not always a good look. And lost a good portion of her distance purely on the setup, and she knows it too. All right, so it's a 1-2-3, a 1-2-3, which means that Mariah Fields still has an edge at the top with a jump of 1-2-6. Alyssa Drake in second place right now with a 1-2-5. And those are the skiers towards the top of the leaderboard. Our next competitor to take to water will be Anna Gay, and we'll see the first of her 3 jumps next.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
Okay, skier on the water from the volunteer state of Tennessee. This is Chelsea Newman. So coming in on jump number 1, would ordinarily be jumping in women's 1, but has chosen to go with open women right here and now. This is Chelsea Newman. Good effort there, jump number 1, and well composed looking jump there for Chelsea Newman. Jump 135 last season at the U21 World Championships for a 10th place finish. At the Whitestone Summer Starter, she jumped 134 and 133 in that same competition. And in the regionals, came away with the win in women's 1 with a 131. All 3 of those jumps would easily take the lead if she were to punch through. Looks like it's going to be a 119, 119 feet, as she's got some work to do between now and the end of her 3rd and last attempt. All right, so jumpers that we have left are Anna Gay, Erin Kalkbrenner, Regina Jaquist, and Lauren Morgan. So a lot of great jumping on tap. We've also got the open men and the international men to come, and then we'll take a an extended break that will take us to the start of the America's Cup competition, our pro tournament here as part of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Here at Mystic Lakes, just outside Maize in Kansas. This is Chelsea Newman from McDonald in Tennessee. Here she comes, jump number 2. So 119 feet to work from, but looking for a heck of a lot more than that. Little bit of slippage on the jump, and every time you get that kind of slippage, you lose a valuable distance going forward. Waiting on the numbers that will determine where she is on the leaderboard. All right, looks like we've got a technical issue that we need to resolve, and we'll be back right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
All right, then, coming in on a re-ride on jump number 2. The re-ride was granted because of a technical issue involving our distance measurement system, which is the splash eye. We've got on the water at this time Chelsea Newman. Second jump there for Chelsea Newman. decent effort there all the way through. Looking for something in the range of, I don't know, I'd say about 130 feet at least, because current leader is Mariah Fields on a 1.26. So 100 or so, we've got the distance coming through any moment now. So 119 feet, 190 feet on jump 1, 119 feet on jump number 2. So consistent is about the best word I can to describe Chelsea Newman's jumping right now. Question is it going to get any longer than that? All right, so just a quick reminder of our schedule. Open women's jump, open men's jump, international men's jump, and then we've got the America's Cup coming to you live right here from Mystic Lakes here in Maize, Kansas, starting at 7 o'clock p.m. All right, here we are, folks. One final jump, one final stab at that ramp. Chelsea Newman. Yeah, the form off the jump, it looks good, but just the timing could have done with a little bit more work, especially in regards to how much speed she carries off the second wake. So, good pull off the top of the jump and good looking ramp view there for Chelsea Newman. I suspect that jump is probably going to be a little bit further.
Probably go down and do a 3. Okay.
Waiting on the distance, and it is a 1-2-3, 123 feet. The distance that's a little better, but puts her at the moment in third place behind Alyssa Drake, and still in the lead, therefore, is Mariah Fields on a 1-2-6. Here is our next competitor, Anna Gay, and we'll see her in just moments.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Now, as a few of the folks along the shore side take advantage of the water and try and get themselves cooled off in this 100-degree weather, or close to 100 degrees anyway. Let me get the official latest temperature right here in the Wichita area. 92 degrees. Daytime high of 94. Nighttime low of 66 degrees, so it'll be nice and crispy for our competitors tonight in the America's Cup. Here we are. This is Anna Gay with 3 jumps at her disposal. Let's see what she's got. Up and over, and solid technique. Very well done there from Anna Gay. So Anna Gay has slapped down a good-looking opening jump. The distance, I doubt whether it'll be anywhere close to 100 feet, but it is a good warm-up. Well, I'd say somewhere near 100. Well, that is near 100. It's 99 feet, and it's got 2 attempts remaining. All right, so we're just been made aware of a boat speed change, not going up, but actually going down. So going from 54K to right now to 51K. Here we go, Anna Gay from Winter Garden, Florida, a recent graduate of the University of Alabama. Her best jump was from last year's Division I Collegiate Nationals, 123. Certainly good effort there with her jump, her second attempt. 99 feet on the opener. So the distance we wait upon. Okay, 115 feet. So that puts about halfway up the leaderboard as it stands with 115 feet. That's Anna Gay as we work our way down to our remaining 3 jumpers. So, Anna Gay has 115 feet to her credit. Still in the lead, our very first competitor out, Mariah Fields on a 1.26. Open women's jump competition that will also form the qualifier for the America's Cup this evening. Here comes Anna Gay. Very close to the bottom right-hand corner, as a matter of fact. Experiencing the speed of that Nautique towboat, the power of that boat. We're waiting on the distance as we look at her with the instant replay. Very, very close. Extremely close to the right-hand bottom right-hand. She's at shoreline right now and swimming in, and it is a 1.22, 122 feet. 1.22. Still not enough to overhaul Mariah Fields. As we now get ready for our 3 competitors to go. We should see Regina Jacquis and Laura Morgan, but before them, it is a Maize, Kansas native. This is Erin Kalkbrenner. And the first of her 3 jumps will take place next. All right, here we are. Next competitor up, it's going to be Erin Kalkbrenner from Maize in Kansas. Skier. So here we go. We've got Erin Kalkbrenner coming in on the first of 3 attempts. Jumped 148 feet at the Holy Cow Cup. This season, open women. Last season, she jumped to 143 and placed 3rd in that event. And in the Midwest Regionals, jumping as a women's free jumper, 112 feet. Here she comes. This here is Erin Kalkbrenner. That's more like it. That should be enough to take the lead with about 3 jumpers. 3 jumpers remain. Well, actually, 2 jumpers remain after her. But well dialed in to this venue. So looking at this jump, looking at her situation off the wake, getting good rise, not particularly late, but very, very useful jump, and the jump distance is revealed to us as 131 feet, 131. She's taken a 5-foot lead ahead of Mariah Fields. So there it is. That is Erin Kalkbrenner, already a leader, but can she put something out there to fend off the challenges from the remaining 2 competitors? Is it enough to overhaul the likes of Regina Jaquis, or indeed Lauren Morgan, the current World Games Women's Jump Champion and the Masters Women's Jump Champion? Here we go. This now is Erin Kalkbrenner. Up alongside that Nautique towboat on the right-hand side. A quick turn. Oh, a little bit out of sorts. Rocked back a little bit early on that jump and not able to edge all the way through the deck and come off on the top left-hand corner. As I mentioned, in the Midwest Regional Championships, she's jumped 135 feet. That was about a week ago. And certainly with Erin Kalkbrenner, again, a lot of support along the shoreline. This is a home crowd right here on the shores of Mystic Lakes. We wait the distance, and it is 110 feet, so she's got 1 more flight to go. And it certainly hasn't been all roses and rainbows for Erin Kalkbrenner in the last few seasons. Had a bout with leukemia not too long ago, which is still taking a toll upon her body. As she continues to recover and as she continues to rehabilitate, things as simple as staying hydrated are made more complicated with the lack of absorption of water for the most part. So she's trying to work through those issues whilst trying to maintain fitness enough to ski at the elite level of open women's water ski jumping. Here comes Erin Kalkbrenner. 131 feet, it's enough for the lead ahead of Mariah Fields. Let's see what she's got on the last attempt. Nicely done. A good, solid effort, endeavor there from Erin Kalkbrenner as she heads on back to the shore. I'm sure that she'll be somewhat pleased with those attempts. Although she is very, very demanding of herself as an athlete. Trains incredibly hard in the off-season. Cycles, weight trains, all manner of physical activity just to stay in this shape. So Erin Kalkbrenner, the distance will be revealed, and it is a 1:27.127, 127 feet. Her best jump is a 1:31 on the first attempt. From what we understand, Regina Jacques has decided not to compete in the Open Women's Jump event, leaving our last competitor in the Open Women's competition to be Lauren Morgan. And we will see the first of her 3 jumps next. All right, let's take a look at the remaining schedule. Jump Open Women, International Men's Jump, and preceding that will be Jump in Open Men's. 7 o'clock this evening, we will have the America's Cup on a separate webcast player. Make sure you are subscribed to the YouTube channel to receive the notification of when that competition will take place. And there you go. Subscribe at the top, hit the bell icon, and you are set. All right, Lauren Morgan now working against the new lead distance set down by Erin Kalkbrenner. Lauren Morgan, the Masters Women's Jump Champion, took that title in May. Not too long ago, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, she took the title of World Games Women's Jump Champion. Got onto the podium in the Women's Jump World Championships last season at pretty much a home site of ITS in Groveland, Florida. Up and over, a lot of speed, but the control wasn't quite there. The question is that enough to take the lead? Probably not the kind of jump that she's comfortable with accepting as the best jump of 3. But that is a Lauren Morgan, nice and wide on jump number 1, just trying to maintain good tightness on the line so she can instantly turn and go and bear down on the ramp. So we wait the jump distance. All right, so the winner of the jump competition with a 140-foot leap is Lauren Morgan. Lauren Morgan with a 140-foot leap. So there is your leaderboard. Every position there is set so far as the names are concerned. The one remaining question mark is the distance at the top. Will it remain at 140 feet, or will it change to better jump distances going forward? So Lauren Morgan has jumped 183 feet so far this season, has jumped over 180 feet at least half a dozen times during the course of the season, has won a number of titles, certainly living her best life, involved in trying to obtain a doctorate in criminal justice. And here she comes. Oh, look at that, soars into line. That is going to be a better jump. Just absolutely unloads off the turn and into the jump. So great skiing once again. Just absolutely a delight to watch out there. That is Lauren Morgan, just barreling into the jump, getting just enough height to really send her into a good landing. and riding out with that jump. So, the distance, 169, 169 feet. 169 feet for Lauren Morgan. Certainly isn't the worst jump that she's had this season, but it's by no means one of her better ones. She jumped 170 feet to win the 62nd Masters Water Ski Tournament over at Callaway Gardens on Memorial Day weekend. Followed that up with the World Games not too long ago. And I tell you, she has been on an absolute tear this season, Lauren Morgan. ...140 feet on jump number 1 for the win, 169 to consolidate upon that victory. And let's see if she could put it all together and conjure up something a lot more than that. Here she comes. Oh, and tried to test the bottom right-hand corner and skied around the bottom left. And we'll see her a little bit later on tonight in the America's Cup. We'll have a look at the setup. Maybe she'll modify it beyond where she turned right there. Good glide on the right-hand side of the towboat, making sure that there is good tightness in the line whilst maintaining water speed. The combination of those two enable her to get right into it without sinking in. But unfortunately, the position and the timing were a little off, and she will ski into the landing area and will take the 0 score on that jump. However, a 169 or 51.5 is the winning distance for Lauren Morgan, ahead of Erin Kalkbrenner with a 131, ahead of Mariah Fields with a 126, Alyssa Drake in 4th with a 125, and Chelsea Newman in 5th place with that distance of over 120 feet. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Why don't you take a break with us as we get ready for the men's jump here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, then, welcome back to coverage of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. I'm Tony Lyford. I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company for a little while longer because we've got the open men's jumping competition starting off with Cole Kalkbrenner on the water now. Cole Kalkbrenner earlier on in the competition in men's free won the national jump title in that particular division. Has jumped in excess of 170 feet this season. His best jump of the season is a 189. And in the Midwest Regional, jumped to 177. See what he's got in the open men's category. Jump number 1. Oh, coming in with a lot of speed and almost got pulled too close to the bottom right-hand corner, but he had a decent response there. He just didn't have everything go smoothly off the top of the jump. So Cole Kalkbrenner just barreling in maybe a little bit early upon reflection, so we'll get the distance through our communication. .149 on the opener, 149 feet. So 149 feet, right from the get-go. And here's the second and third attempts are on their way. This is Cole Kalkbrenner, a resident here in Maize, Kansas. This is his home site. Here we go. Cole Kalkbrenner. Nicely done. Jump number 2. Whoa! Coming in with a lot of speed and increased upon his control on the jump. Didn't slip back nearly as much that time and got hold of more of that jump. So just watching his turn. Gets a good hook up off that turn. We're going to get the distance. Almost over kicked it on that right ski and almost seeing that left behind. So pushing out the distance, it's a 178, 178 feet. So a decent distance there to be getting along with, but he knows that if he wants to maintain his number 1 position in this competition, he's got to throw out a distance that will be difficult for the remaining skiers to chase. starting with the likes of Brandon Waters and Edward Roberts and Mason Meckler and Cale Burdick, who are all eager to have a crack at that jump and seeing if they can get a little further than Cole Kalkbrenner. He's out nice and wide. Good smooth turn. Ooh, better looking jump on the hole. A little closer to the bottom right-hand corner and kept his position all the way through the jump. They're doing a consistent job there on the jump number 3. Be interested to find out what the distance is. Pushing out the distance, it's a 177, 177 feet, so a little less than jump number 2. Certainly got the aerodynamic form, but just didn't have enough punch behind that effort. And this is the replay shot powered by Goode Carbon Technologies. We'll send him into the dock. He'll have to be satisfied with a 178, and we'll continue to roll on to our next competitor, who is Brandon Waters. Stand by. We've got his 3 jumps coming to you next. All right, returning to live coverage. Brandon Waters is our next jumper to assert his authority out there on the water. He's looking to try and redeem himself a little bit after the men's 3 jump competition a couple of days ago, where he came up a little bit short of the distances he was looking for. So Brandon Waters, who lives out at the Villages in Central Florida. Oh, that is a beauty of a jump there. Just unleashes the beast. Wonderful skiing there from Brandon Waters. That is more like it so far as he's concerned. He's jumped 193 feet in the past. So, jumped 186 feet at the Southern Regional Championships. Oh, a superb effort there. Is up there for what seemed like ages for Brandon Waters. The distance will be revealed any moment now, and it is a 187, so taking the lead away from Cole Kalkbrenner. 187 and about 6 feet away from his personal best, and actually it's his second best jump this season. Beaten the distance that he produced in the regionals to take the men's 3 jumping crown. Here we are. Here comes Brandon Walters, jump number 2. Let's see if he can take that jump and expand upon it, and see if his increased confidence coming into this jump will manifest itself to a better jump distance. That might not be the case with jump number 2. Lost a bit of his momentum and slipped out on the jump. So waiting on this distance on jump number 2. Waiting on the distance as we wait for the instant replay to resolve itself. Here we go. It's a 183. It's a 183. So about 14 more jumpers to come in this event. So here we are, Brandon Walters already with an opening salvo of 187 feet to take the lead. Working out there, working hard. Oh, look at that. Oh, and unfortunately the landing could have used some work, and he'll have to swim in as a result of that jump. But a 187 is a good distance for him to be getting along with, certainly within 6 feet of his personal best. So getting up alongside of the towboat. Almost looked like he got pulled too far forward coming off the second wake, but managing to hold his position like that. Left shoulder drove in. If he was a little stronger with that left shoulder and with his direction, not only would he have landed the jump, but it would have been an absolutely sensational distance. That is Brandon Walters falling on jump number 3. We have Edward Roberts about to go onto the water, and the first of his 3 jumps will be coming up next. All right then, returning to on-water action, we have got Mason Meckler on the water. Ed Roberts is a scratch. So we now go on to Lawrence, Kansas native. This is Mason Meckler. Originally from the Cincinnati, Ohio area, and went to college at Arizona State, moved from Arizona State towards the middle of the Midwest right here. Lawrence, Kansas, the home of Kansas University. Jump number 1, good upward thrust. And we'll land and ride that one out. That is Mason Meckler on the opening jump. So waiting on the opening jump there for Mason Meckler. It's looking not only to produce a decent jump score, but also a decent overall score for the overall title. There we go, it's a 144, 144 feet. In last year's national championships in open men, he placed 10th with a jump of 147 feet. In the Midwest regional this year, he placed 5th with a jump of 141 feet. And he's already exceeded that distance to the tune of 144. All right, here we are. Mason Meckler, second attempt. Taking a bit of a shunt coming into the jump, but still managing to propel himself off the ramp. So, Mason Meckler, who in last year's national championships jumped 147 feet. I think that one might actually be among his best jumps. We'll get the distance. It's a 142, 142 feet for Mason Meckler. All right then, so Mason Meckler in decent shape all the way through. He's already jumping safely into personal best set territory. And we're seeing if he's got anything left in the trunk. All right, here he comes, Mason Meckler. Coming into the course. There we go. Edges away, turns, drives off the second wake. That's a better jump, I believe. That could be his best one out of the lot. So last year, jumping 147 at the national championships to finish 10th place in the open men's jump competition. All right, well, our distance there is a 144 feet. There and thereabouts there for Mason Meckler, very consistent as a result. Leaderboard as it stands right now, Brandon Waters in the lead with a 187. Cole Coltbrenner with a 178. And Mason Meckler with a 144. We'll continue on with the competition with our next competitor, Cale Burdick, next.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, rejoining the action, Kel Burdick on the water at this time. Kel Burdick, who lives in the state of Michigan these days, originally out of Indiana. All right, so a native of Brighton. Brighton in Michigan. Last year had a jump of 164 feet to win the men's 2 jumping competition over at Water's Edge. The Michigan Free Event State Championships, he jumped 111 in the open men. Let's see if he can conjure up something a little bit more substantive now. Look at that. That is definitely longer than 111 feet. Nice edge away, just comes back in, locks in with the handle. There you go. Very methodical, extremely efficient jump in there from Kel Burdick, and it yields a distance of 157 feet. Here he is, jump number 2, Kel Burdick, working off a 157. He's needing something in the range of about 183 feet to supersede Brandon Waters. They're getting good airform and good flow off the top of the jump. The question is the lack of speed coming into the jump going to be detrimental to his chances of achieving the distances necessary to challenge the likes of the competitors to come after him? So good skiing there from Kel Burdick, absolutely connecting with that jump. So Kel Burdick not taking his last jump. So 166 feet, 166. So a little over 50 meters there he is, 50.6 for 166, slotted in 3rd place. Waters in 1st, Kalkbrenner in 2nd, Burdick in 3rd, and Meckler in 4th. The next jumper, as we turn the page, is going to be Paul Kulig, and he's jumping next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, then, working our way along the list in open men's jump, we've got Paul Kulig, who comes to us out of Jupiter in Florida, and looking to see if he can challenge that distance thrown down by Brandon Waters of 183 feet. So, a lot of moving parts. We've got Blaze Grubbs coming up fairly soon, along with Casey Marmer, Garrett Reese, Brent Stackpole, Quinn Haynes, and Brandon Shipper, among others. All right, here we go. With the shaded visor coming into the jump. First attempt. Oh, look at that. Taking in a lot of heat on that opening jump. He jumped 179 feet in the Eastern Region Championships in a non-placement in open men. In the Florida State Championships, he was in men's 2 and he won that event with a 162. So 171 feet, so one of his furthest jumps. Distance 161. So 161 he's going to be working from. He needs an additional 23 feet to get on to get above Brandon Waters. Go shop now for your water ski needs. Go to wakehouse.com. That is wakehouse.com. Paul Kulig out of Jupiter in Florida. All right. Let's open up the taps there for him, Paul Kulig. 161 feet on the opener, 183 he's chasing. Oh, nicely done on jump number 2. Seems to have found his groove a little bit there on the second attempt as he rounds the island. So, keeping a good tight line off the turn, not too tight. And just flowing into the jump and getting a really, really good distance. So, it is a 167, 167 feet, marginally further. All right, Paul Kulig on the final jump, still chasing after Brandon Waters. Is he capable of assailing that distance of 183? Here he comes. All right, getting a good pull off that boat and off the jump, and that is more like it. Throws the fist. That is more like it for him. He enjoys the heck out of that jump. Good grasp at the handle and good setup from start to finish. Really focused in well on this one. Just look at the pull he got off the top, and then that just brought him forward into aerodynamic flight. That's Paul Kulig. The distance coming through right now, that is close. That is 177 feet, 177. In terms of a comparison with our other competitors, let's have a look at the leaderboard. And whoa, look at that, 0.2 of a meter separated Cole Brenner, who has a 178 ahead of Paul Kulig. Brandon Waters still in the lead with a 187. Kel Burdick with a 166 and Mason Meckler with 144. The 5 distances we've got registered. And we go on to Blaze Grubbs coming up to you next. Continuing to rock the roost here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships right here at Mystic Lakes, and in the middle of Kansas in the United States. Glad to have you on board. Blaze Grubbs is our competitor on the water at this time. Be sure to check out Water Ski Broadcasting on Instagram, and also subscribe on the YouTube channel. Here is Blaze Grubbs. Jump number 1. Blaze Grubbs, who competed in the U17 and U21 World Championships this past 12 months. Out of Rio Linda in California. Good effort there on jump number 1. Junior US Open Water Ski Championships, he placed second in the jump event with a 181. Placed in the top 5 in the World Championships in the junior jump event. Last season in boys 5, he jumped 169, and he's outstripped that distance of fairways with a 171. Jumping in the open men's. So, some good jumping so far from Blaze Grubbs, who's certainly not afraid of flying. That much I can tell you. He's got his private pilot's license. He's transports his parents and other members of his immediate family all across the golden state of California in a Genoa Aviation plane. He's also flown one of the newer Cessna jets in recent times. That according to his Facebook. Here he comes. Jump number 2. Good strike into the ramp. Wonderful, wonderful technique. Seems to have gotten that one dialed down. Trains at a number of different locations in the United States, over on the Lake 3 at Belle Aqua, and also in Santa Rosa Beach, where his family keeps an apartment close to Corey Picos' place. Blaze Grubbs, jump number 2, just absolutely pounding the jump, getting over his skis off the top of the ramp. We await the distance. I suspect this one is going to be around the 170-foot mark. Yes, and it is the almost the same distance, maybe 0.1 of a meter next, less, 1.1 of a meter less on jump number 2 than compared to jump number 1. So now comes down to his third and last attempt behind that Mastercraft towboat, one of the 3 official towboat providers of this, the 80th Goode Water Ski Nationals. The others being Nautique and Malibu. We're thanking those guys very much indeed for their continued support of tournament water skiing across the United States, including these championships, where Blaze Grubbs comes into the jump once again with a lot of speed. Little clenched fist there as a result of that jump. Neil exit out of here with a distance in excess of 170 feet. He's already done that off the first 2 jumps. Just getting a little strong out there, and good effort there on that third and last jump, but not quite enough to overhaul many of the competitors on the list. It is a 175. We'll see where that puts him on the list. Brandon Walters, 187. The leader, Cole Kalkbrenner, 178. Paul Kulig with 177. Blaze Grubbs, 175. Kel Burdick with a 166. And Mason Meckler, our 6th jumper out, with a 144. More jumping to come. We'll start it off with Casey Mama next. All right, folks, continuing to rock along. We've got Vince there with the 1s and 2s. I'm right here. Your announcer for this competition, the jump event and the open men's competition. I'm Tony Lightfoot. And on the water back there is Casey Mama. Our schedule, we've just gone through the open women's jump. We're about to go on to a jump with the international men, but we're in the midst of the open men's competition at this time. 7 o'clock this evening, Central Daylight Time, we've got the America's Cup, the start of which, here we go, Casey Mama. Here we go. Oh, look at that, good looking jump there. Beautifully executed. Casey Mama, who when he's not jumping does social media marketing and certainly helps TWBC reach critical mass across the world with targeted social media campaigns on both YouTube and on Facebook, as well as other social media presences. We thank you very much for assisting us in that endeavor. in the meantime. Doing a fine job out there on the water. Casey Mama out of Rivers in Manitoba in Canada. That's where he resides these days. Okay, 190 feet has taken the lead away from Brandon Waters. 190 feet. All right, so in the Holy Cow Cup this season, in the third round of that competition, jumped to 194. In the Sunset Fall Classic, also jumped at 194 feet and has been very consistent around about that range. He's at 190 right now. Let's see if he's got anything left in the tank. Oh, a little rushed on the turn, wanted to get to the jump quick, but unfortunately didn't. And having to pass on that jump, didn't feel 100% comfortable. Looking at the instant replay. A pass on jump number 2, and he's got one more attempt at his disposal. And there he goes, passing up on jump number 2. Jump number 3 coming up next.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
All right, back on. We've got Casey Mama working off a 190-foot jump. That's the lead distance now ahead of Brandon Waters. America's Cup starts this evening, 7 p.m. on another webcast player. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel to be informed as to when that webcast becomes live and active, and the link to it you'll also find as well in the email that you'll receive. Here we go. This is Casey Mama. Setting in a little quickness on the turn there. Oh, yes, a lot of speed on there, but not as much height this time around. But we'll take that jump. Good turn off the area of the 5 and 600. Trying to battle the wind here and to prevent it from taking too much of his water speed into the turn. So waiting on the distance to reveal itself. He jumped 190 on jump number 1. That one was 194 feet. Now that's an interesting jump there because he has jumped that distance consistently. And I mean every single tournament this season. That's the equivalent of 59.1. He has jumped 194 feet before, and it's 59.2, and that represents his best jump of the season. But every other time this season, it's been 59.1, 59.1, and 2 more times 59.1, and there you see it again, 59.1 meters or 194 feet. So Garrett Reese is our next competitor. He's on the water now, and will return just in time for his first jump next. All right, back on. We're just seeing Casey Moller jump 194 feet again. It's been really, really consistent with that distance over the last 12 months. And we'll see what Garrett Reese can do with the free jumps that he has at his disposal. Here he comes, Garrett Reese. Oh, a nice looking opening jump there for Garrett from Morrisville in North Carolina. Distances in excess of 180 feet is produced in recent times. Hasn't penetrated 190 feet yet, although there have been a couple of jumps so far that have gone in excess of that. So a jump marginally over 53 meters. It's 177 feet, 177, with 2 attempts remaining. In last year's Goode Water Ski National Championships in the open men's competition, he jumped to 172. So he's already improved upon that to the tune of 5 feet. Just looking at some of the other jumps that he's produced in recent times. U21 World Championships, he produced a 186 to finish 11th. And in the NC State Water Ski Championship, he jumped to 188 to win the open men's competition there. Here comes Garrett Reese, jump number 2. Oh yes, held on to that one. Held on to that jump, and the wind certainly helped him out and kept him on top of that distance. So looking at this once again, Garrett Reese just edging away there as he continues to do that to that extreme. He's robbing himself of water speed, although he's keeping the line tight. It's got to be a balanced effort between edging away to keep the line tight and edging too much to prevent yourself from sinking into the water too much, so that you are accelerating from a running start instead of a standing start. So, 180 feet on jump number 2. So here we are, 180 feet coming in on jump number 3. Working against that 194-foot jump. Oh yes, and he unloads on jump number 3. Takes in a good dose of speed, and he had the height to match. It's going to be closer to 194 feet. Probably won't get anywhere close to exceeding it, but it's certainly a heck of a jump here from Garrett Reese. Out of Morrisville in North Carolina. Just really getting pulled into the bottom right-hand corner, just anticipating something to go sideways here, but he just held on just to the last second and just landed and rode that jump away. He had 180 feet on jump number 2. That one, I suspect, maybe a skosh further. The question is by how much? It's a 189, 189 feet for Garrett Reese, and that is almost his best jump of the season. Let's have a look at the metric count back on there. It's a 57.7. It is his best jump of the season by 0.2 of a meter. Casey Mama still in first place with a 194 for 59.1 meters. Brandon Waters now in third place with 57.1 for his distance of a 187. We've got Brett Stackpole on the water now. We'll see the first of his 3 jumps next. So, Brett Stackpole, our next combatant in the jump event. Let's see what he has to offer us. From Dow in Illinois. Let's see what he's got. He's jumped over 200 feet in the past. Ah, look at that. He opens up. He opens up. A beautiful looking jump there. Brett Stackpole, who placed in 6th in the U21 World Championships last season on the strength of that jump of 202 feet. Last year's Good Water Ski National Championships, he skied in the Open Men's competition, was in 6th place with a jump distance of 194 feet. In the regional championships, the Midwest Regionals, he was in 4th place in the Open Men and jumping 192 for that distinction. We're waiting on the distance. It's a 195, 195 feet. He is the new leader with a distance differential of 1 foot. So 195 feet is taking the lead. Let's see if he can do more to take the win. He is the number 6 seed. There are 5 competitors left in this competition. In the Illinois State Championship, he jumped a 173 to place 3rd in the Open Men's. It's a stacked field of competitors in Illinois. Out of the city of Dow, this is Brett Stackpole. Good smooth turn, and a lot of his distance went behind him instead of in front, and rides out that jump, but I don't think he'll be particularly satisfied with that effort in the slightest. Brett Stackpole, who competes for the University of Alabama Crimson Tide during the collegiate season. And just edging all the way through. Oh, and there you see the slippage coming off the top left of the jump. All of that is scrubbed off distance and just unable to keep it together. So he's got one more jump to come, 177 feet on jump number 2. So, one more jump. What does he have? What does he have with this last jump? Providing the tools to ski your best, check out flowpointmethod.com. Flowpointmethod.com. A skier with a personal best of 202 feet. Let's see if he can get close to that with the remaining jump that he has at his disposal. This is Brett Stackpole. Out of the land of Lincoln, here he comes, jump number 3. And still not fully connecting with the jump on that one. You're going to have to make do with a 195 and hope that that distance stays intact as the lead with the remaining jumpers to come. Just turns in, gets set. And a little bit of bounce off that second wake and just couldn't really hold on to much of that effort all the way through from the second wake. We're going to get the distance anyhow. That's Brett Stackpole. And the distance it's a 182. So the middle distance is a 182. His best jump distance, he was hottest on the first with a 195. 5 competitors to take to the water. Our next one is going to be Quinn Haynes. You're taking a look at the leaderboard with Brett Stackpole, your new leader, with 195 or 59.3 meters, 0.2 of a meter ahead of Casey Mama with a 194. We'll be back with Quinn Haynes next. All right then, rocking and rolling. This is our last jumper with the ramp height at 1.65 meters high or 5.5 feet. This is Quinn Haynes. Quinn Haynes out of Avon in Connecticut. Let's see what he's got on jump. Oh, look at that. He connects on jump number 1. Certainly gets up it on the very first jump. Jumped 203 feet at the Cedar Creek July record. In the Fluid Summer Showdown, he also jumped 203 feet. But on that occasion, it was 10 centimeters short of the mark that he set in Arkansas in that July record. Superb effort there at maintaining a good dose of his water speed with a good tight line to set himself up on jump number 1. Just locks in, just stays there, and then just transitions up. Allows the boat to do much of the work from there on out for a good-looking opening jump, of which the distance will be revealed to us in just a moment or so. All right, that is 202 feet. Wow, 61.5 meters. And because there are only 4 competitors remaining in this competition, he has put himself in the top 5 podium in the open men's competition. And as a result, he has qualified for for the America's Cup competition. It's the top 5 in the open divisions in each of those events that qualify to ski for the America's Cup. Here he comes, jump number 2. He'll ski tonight, and he will reinforce that effort with this jump number 2. A lot of speed. Just took a lot of speed on that one. Not too much in the way of height or control, but he's already got one jump that is good enough to see him through to the nighttime festivities here at Mystic Lakes, just outside Maize in Kansas. There you go, getting pulled right off the top of the jump into aerodynamic flight. But it's got pulled just a little bit too much, I would fancy. It is 199 feet. That by itself would have been enough to do the trick for him. So, we'll have Brandon Schipper, Jonathan Lutz, Will Roberts, and the infamous Freddy Krueger coming up very, very soon. So, on the water, Quinn Haynes, the Eastern Region Open Men's Jump Champion with 194 feet. He's blown past that jump. 202 feet is his 3rd longest jump of the season. Dropping in. Oh, a little bit of slippage there between the turn and the first wake, and not preparing to risk any more than he has to. So, making sure of his spot through to tonight's competition in the America's Cup. It is Quinn Haynes with a jump distance of 202 feet, passing up on the 3rd jump. But now it comes down to the remaining 4 jumpers to see if they can join the party. There you see, there's the slippage there right off, right as he approached the first wake. And if you ever feel discomfort off that turn into the wake, you've got barely a split second to decide whether to take the jump and risk everything, or pass up and then live to ski another day. 202 feet for Quinn Haynes on jump number 3. There he is at the top of the leaderboard with 61.5 meters and 59.3 for Brett Stackpole. 202 and 195 feet respectively, and there you see the other distances. All right, Brandon Schipper is our jumper next. And thanks to the efforts of Cole Kalkbrenner and John Anderson with the invention of their Lightning jump control system, we were able to raise the ramp on the height from 165 to 180 in an instant and allow Brandon Schipper, our next competitor, to take to the water almost instantaneously after the previous jumper. Here he comes, jump number 1. Coming to us out of Prior Lake in Minnesota. Oh, and he goes down on jump number 1. He will not have that jump scored. Wow. taking in a lot of speed. I'll be curious to find out what that jump would have been had he have landed it. Might have been enough to send him into the nighttime competition, but now his back is a little against the wall here with 2 remaining jumps. He can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong. Would have been 190 feet had he have ridden the jump out, and would have been enough to have sent him through as one of the top 5. But there you go. That is Brandon Schipper, whose best jump of the season, a 211-foot jump in the open men's competition in the Midwest Regionals that took place right here just a week ago. So, he's also had jumps at LA Night Jam, distances in excess of 200 feet there as well. Last season, he placed 5th in the open men's competition with a jump of 199 feet. But in the last few months, certainly finding his footage and gaining more and more confidence and jumps with distances of over 200 feet. Even going so far as last year in 2021, where he jumped 206 feet at the Friday Night Flights, which was the nighttime competition associated with the Collegiate Nationals that took place last season at Tri-Lakes in Zachary, Louisiana. Brandon Schipper. Here he comes, jump number 2. Fall on the opening jump. He's got to get this right with the next 2 jumps. Turns. Drives it on home. Oh yes, that is better. Now does he stand up? Oh, you bet your life he does. There you go. Trying to arrest his speed and not careen into the island before the boat has a chance to pick him up and tighten up the line upon that landing. So, party atmosphere along the shore side starting to get behind our jumpers. How close was he to the bottom right-hand corner? He left almost absolutely nothing to chance. Look at that. The jump distance coming through, it is going to be huge. He is the leader with 2:08, a 208-foot jump on the jump number 2. He is through to the next round of the competition. He joins Quinn Haynes with that distinction. There are 3 jumpers to come. All have the ability to put themselves into the next stage of the competition, which is the America's Cup, and they all need jumps in excess of 195 to do it. And this jump round also determines the seeding. So if Brandon Schipper wants to get higher in the seeding, he's got to come up with a jump that will resist challenges from the remaining 2 competitors, that being Jonathan Lutz, Will Roberts, and that 3rd competitor, Freddie Kruger. I'm not too sure whether that last jump is going to have the minerals to compare to that 208 that he had just a few moments ago. So Brandon Schipper. Just good, solid effort there. Excellent exit off the jump. Fall on the first, 208 on the second. The distance coming through on the 3rd and last jump is 204. that would have been enough to have sent him there anyway. Let's have a look at the leaderboard with 3 competitors to go. Brandon Shipper in the lead with 63.5, 2 meters ahead of Quinn Haynes. The difference in feet is 6 feet. Brett Stackpole hanging on with a 1.95. 3 competitors to go. Who will advance through to the America's Cup? We'll find out in the next few minutes, starting with Jonathan Lutz.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, rocking and a rolling. We've got Jonathan Lutz. Who continues to impress here. Students at the University of Alabama Crimson Tide. Now setting himself up nice and wide on jump number 1. Good solid turn. There you go, not getting all of that jump there on the first attempt, but he's got something to work with the remaining jumps that he has at his disposal. Jonathan Lutz. Coming to us out of Jacksonville, Illinois. And who has jumped as far as 209 feet, which was the distance that gave him the bronze medal in the U21 World Championships last season. So the distance coming through with a 1.85, that's not going to do it there for him. He's got to conjure up something a little bit more substantive. He's currently in 7th place right now. In the Midwest Regional Championships in the Open Men's Competition, ended up ranked 3rd with his jump distance of a 194. At the very least, he's got to jump more than 195 feet to advance him through to the America's Cup. Take the top 5 competitors in the Open Men's category. Here he comes, jump number 2. Oh, that's better. That is definitely better. Question is, how far is it going to be? Great looking jump there from Jonathan Lutz out of Jacksonville, Illinois, age 20. And just throwing everything in the kitchen sink into this one. He certainly did at the Illinois State Championships not too long ago, where he finished 2nd in the Open Men's competition with a 202-foot jump. So he's definitely capable of high echelon jumping. A little bit compressed with his left ski coming onto the ramp surface and losing distance that way. Oh yes, it's 200 feet. It's enough for a place in the America's Cup competition with 2 competitors to go. And 200 feet puts him in 3rd place at this time, behind Quinn Haynes and Brandon Shipper. Brandon Shipper still in the lead with a 2:08. So here we are. Jump number 3. If he wants to increase his ranking, He's got to go, first of all, more than 2:02, and then take the lead with a distance of more than 2:08. His personal best is a 2:09. Here he comes, John. Oh, and probably knew full well that he'd done enough to advance to the nighttime final, and was just checking out the conditions and feeling out where he would ideally like to turn from should the occasion call for a huge jump from him in order to take the victory a little later on tonight. You wonder if Jonathan could take a jump from that angle or not, but the only person that really truly knows the answer to that question is the man that's just skied into the shore. It's Jonathan Lutz. He is in third place with a 60.9 meter jump, or 200 feet. Brandon Schipper well in the lead with a 2:08. Quinn Haynes with a 2:02. Those are the only three so far that have confirmed their spots through to the America's Cup. And we will return with Will Roberts coming up next. All right then, back to action. We've got Will Roberts in the open jump competition. We'll see what he has in store for us with the three jumps that he has at his disposal. He's making the turn around the island right now. He's made that turn. So out of Dow in Illinois, aged 20. Age 19, as a matter of fact. And LA Night Jam, he jumped 215 feet. He was one of the revelations of the competition. Here he comes, jump number one, coming in full force. Brilliant looking opening jump. Decent effort on the first attempt. Is it going to be anywhere close to where he jumped at LA Night Jam about 2 months ago? Since then jumped a personal best of 65.6 meters, or 215 feet. The crowd are getting into it right now along the shore side. Smoothly landed, and 2:05, that's enough to send him through to tonight's final indeed. We now only have a spot for one more competitor, and you're probably guessing who that competitor is going to be. So 205 feet puts him around about the average of what he's been jumping this season. So 2:05, he jumped 2:08 at the regional championships to place second here not too long ago, about a week or so ago, at the Sunset Lakes Masters last chance qualifier. He jumped 2:11 to place fifth, and here he comes with jump number two. He's already 205 feet to the good after jump number one. Here he comes, jump number two. Oh, just testing out his capabilities, testing out his timing, whether he will put himself in a position to take such a jump on when it comes to him jumping tonight. So passing up on jump number two, edging away. The technique looked good, the turn looked good, everything about that jump up until the first to second wake looked good. No real bubble in position. He just wanted to test out the situation and whether he could take that jump should push come to shove. We'll be back right after this. All right, then continuing to go right along, and as a reminder, as we continue qualifying competitors to go into the nighttime final, we're also at the same time determining the top 5 podium spots in the U.S. Open men's jump title during the daytime as well. So with that in mind, we've had jumps of over 2:08 from Brandon Shipper, who's currently in the lead with that distance. The next best jump distance is 2:05 from Will Roberts, who we're seeing on the water right now. Let's see what he's got for his third and last attempt. Locks in. Oh, good smooth lift. Nice jump there. And looked almost as easy as the jump that he took to fly over 250 feet at LA Night Jam that took place towards the end of June of this summer. Here he goes. Very, very close to the bottom right-hand corner and just absolutely getting thrust into the air. Exquisite technique in the air there for Will Roberts. No worries there. Good fist bump there. He is on fire, as one would say. The jump distance is a 214 feet. That's his third longest jump of the season for 65.1 meters. So let's have a look. Will Roberts has taken the lead with 65.1. And that jump distance represents a pretty sizable target for a one Freddy Krueger. He will take to the water for his 3 jumps next.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a
All right, now it comes down to 14-time U.S. Masters jump champion Freddy Krueger to determine the final spot for the nighttime final. And at the same time, solidifying a spot on the top 5 podium in the U.S. Open, in the U.S. Open Men's National Jump Championship right here for 2022. Make sure you subscribe because you will receive a notification later on tonight when the America's Cup will take place, and it will direct you right to the player that you'll need to watch tonight's festivities. All right, coming in, jump number 1. In practice last night, he jumped 223 off a mild cut. Here he comes. Jump number 1, Freddy Krueger. Oh, there you go. How about them apples? There you go. Wonderful looking jump. He's been jumping this way for donkey's years, ever since he took that surprise win at the Shreveport Pro Tour stop way back in the 1990s. Way back in 1995, he's been a consistently tremendous competitor in the jump event with jumps like this. Is it any more than 214 feet? We'll find out in a moment. Just sends it. And he is your winner of the US Open Men's National Jump title and the last qualifier into the nighttime final with a 221-foot jump. Just a reminder once again that the America's Cup will take place starting at 7 p.m. tonight. And once again, go shop now for your water ski needs at wakehouse.com. And also make sure that you are subscribed to the TWBC YouTube channel. It's easy, it takes just seconds. Here we go. This is Freddy Krueger with a 221 under his belt. Will he take the remaining jumps, we wonder? Skiing behind his boat of choice, the Mastercraft Pro Star. Here he is, Freddy Krueger, the first of his 2 remaining jumps. Oh yes! Oh yes! There you go. Fist bump, and whenever Freddy Krueger bumps his fist, you know it's long. That's going to be closer to about 230 feet, let alone 225. Just look at this from Freddy Krueger. It is just a sublime connection right off the turn. Just holds that edge all the way through. Transitions off the jump like nobody else. And just absolutely just crushes it on jump number 2, 232 feet. That is 70 meters, over 70 meters. And he has elected to go home, and why not? So 2 more jumpers to come in the international men. Ethan McKinnon and Levi Curtin, they'll take to the water next. An unbelievable looking jump there from Freddy the Nightmare Krueger. We'll take a look at the leaderboard. And there you go, 70.7 meters, taking the win in the US Open Men's National Jump title. With 232 ahead of Will Roberts with a 214, Brandon Shipper with a 208, and there you'll see the remainder of the list of competitors by going to waterskiresults.com. And as Freddy Krueger struggles to get out the water past all of the adoring fans that are gathered along the shoreline, we will go on to our next competitors in the international men's jump, and they will start with Ethan McKinnon of Australia next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, so our jumping continues on with the international men's jumping, and I mean, with respect to Ethan McKinnon and in good deference to him because I do know the guy and he's a good friend of mine from Bennett's water ski school. There aren't that many circumstances out there in which Ethan McKinnon will jump immediately after Freddy Krueger. But here is probably the only one. He's elected to have that ramp remain at 6 foot high, keeping a little bit of water speed coming off the turn. Nicely, oh, nice! I tell you what, this guy's got some skill. Decent effort on jump number 1, probably nowhere near 200 feet, but that's certainly not going to stop him from trying. That much I can tell you. All right, getting a big dose of applause from along the shore side. Ethan McKinnon. The jump distance for Ethan McKinnon coming through any moment now. We'll try and get that to you as quickly as possible. Ethan McKinnon, who comes to us from Australia, an international competitor. So the opening jump there will come up on your screen. It is a 177-foot jump. And actually, that's his best jump of the season. Yeah, absolutely. Competed in the Southern Regional Championship for a non-placement and got 168 feet for his troubles. So 177, his best jump of the season. Let's see if he can go over 180 feet. Let's see what he's got. Getting a good dose of height coming into land, and he'll be pleased with that. Probably around about the same distance. Let's see what he can do if he's pushed to go even later behind that Mastercraft Pro Star with the 6.2 litre Ilmor engine. Little bit of slippage there with the left ski, but still getting a good dose of height nonetheless. Just waving that jump off. All right, then. Looks like we got an official timeout, and we will step aside and return in just a few moments. Right, still waiting on the official jump from Ethan McKinnon. All right, pushing out the distance, 173 on jump number 2, or 54 or 52.8. And those jumps are among the best of these produced all season long. So even 173 feet is better than what he's produced in the last 12 months. We can go back a little bit further. and has jumped actually distances in excess of 185 feet, going back as far as 2 seasons ago. But let's see if he can try and get towards that high echelon. Here he comes. Ethan McKinnon. Oh, that's better. That's more like it. Getting better pull off the top of the jump. That's got to be close to 180 feet, if not more than that. So Ethan McKinnon, a student at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, coming through a little early coming into the jump, but he's still managing to find enough space out towards the left to keep tension on the line and to get more pull from that Mastercraft towboat. Yeah, it's a 180. 180 feet is his best jump of the season, of this season, within the last 12 months. And when we come back, we'll see Levi Curtin, our very last competitor in the daytime jumping competition for the Open Men International Jump, right after these. All right, down to our last jumper of the day. And electing to go with the 5.5 foot ramp or 1.65 meters high, or a 23.5% slope. That is Levi Curtin out of Australia. Levi Curtin, Australian by nationality. And skis here at Mystic Lakes, just outside Maize in Kansas. Levi Curtin, a resident here at Maize in Kansas. On the 1.65 meter ramp height, keeping a good tight line. Handle up high. Oh, don't like the setup on that one. Was coming into the jump pretty late. So looking at trying to get over 165 feet with the 3 jumps that he had at his disposal in the Midwest Regional. That was the distance that he produced in the international men's competition. And we will take him for jump number 2 next. All right, welcome back. Just in time for Levi Curtin to approach the jump for his second attempt of 3. I'm Tony Leifert, and not only will I be taking you through the remaining 2 jumps of Levi Curtin, I'll also be announcing for tonight's America's Cup competition, started at 7 o'clock this evening. Make sure you subscribe. You'll get the link to the webcast player by hitting that bell icon when the notification email is received by you, or when you see a notification on your phone if you have the YouTube app. Here we go. This is Levi Curtin Pass on jump number 1. Here comes the second attempt. Oh, nice. Connects with that jump. Taking in a good dose of speed. And will ride out that particular effort. That is Levi Curtin. Out wide towards the right-hand side of the towboat. We're waiting on the distance. So, Levi Curtin, who in recent times has jumped in excess of 159 feet, jumped 165 in the regional championships a week or so ago. We're pushing out the distance. Oh, it's a 173, 173 feet. And I'm looking at the data from previous seasons to see if that's a personal best or not. Well, the closest jump that he's ever produced to that was actually at the regional championships last weekend. So, without reservation, I can say that that is a new personal best with a 173 for Levi Curtin. So, well done to him. So the first time he's gone over 170 feet. The furthest that he had gone up to that point had been about a 165. And looking back at some of his other scores in previous years, I don't see too much of anything that's close to 165 feet in the Midwest Championships last weekend. He's already outstripped that distance with a 173, so working off a PB. Whoa! And taking in a lot of heat, jumping over the bottom left-hand corner, and that is Levi Curtin. He should be pretty happy with his performance. It is enough to be a new personal best for him, so well done to that young man, jumping up the 1.65 meter ramp height, or a ramp with the 23.5% slope. Turns in, had the position, but just didn't quite have the timing. If he needed to take that jump, he might have been tempted to do it, but the need certainly wasn't there. He'd already gone 173 feet, so passing up on jumps 1 and 3, but in the middle, 173, and he's delighted with that effort. All right, Ethan with 180 takes the win here in the international men's jump ahead of Levi Curtin. All right then, that is a wrap for the daytime portion of this competition. Thank you very much for your continued enthusiastic support of tournament water skiing in the United States via the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We're not done with the skiing for today, however, because we got the nighttime portion of the competition. Yes, indeed, it is the America's Cup coming to you live from Maize in Kansas with the start time at 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Great to have you on board, and in about 2 hours' time, in less than 2 hours' time, we will start the America's Cup. But until then, and on behalf of everyone at TWBC who has worked tirelessly to bring these videos, these images to you, it is ciao for now.
only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.